Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.
The evasion light descended upon one yuan market, and Qin Sang needed to fulfill a promise made a year ago by reclaiming the Qi Dragon Sword. It wasn't that he was reluctant to part with this malevolent artifact, which was on the verge of destruction. Rather, he didn't want the Qi Dragon Sword to fall into the wrong hands and attract unwanted attention. Shopkeeper Wu returned the Qi Dragon Sword to Qin Sang, his expression awkward as he said, "Please forgive me, Taoist Qin. I was so eager to observe the barrier at the core of the artifact that I nearly ruined this treasure." Qin Sang scanned the sword with his spiritual consciousness and noticed that, indeed, several cracks had formed, and the barrier on it was precariously unstable. When he gently prodded it with his spiritual power, the entire blade shattered, disintegrating into fragments, leaving behind only a mass of malevolent yin qi at its core, which dispersed in the wind. Shopkeeper Wu's expression shifted slightly, and he murmured despondently, "Taoist Qin, I'll compensate you with a high-grade artifact." Qin Sang remained non-committal, brushing off the lingering yin qi from his palms. He looked at Shopkeeper Wu and asked, "After observing for so long, have you gained any insights into the path of artifact refinement, Taoist Wu?" Upon mentioning artifact refinement, Shopkeeper Wu seemed to forget his concerns about compensation entirely. His face brightened as he said, "The barrier on this sword is exceptionally intricate. I've never encountered anything like it before. Unfortunately, due to my limited cultivation, I could only grasp a fragment of its essence, but it will greatly benefit my future endeavors in forging. I must thank Taoist Qin for this opportunity." Qin Sang gazed at Shopkeeper Wu in surprise. ET&I was a golden core expert who had refined top-grade artifacts using malevolent yin qi and a small amount of spiritual materials. Though such creations could only be used for a limited time, that method of refinement was impressive. In contrast, Shopkeeper Wu was merely a cultivator at the 10th stage of Qi refining realm. Despite having only observed for a year, he managed to grasp a tenth of the insights, demonstrating his remarkable talent in the field of artifact refinement and his commendable temperament. Unfortunately, given his age, he had almost no hope of achieving foundation building, unless he could attain remarkable success in artifact refinement that would attract the attention of a golden core or spiritual realm cultivator willing to help him achieve foundation building at any cost. This predicament was shared by many cultivators. Those who closed themselves off to hard training often lacked the necessary resources, while those who became distracted by outside matters found that any spiritual stones they earned would inevitably hinder their cultivation progress, making it unlikely they could ever catch up. Only those with connections or true geniuses could hope to attain both. It's just a damaged spiritual sword. If it can assist you in understanding the path of artifact refinement before it is destroyed, then it has already served its purpose. There's no need for you to worry about it, Taoist Wu." Qin Sang waved his hand dismissively, and before Shopkeeper Wu could respond, he added, "I have other matters to attend to. I will come again for a cup of tea, Taoist Wu." With that, Qin Sang turned and left the shop, striding towards the exit of Wanyuan Market. Outside Shaohua Mountain, on a nameless small island, what had once been a deserted isle now held a thin mist that enveloped the land like a barrier. Chirp, chirp. A bird with gray feathers circled anxiously around the island, clutching a small fish in its beak. Its little head couldn't comprehend why it could suddenly no longer enter its home. Each time it ventured into the mist, an inexplicable force would push it back. Unwilling to give up, its once clear chirps grew increasingly frantic, turning into sharp, jarring cries. 3 individuals sat cross-legged atop a large flattened stone on the island, one of whom was Yude. The other 2 were a woman known as Qing Ting and the man they had invited, Wu Yuesheng. Such a racket! Yude shot a glare at the bird, his eyes glinting like arrows as he swiftly burst through the mist. However, just as he emerged, a sudden flash of azure light obstructed him, the two forces canceling each other out in silence, leaving the bird oblivious. Yudayua looked at Qingting in surprise. Qingting opened her eyes and gazed deeply at the frantic bird, her tone inexplicably serious as she said, "All things have feelings. Let us spare this pair of poor little creatures." As she spoke, she opened a gap in the mist, allowing the bird to dart into its nest, where it fed the small fish to its mate, chirping excitedly as if recounting its earlier fright. Yudayua chuckled lightly. "Senior Sister Qingting, your compassion is commendable. By the way, how is Senior Brother Jiang doing?" Qingting shook her head with a sigh. Just then, a white cloud suddenly flew in from the horizon, and from the south, a small boat sliced through the waves, carrying two individuals. Yu Dayue's expression brightened as he said, "Daoist Baiyun has arrived. The Liu brothers are here as well." Noticing Qingting's slight frown, Yudayue reassured her, "Senior sister, there's no need to worry. Junior Brother Qin's cave dwelling is in the Guyuan kingdom, so it will take him some time to reach here." Before his words had faded, a sound of breaking air echoed from the north as Qin Sang arrived on a flying shuttle. Qin Sang landed on the azure stone and discreetly observed the 6 individuals before him. He recognized Sister Qingting and Yu Dayue, while he had met the other senior brother only once. Aside from the 3 of them, there was an elderly Taoist, appearing to be around 60 years old, with gray hair and a goat-like beard that lent him an air of age. His eyes were slightly squinted, seemingly always smiling, giving off the vibe of a kindly elder. The other 2 were a pair of twin brothers who traveled on a boat-like artifact, their appearances almost indistinguishable from one another. What puzzled Qin Sang was that these twin brothers were only at the 13th stage of the Qi refining realm. Though both were at their peak, he recalled Dayue mentioning that using the array-breaking artifacts required cultivators at the foundation-building realm. "Please take a seat, my friends." Yu Dayue warmly welcomed them and introduced everyone. After the introductions, Qin Sang learned that the senior brother he had met before was Wu Yueshan, while the other 3 were not disciples of Shaohua Mountain, but rogue cultivators from the Yunsan marshlands. The elderly man was known as Hermit Baiyun and had his cave dwelling on Baiyun Island. The twin brothers, named Lu Jiang and Lu Shan, were well-known rogue cultivators who cultivated on Qilong Island. Aside from the Lu brothers, the rest, including Qin Sang, were early-stage foundation-building cultivators. Qingting and Yu Dayue were slightly stronger, nearing the middle stage of foundation building. Qin Sang took a seat to the side, quietly observing the others. He noticed that aside from the Lu brothers, who appeared slightly vigilant, the rest showed no signs of suspicion. He could only tell from their seating arrangements that the Lu brothers sat close to Hermit Baiyun, which was to be expected. After the introductions were completed, Yu Dayue turned to Qingting and said, "Senior Sister Qingting, aside from Junior Brother Li Zai, all our friends have gathered." Qingting nodded to the group and greeted them, saying, "Junior Brother Li Zai is currently in a crucial period of seclusion. I've given him a fire crow token to refine, so it won't delay important matters. I will introduce him to all of you once he is done." As she spoke, Qingting's gaze swept over everyone before settling on the Lu brothers, her expression somewhat hesitant. Seeing this, Yu Dayue smiled and said, "Senior sister, there's no need for concern. Although the Lu brothers have not yet reached foundation building, they practice a unique art together. When they combine their efforts, they can exhibit strength comparable to that of foundation-building cultivators. Their primordial spirits are strong enough to withstand the impact of demonic sounds, and controlling the fire crow token should pose no problem." Upon hearing this, the others looked at the Lu brothers with some surprise. Though they were at the 13th stage of the Qi refining realm, appearing only a step away from foundation building, the gap between the 2 realms could not be measured so simply. It was the first time Qin Sang had heard that 2 cultivators at the 13th stage of the Qi refining realm could combine their strength to match that of foundation-building cultivators. The art they cultivated seemed quite unique. The Liu brothers resembled each other, but their personalities were slightly different. The elder brother, Liu Jiang, was more composed. Liu Jiang clasped his hands respectfully and said, "I apologize for being a laughing stock, my esteemed seniors. We are twin brothers, and since childhood, we have had a kind of mutual sensing, which allows us to cultivate this art. My younger brother and I can connect our souls, giving our primordial spirits greater defensive capabilities than most. Together, we have several spells with considerable power, but they still pale in comparison to your abilities." Senior Yu was just exaggerating. Everyone chuckled lightly, not delving deeper into the matter. Trusting or not was up to them. Qing Ting slightly bowed, surveying the group, and spoke. "Junior brother Yu and I invited all of you to explore together because we believe in your abilities. They'll be a great asset to us. Junior brother Yu has surely briefed you on the various aspects of the ancient cultivator's relic, including its pros and cons, so I won't elaborate further. The reason for this gathering is to hear your commitment," Yu Deyue added. "To operate the array-breaking artifacts, we need 7 people. If all of you can agree, I won't have to ask others. I'll distribute the artifacts to you, and once you refine them to your liking, we can set off immediately." After speaking, Qing Ting and Yu Deyue quietly watched Qin Sang and the others. A moment of silence followed, with no one speaking, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. Wu Yuesheng cleared his throat and said, "Senior sister Qing Ting and senior brother Yu, I have already promised and will not go back on my word. However, I have a question. I am not afraid of the demonic sound barrier outside the ancient cultivator's relic, but what dangers lie within? Senior brother, you mentioned that you have been preparing for years to refine the artifacts used to break the array. Forgive my curiosity, but could we take a look at them?" Yu Deyue glanced at Qing Ting and, seeing her nod, replied, "Junior brother Wu and all fellow Taoists need not worry. Senior sister Qing Ting and I have tested it multiple times. The array itself poses no danger. It is primarily a water-based barrier, but it is exceptionally sturdy. Alone, we could not shake this array and had to return to the mountain to seek a way to break it. Senior sister Qing Ting found a type of artifact called the Fire Crow Token at Treasure Tower Peak. Water and fire are opposites, and with each person holding a Fire Crow token to form an array targeting the array's weak points, our chances of breaking it are significantly increased, which is why we invited you all to assist us." As he spoke, Yu Deyue took out a token-shaped artifact from his mustard seed pouch and displayed it to everyone. Seeing this strange artifact, Qin Sang's eyes flashed with surprise. The token was less than a palm's length, with pointed ends and a disc shape near the top, entirely white, almost pallid, and formed from countless delicate skeletal structures. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the bones were shaped like bird claws, tightly gripping one another to form a mass, ultimately taking on the shape of a token, an incredibly eerie sight. At the center, surrounded by the bird claws, was a swirl of dark green flames that shifted and changed, sometimes forming the shape of a fire crow, as if it sealed the essence of a fire crow within. The fire crow struggled against its bindings, its flames burning fiercely but to no avail, silently opening its mouth in a voiceless cry. The moment Deyue revealed the Fire Crow token, an intensely pure fire-based energy surged forth, causing Qin Sang's face to feel a slight sting from the heat, indicating the token's power was undoubtedly formidable. Each Fire Crow token is crafted from the bones of a spirit bird adept in fire manipulation. Collecting the materials was not easy. Senior sister Qing Ting and I traveled to many markets to gather the 7 required Fire Crow tokens. Once this token is refined, it transforms the fire elemental energy contained within the bird bones into the Fire Crow's essence. It not only possesses great power, but also has a volatile temperament, which can only be fully tamed by cultivators of the foundation-building realm, allowing them to command the essence that will to break the array. The Liu brothers should also be able to do this. After explaining, Yu Deyue passed the Fire Crow token around for everyone to examine. When it was Qin Sang's turn, he reached out to grasp the Fire Crow token, and a piercing cry of the fire crow suddenly rang in his mind. Qin Sang appeared unfazed, following Udu's instructions to probe the token with a thread of spiritual power, only to have it easily dispersed by the fire crow's essence. Qin Sang secretly nodded. The fire crow's essence within the token was indeed fierce, making it difficult for a Qi-refining realm cultivator to control and command it. However, once the fire crow's essence was released to break the array and the fire elemental energy was consumed, he wondered if it could be replenished afterward. If not, this artifact might only be usable a few times, or it might become unusable after breaking the array. Finally, the fire crow token reached the hands of Hermit Baiyun. After returning the token to Udu, he stroked his long beard thoughtfully and said, "From your descriptions, I can't help but feel that the array resembles some sort of seal. Is it possible that there is some evil entity sealed inside? How much do you two know about this ancient cultivator's relic?" Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances. The purpose of exploring the relic was to seek treasures. Releasing an evil entity would be a heavy loss. Qingting's expression remained unchanged as she replied, "That array not only obstructs vision, but also seals off spiritual consciousness, so we are unaware of what lies within. However, based on my analysis with Junior Brother Yu, this array does not appear to be a seal. It seems more like a protective array originally designed for the ancient cultivator's cave dwelling. Even if there is indeed an evil entity sealed inside, given the strength of the array, its power shouldn't be too high. With so many foundation-building cultivators here, we need not fear it. Otherwise, there must be another layer of sealing inside, and at that point, we could decide based on the circumstances." Hermit Baiyun nodded slightly, but Lu Shan suddenly spoke up. "As rogue cultivators, my brother and I agreed to help you two seniors because we seek the treasure to break through our limits. We understand the principle of seeking fortune in danger, so we aren't afraid of any evil entities. However, our strength pales in comparison to yours. If the danger behind the array is evident, yet you insist on proceeding, should we also follow you into certain death?" Seeing that everyone appeared to agree with Lu Shan, Qingting and Udu exchanged a glance and pondered for a moment before responding. "What you said makes perfect sense, Taoist Lu. However, we also came to break through limits, and we have already invested significant resources to search for the relic and refine the artifacts. Unless it's a place of certain death, we will not give up. If any of you are concerned about safety and prefer not to enter the relic, we can arrange for your return. This would be equivalent to hiring you to assist us in breaking the array, following the customary practices of the immortal cultivation world. After the task is completed, you would receive some compensation. However, under these circumstances, from the moment we set off, you must obey our arrangements." Udu furrowed his brow slightly, but said nothing. The Liu brothers and Hermit Baiyun exchanged hushed words before addressing Qingting and Udu. "Thank you both for your understanding. We are all willing to go. Rest assured, since we have arrived, it would make no sense to leave without a treasure, unless the dangers within are truly unimaginable. Otherwise, we will accompany you to the end." Wu Yueshing chuckled. What Taoist Lu said is indeed correct. However, if it truly is a perilous situation, senior sister Qingting and senior brother, you would not willingly sacrifice themselves, would they? Junior brother Qin, don't you agree? Qin Sang, who had been quietly sitting on the side, raised his head at the mention of his name. He noticed Wu Yuesheng smiling kindly at him, which stirred something in his heart. He nodded, saying, "That's right. As long as we can break the array, everything will become clear." With that, everyone agreed to work together to break the array. Udu's expression brightened. He clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Great! Since everyone has already promised, I won't need to ask others. I will hand over the Fire Crow token to you." Refining the Fire Crow token requires 10 days. After that, we will meet here on this island. Fellow Taoists, do not go back on your word. They knew very little about the ancient cultivator's relic and had nothing much to discuss, so they decided to adapt once they broke the array. Each person received a fire crow token and then bid farewell, leaving. As he flew toward the cave dwelling, Qin Sang took out the fire crow token he had received. This token looked somewhat different from Yude's. The flames were not dark green, but rather a bright pink, indicating a difference in the essence of the fire crow. It might be due to the different spirit bird bones used, Qin Sang murmured to himself. He didn't hesitate long before agreeing to explore the ancient cultivator's relic. This time was different from a year ago. He now had support. First, after realizing the true power of the profound Yin thunderbolts, he felt more confident. Moreover, the conditions offered by senior sister Qingting were quite generous. If it truly turned dangerous, they could always retreat. Second, he had successfully broken through to the second stage of primordial spirit sword nourishment and had mastered the accompanying supernatural abilities. The fusion of man and sword, rendering movement shadowy and elusive. Qin Sang initially believed it was a technique for evading and hiding using the sword, but upon mastering it, he realized the phrase referred not to the sword practitioner, but to the spiritual sword itself. By utilizing the symbol on the ebony sword, he found that he could control the spiritual sword silently with his spiritual consciousness. Due to the exceptionally pure material of the ebony sword, he could transform it into a pure wooden spiritual sword, concealing its shape and making it difficult for opponents to detect. In the moment of closing in on an enemy, he could unleash a powerful sword chi and killing intent, striking down his foes in an instant, turning the spiritual sword into a lethal weapon, a sword of slaughter with endless applications. With his foundation compromised, Qin Sang dreaded a direct confrontation. Making the spiritual sword invisible allowed him to gain the upper hand. If he could take out an enemy before they realized it, it suited him perfectly. Once back in the cave dwelling, Qin Sang immediately sealed the entrance, focusing on refining the fire crow token. The essence within the token was no ordinary matter, and taming it would require considerable effort. 10 days felt rather tight. 10 days later, occasionally, a streak of evasion light descended upon the small island. By the time Qin Sang arrived, most of the people had already gathered. After a short wait, a notably young man flew in on his sword. His appearance was cold, and his expression somewhat aloof, giving Qin Sang the impression that he was somewhat similar to Chu Wenjian, as if he were a pure sword cultivator. "This is junior brother Li Zai." Qingting introduced him to everyone one by one. At this point, the 8 individuals who had come together were all present, and even the Liu brothers had successfully tamed the essence of the fire crow. Yue snapped his fingers, conjuring a misty cloud that floated above them. He surveyed the crowd and said, "This cloud is my flying artifact. Since you all have agreed to follow the arrangements of me and senior sister Qingting, I will activate the barrier of the artifact during the flight. You will not be able to see the outside, nor should you use your spiritual consciousness to probe. Once we reach the ancient cultivator's relic, I will release you all." The group hesitated upon hearing this, but since they had already committed, it was not appropriate to back out. They also understood that this was a precaution taken by Qingting and Yue, so they agreed and entered the white cloud artifact under Qingting's guidance, finding their seats. The white cloud artifact trembled gently, and the cloud vapor unexpectedly vanished into thin air before soaring high into the sky, speeding away. The speed of the white cloud artifact was not particularly fast, with Qingting and Yue alternating in its control. Qin Sang glanced around, surrounded by thick clouds that obscured the outside scenery. He couldn't probe with his spiritual consciousness either, so he decided to make the best of the situation and use the opportunity to cultivate. They flew for a full 2 months. Suddenly, the artifact, which had been flying steadily, shook slightly before its speed dropped sharply. The cultivators inside the artifact sensed the change and woke from their meditative states, looking toward the two in front. Qingting turned back, nodding. "We are almost at the ancient cultivator's relic. This area is not peaceful, so everyone should be on guard." Before her words could settle, the artifact plummeted downward. Moments later, the cloud dissipated, and Yue retrieved the artifact, restoring everyone's line of sight. As Qin Sang stepped onto solid ground, he looked around and realized they were not on the small island but at the peak of a mountain. As far as his eyes could see, towering mountains loomed high into the clouds. To the east, even larger mountain silhouettes seemed to rise, resembling an iron curtain. Between the mountains lay dense, primordial forests, filled with the sounds of beast roars and bird calls, with no trace of human existence. It was impossible for mortals to live in such a dangerous jungle. Despite it being midday, the sunlight was obscured by the mist and miasma within the mountains. The mountain winds howled, biting cold and eerie, making this place feel exceptionally sinister. What a vast island it must be to have such imposing peaks. Just as Qin Sang was pondering this, he noticed Hermit Bayun's expression was exceptionally grim as he glared at Yue, questioning sternly. Didn't you two say the ancient cultivator's relic was in the Yunsong marshlands? Why have we come to Tianwan Mountains? Do you think we are so blind that we can't even distinguish between Tianwan Mountains and Yunsong marshlands? Tianwan Mountains. Qin Sang's expression shifted slightly as he thought to himself how desolate this place was. Tianwan Mountain and Yunsong marshlands were situated to the east and south, respectively. One was a towering mountain range, while the other was a vast marshland. These two formidable locations marked the boundaries of the small, cold domain. Of course, such natural barriers could not stop immortal cultivators, especially those at the Golden Core realm and above, who could come and go as they pleased. However, these two areas were the agreed-upon boundaries between the sects of the small, cold domain and those from other realms. The cultivators from both sides could travel freely, but they could not recklessly cross over. It was said that numerous large-scale battles had erupted in the past. Whenever forces from other realms invaded the small, cold domain, both righteous and demonic cultivators would immediately set aside their old grievances. Even the heavenly Demon Hill in the far west would not remain uninvolved. The entire immortal cultivation world would unite to fend off external threats and drive out the invaders. In the most dire situations, there had even been instances where righteous and demonic factions joined forces, with demonic beasts willingly serving human commands, demonstrating unprecedented unity in the small, cold domain. Faced with Hermit Bayun's inquiry, Yue maintained his composure. Taoist Bayun, senior sister Qingting, and I only took precautions. With your years of experience in the martial world, you should understand. As long as the ancient cultivator's relic is real, it doesn't matter whether it's in the Tianwan Mountains or Yunsong marshlands. Qingting added, it wasn't our intention to deceive anyone. Junior brother Yu and I had no other choice. You should be able to estimate from the speed of the artifact that we are currently at the junction of the Tianwan Mountains and Yunsong marshlands. If you're worried about the demonic sects and their underlings, there's no need. Since the Blood Nether sect in the southern part of the Tianwan Mountains was destroyed by the Chunyang sect, the various demonic sects south of the Blood Nether sect have either fled north in panic or are hiding deep within the Tianwan Mountains, afraid to show themselves. There really isn't much danger here. Hermit Bayun's expression softened slightly, and the others nodded in acceptance of their explanation. Seeing that he had finally calmed the group's dissatisfaction, Yue secretly sighed in relief. He walked to the edge of the mountaintop and pointed to the southeast. The ancient cultivator's relic is just a few hundred miles ahead, within the valley between the two mountains. There's a layer of Yin wind barrier above it. Crossing the Yin wind, one barrier should pose no problem for you, and it won't make much noise. However, when we break the array, it will definitely create a commotion which may attract the attention of the great demons deep within the Tianwan Mountains. We will split into two teams, one to the left and one to the right, circling around the perimeter and quietly clearing out the nearby demonic beasts to avoid any chaos. Everyone agreed without objection, and soon they split into two teams. Li Zai, Hermit Bayun, and the Liu brothers followed Qingting on the northern route, while Qin Sang and Wu Weshing accompanied Yue on the southern route. With three foundation-building cultivators working together, they encountered no particularly troublesome issues along the way. Qin Sang found that the five-elemental breaking sword was sufficient to handle any challenges. Upon seeing the five-elemental breaking sword, Yu Deyue's eyes lit up. In case breaking the array doesn't go well, we might need junior brother Qin to step in. Qin Sang naturally agreed. In a valley flanked by two mountains, a massive mountain range extended from north to south, stretching endlessly, resembling a coiled dragon lying upon the earth, with all its peaks exceptionally perilous. However, the cliffs surrounding the canyon where the ancient cultivator's relic lay seemed quite ordinary and unremarkable. The cliffs pressed closely together, forming a narrow sky above, and the deeper one descended, the more spacious it became. Thus, this canyon had excellent concealment. It was only upon venturing deep into the mountains that one realized such a vast canyon existed. The cliffs were steep and bare, devoid of any grass or trees, making them difficult to climb. The stones appeared dark blue-black, even lacking moss, giving off a lifeless aura. Dense miasma floated above the canyon, obscuring visibility. The Tianduan Mountains were continuous, eerie, and damp, filled with marshes and deep valleys. Beneath the layers of withered leaves lay bottomless mud, harboring toxins that could be deadly. As they traveled, they encountered numerous areas with similar miasma. Yet the miasma in this canyon was slightly different from others. When probing with his spiritual consciousness, Qin Sang discovered that it was not simply fog, but rather composed of strands of black yin wind, resembling countless black serpents entangled together. Very strange. The three of them took a detour and spent 2 days clearing out the demonic beasts along the entire mountain range. By the time they reached the ancient cultivator's relic, Qin Ting and the others had not yet arrived. Is the ancient cultivator's relic right here? Qin Sang and the others stood above the canyon, and Wu Yuesheng asked in surprise. Indeed, Yu Daiyue nodded. This place is too concealed. Senior sister Qin Ting and I have been searching for a long time before confirming it. The yin wind cleverly disguises itself as miasma, and we nearly overlooked it. Junior brothers, look at these yin winds. They have both form and substance, definitely not naturally occurring. Once caught in the yin wind, not only will one's figure become erratic and hard to maintain, but endless demonic sounds will also disturb one's senses. Any cultivator or demonic beast with slightly weaker power who accidentally wanders and will surely meet misfortune. Once we enter the yin wind barrier, we must quickly descend to escape this place. Upon hearing this, Qin Sang pondered for a moment before asking, "Is there a spirit vein here?" Yu Deyue nodded and replied, "Junior brother Qin, you are meticulous. There is indeed a concealed spirit vein deep beneath this mountain range. Senior sister Qin Ting and I only found 2 undeveloped spiritual eyes, which is quite unusual. We suspect that the spiritual eye of the spirit vein is located just below the canyon. That's why we dare to say this place is very likely an ancient cultivator's cave dwelling." Qin Sang silently nodded. A powerful cultivator's cave dwelling would surely be situated near a spiritual eye. If it was to seal away something evil, there would be no need for such high standards, wasting an excellent cave dwelling. Moreover, he wasn't particularly afraid of evil beings. The Guishui Yin thunder spell was precisely a nemesis to such malevolence. He just needed to be cautious when the time came. With this thought, Qin Sang focused on the yin wind barrier and observed it closely for a while. It seems more like a means to conceal the cave dwelling and prevent outside intrusion. The array below must be the main protective array of the cave dwelling. The three of them sat quietly at the mountain's peak to rest. After several hours, Qin Ting and the others finally arrived. We encountered a demonic spirit realm black tiger, which delayed us a bit. Upon hearing their explanation, Qin Sang and the others felt a bit envious. The corpse of a demonic spirit realm demonic beast was excellent raw material. The Liu brothers appeared particularly excited, clearly having reaped significant rewards. After Qin Ting and the others took a moment to recuperate, The group flew to hover above the canyon. Qingting's expression grew serious as she reminded everyone, "Fellow Taoists, don't let your guard down. Prepare your defensive measures and protections for your primordial spirits before entering the Yin wind barrier. Once caught within, the powerful Yin wind will immediately scatter us. No one will have the energy to assist others." Hearing this, everyone's demeanor became serious. Qin Sang was not afraid of the so-called demonic sounds invading them. He simply activated the heavenly star tier, forming a light membrane around himself while discreetly gripping the essence-devouring spike in his palm, ready for any unexpected situations. Looking at the others, they were all employing their own methods. Qingting and Yu Due, experienced as they were, similarly activated only one defensive artifact, just like Qin Sang. Li Zai was even more dazzling. Sword light danced around him like a swimming dragon. As for Wu Yuesheng, Qin Sang could hardly sense any fluctuation of his aura. He seemed to be employing some kind of technique. Hermit Baiyun summoned a cloth bag that he placed over his head. The bag looked like something a mortal would use to carry grains and appeared rather gray and dull. What intrigued Qin Sang the most was still the Liu brothers. He wondered how these twin brothers could pass through the Yin wind that even foundation-building cultivators feared. He saw the Liu brothers standing back to back, each forming identical seals while chanting incantations. After a series of actions, a divine light shot from their foreheads, forming a protective barrier around them, which then shrank and adhered to their bodies, disappearing from sight. In that moment, Qin Sang actually sensed a faint threat from the Liu brothers, leaving him secretly astonished. It seemed that Yu Due had not exaggerated. The Liu brothers indeed possessed the ability to contend with foundation-building cultivators. 1. This refers to wind with Yin properties. The moment Qin Sang entered the Yin wind barrier, the heavenly star tier shield enveloped him completely. He immediately felt his body lighten as a powerful gust of wind forcefully pushed him away. Almost instantly, several more gusts converged from all directions, leaving him with no escape. Qin Sang felt as if he had become meat on a chopping block, his entire body being pounded relentlessly by heavy hammers. The heavenly star tier's protective shield was violently distorted, barely maintaining its form. Bang! Qin Sang slammed hard against the cliff face. Before he even had time to feel the pain, an immense force yanked him up again, hurling him towards another cliff. He was tossed and battered, helpless against the wild winds that toyed with him mercilessly. At the same time, an ear-piercing demonic sound continuously invaded his mind. Its strange, unsettling waves assaulted his primordial spirit. Under the Jade Buddha's protection, Qin Sang was able to fully resist the demonic sound, but others without strong willpower or effective means of defense would have their primordial spirit gravely injured by this sound alone. Moreover, the gusts of wind carried a bone-piercing cold, as if countless icy blades were slicing through the invaders. This was another grave danger. If one were distracted or deceived by the demonic sound and lost focus on activating their artifact for protection, death by these ferocious winds would be inevitable. His vision spun wildly as he was thrown about. Qingting and the others had completely vanished from sight. As expected, the moment they entered the Yin wind barrier, they were blown apart. He had no idea whether the Liu brothers could withstand this ordeal. Qin Sang exerted all his strength to activate the heavenly star tier. The shield became more solid, clinging tightly to his body, allowing him to barely stabilize himself within the raging winds. He then began to cautiously descend. This layer of the Yin wind barrier was incredibly thick. Besides the violent winds and the brain-piercing demonic sound, there were no other immediate dangers within the barrier. However, due to the unpredictable and chaotic wind patterns, Qin Sang had no choice but to go with the flow. After a period of time, he finally discerned a pattern, allowing him to seize the right moments to swiftly fly downward. After alternating between rising and descending multiple times, he had no idea how far he had ventured downward before finally breaking through the range of the Yin wind barrier. Junior brother Qin has made it down as well. As soon as Qin Sang emerged from the violent winds, he heard Yu Du's delighted voice. He focused his gaze and saw that 3 people had already arrived safely. Qing Ting and Yu Du, having already experienced this once, were unsurprisingly here, but what caught Qin Sang off guard was the 3rd person, Hermit Baiyun. Hermit Baiyun nodded at him calmly, looking as though he had been waiting for some time. It seemed that the seemingly unremarkable cloth bag artifact he carried was actually far more extraordinary than it appeared. Qin Sang's thoughts swirled as he greeted the 3 without showing any emotion. He swiftly joined them, stepping onto the solid stone ground, and began surveying their surroundings. He had initially thought that the area below the Yin Wind barrier would be an endless abyss, but to his surprise, they had already reached the bottom. Or rather, this seemed to be a second layer of the gorge. This place was even more desolate than the outside. The Yin Wind barrier above blocked out the sky entirely. Though there should have been cliff walls on both sides, they were nowhere to be seen. Not only were the left and right sides obscured, but even the front and rear ends of the gorge were covered by the thick Yin Wind barrier. The barrier was like an inverted bowl, leaving only a circular area for them to stand on. From the outside, it was evident that the deeper one ventured into the gorge, the more expansive it became. The space here was quite large. It seemed as if the entire gorge, including the mountain walls on both sides, had been hollowed out. Whether this was naturally formed or the result of human intervention remained a mystery. There was no sign of life in sight. The ground was not the usual blue-gray rock, but entirely black. When Qin Sang reached out to touch a protruding black stone, he found it chilling to the bone. Even as a cultivator, he could barely withstand the cold. He quickly withdrew his hand, secretly astonished. They were standing near the edge of the circular space. At its center was a massive pool of water. The water in the pool was a clear, emerald green. Since there was no wind in this enclosed space, it was deathly still, and the pool appeared unnaturally calm, as though one could see its bottom at a glance. But when Qin Sang approached the pool and peered down, he could only see endless dark water. There was no way to tell how deep it was, and there was certainly no sign of fish within. No wonder Junior Brother Qin was able to pass the red dust gourds test. After crossing the barrier, you still managed to remain calm and move freely, without any damage to your primordial spirit. That's not something achievable through sheer willpower alone. Your spiritual consciousness must also be quite strong, Qing Ting remarked, her eyes gleaming with admiration, especially since she had to take a spirit pill to free herself from the effects of the demonic sound. Yu Dayue glanced deeply at Qin Sang and smiled as he said, "Senior sister Qin Ting, you've forgotten, when Junior Brother Qin overcame the Gourd Illusion realm, he was only at the 11th level of the Qi refining realm. Now that he has broken through to the foundation building realm, his spiritual consciousness has naturally grown stronger." Upon hearing this, Hermit Baiyun gave Qin Sang a surprised look, the casual expression on his face vanishing. Qin Sang noticed the subtle changes in their expressions and responded calmly, "Senior sister Qin Ting, you're too kind. I was merely fortunate enough to have consumed a blue nether fruit, which slightly enhanced my spiritual consciousness." The reason he hadn't pretended to be affected by the demonic sound was twofold. First, he had emerged from the barrier too suddenly to disguise his condition. Second, while concealing one's strength was often beneficial, there were times when it was equally important to reveal a bit of one's abilities. If their exploration of the ruins went smoothly, dividing the spoils might not follow the agreed-upon plan. Especially if a rare or valuable treasure appeared, people's hearts could easily waver. Qin Sang had little faith in the so-called camaraderie between fellow disciples. Of everyone present, Qin Sang and the Liu brothers were the weakest. Though others didn't know that Qin Sang's foundation had been damaged, Yu Dayue did, which made it easier for him to be targeted as a weak link. By demonstrating that he wasn't easy to deal with, Qin Sang hoped to avoid unnecessary trouble. As long as he didn't reveal the Jade Buddha, they would simply assume that his spiritual consciousness was a bit stronger, never imagining that he was immune to any attacks on his primordial spirit. Moreover, During his cultivation of the primordial spirit, sword nourishment, he had constantly endured the tempering of sword chi and killing symbols. This had indeed strengthened his spiritual consciousness beyond that of most cultivators at his stage. He had once considered searching for an art that specifically enhanced spiritual consciousness, but such arts were rare. The few stored at Treasure Tower Peak weren't particularly effective. Moreover, with his poor aptitude, he didn't dare to split his focus for fear of making his hopes of forming a golden core even slimmer. Qing Ting suddenly understood, and with a hint of envy, she remarked, "The blue nether fruit has miraculous effects for enhancing spiritual consciousness. It's rarely seen in the world of immortal cultivation nowadays." "You're quite lucky, junior brother Qin." Qin Sang nodded slightly, then shifted his gaze and pointed towards the pond ahead. "Senior sister Qin Ting, is the array barrier inside the pond?" Unexpectedly, Qin Ting shook her head. "It's not inside the pond. The entire pond is the array barrier. You can try probing it with your spiritual consciousness." Surprised, Qin Sang turned his attention to the pond. He released a strand of his spiritual consciousness into the water. The previously calm surface rippled gently, appearing harmless. However, his spiritual consciousness was firmly blocked by the rippling water, and no matter how hard he pushed, he couldn't penetrate it in the slightest. At that moment, the sharp sound of a sword echoed from above. Qin Sang looked up to see Li Zai flying in on his sword, his sharp sword chi cutting through the Yin wind barrier. A little while later, Wu Yuesheng and the Liu brothers also descended one after another, allowing the group, who had been anxiously waiting, to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Wu Yuesheng's face was so pale it was nearly devoid of color, clearly showing the severe damage his primordial spirit had suffered. Without saying a word, he cupped his hands to everyone, then quickly sat cross-legged and began meditating to recover. The Liu brothers fared slightly better, but they too needed to regulate their breathing. Once the three of them had recovered, the group gathered by the pond. The water in this pond is the manifestation of the array barrier. It's composed of multiple layers of barriers stacked together to form a sturdy grand array. Earlier, junior brother Yu and I attempted to break through the upper barriers several times, using every method we could think of, but we couldn't proceed further. Fortunately, I have some expertise in arrays and was able to deduce the pattern of the core barrier. That's when I thought of using the Fire Crow token to break the array. However, once we stopped, the pond quickly returned to its original state. We must break through in one go, or all our efforts will be in vain. And we only have one chance. If the Fire Crow spirit within the Fire Crow token is exhausted before the array is broken, replenishing the Fire Crow token's fire spirit would take several more years. Qingting's tone was solemn as she gave this reminder. Everyone knew how troublesome the barrier was, so they dared not be careless. Following Qingting's instructions, each person took up their position and prepared their own artifacts. Shaohua Mountain was known for its sword arts, many of which were highly refined. As a result, most of its disciples were sword cultivators. Aside from Qingting, the other four all used swords. Hermit Baiyun did not bring out his cloth pouch this time. Instead, he retrieved a wooden staff. With a light tap, an illusion of a lush forest appeared before the staff, vanishing almost as quickly as it appeared. An unusual and mysterious sight. The Liu brothers worked together, wielding a lotus flower. The petals of this lotus were crafted from refined iron, their edges gleaming with cold light, sharp and deadly. It was clearly a weapon of destruction, devoid of any beauty. When Qingting saw Qin Sang bring out the five-elemental breaking sword, she immediately decided that he should take the lead in breaking the array. This was a time when unity was crucial, and Qin Sang had no objections. He flew above the barrier and stood at the center. "Everyone watch my hand. The moment I point to a spot, focus your artifacts on that exact location. Once the pond's waves surge, junior brother Qin will drive the five-elemental breaking sword to shatter the barrier in one strike." Qingting scanned each of their faces to ensure they were ready. When everyone signaled their understanding, she nodded slightly and directed her gaze at the pond. At the same time, she waved her hand, sending several streams of spiritual power into the water, causing gentle ripples to spread across the surface. Qin Sang, curious, looked around. Unfortunately, his understanding of arrays and barriers was not advanced enough to allow him to detect the weaknesses in the barrier as Qingting could. There! Qingting suddenly pointed. At her command, the group moved in unison. Beams of light flared from several artifacts. Although the scene appeared chaotic, the group's coordination was precise. One attack followed the next, landing perfectly on the spot Qingting had indicated. Splash! The calm surface of the pond suddenly erupted with waves crashing against the shore. Qin Sang took a deep breath and silently activated the five-elemental breaking sword, drawing upon the surrounding five-elemental spiritual qi. The sword transformed into 5 azure dragons. As soon as Qingting shouted his name, he didn't hesitate and sent the five-elemental breaking sword hurtling toward the barrier. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as water sprayed into the sky, only to vanish the moment it left the pond's perimeter. Upon closer inspection, the water in the pond had noticeably diminished, a whole layer gone. Well done, Yu Daiyue exclaimed with a smile. Keep this up, and we're sure to break the array. With 8 people working together, the pace of breaking the array was much faster and smoother than when only Qingting and Yu Daiyue had attempted it. They had also become increasingly adept at coordinating with one another, needing less and less instruction from Qingting. Qin Sang, in particular, had learned to time his strikes with precision, without needing any further cues. Layer by layer, the barriers were dismantled, and the water in the pond slowly receded. However, the pressure on them increased as they got closer to breaking the grand array. The array barrier had the ability to regenerate on its own, forcing them to not only work at maximum speed, but also divert their efforts to suppress the barrier's regeneration. Several hours passed without any rest. Finally, only a thin layer of water remained in the pond, and a wave of excitement swept through the group, driving away their exhaustion. Just 2 more layers, and we'll reach the core of the grand array's barrier. Qingting's voice couldn't fully conceal her excitement, though she remained composed enough to give clear instructions. Let's stop attacking the array for now. Just make sure the pond water doesn't regenerate. Everyone, take this time to regulate your breathing. We'll use the Fire Crow array to break the barrier next. After a short period of adjustment, everyone had repositioned themselves under Qingting's direction. Qingting, Yukde, and Hermit Baiyun, the 3 strongest members of the group, took up the central positions in a triangular formation. Qin Sang and the other 5 surrounded them in the 4 cardinal directions, with the Liu brothers standing together. The 8 of them formed a 7-pointed array encircling the pond. They each withdrew their artifacts and brought out their Fire Crow tokens. Qin Sang glanced down at the pond. The water was shallow enough to see the bottom, yet the depths remained eerily unfathomable. The surrounding rocks were pitch black like the ones outside, exuding a chilling aura. He couldn't tell what was sealed below, but being positioned on the outer perimeter gave him more time to react if something sinister emerged. Without revealing his thoughts, Qin Sang discreetly surveyed the surroundings, identifying a direction to escape in case of danger. Meanwhile, he secretly prepared his profound thunderbolts, making sure he was ready for both outcomes. Activate the tokens, Qingting shouted. Qin Sang quickly cleared his mind and focused his attention on the Fire Crow token. Moments later, he heard sharp cawing sounds in his ears as the Fire Crow's spirit attempted to break free from the artifact's constraints. However, after 10 days of refining, Qin Sang had already subdued the Fire Crow spirit. The moment he activated the Fire Crow token, the spirit became obedient. The Fire Crow token spun in the air, lifting itself from Qin Sang's palm and hovering above the pond. At the same time, the other 6 Fire Crow tokens also flew up. The 7 Fire Crow tokens began to rotate around the pond, and from each one, fierce flames erupted. The flames varied in color. Some were dark green, some crimson, some pink, and others black, but they all shared an intense heat that swept away the lingering cold in the air. Caw, caw, caw. The constant cries of the fire crows grated on their nerves. As the flames emerged from the tokens, they transformed into small fire crows, each about the size of a palm. The sky above the pond quickly filled with a dense flock of these fiery birds. At this point, Qin Sang and the others only needed to focus on driving their fire crow tokens, leaving the task of controlling the fire crow array to Qin Ting, Yudiyue, and Hermit Baiyan. The swarming fire crows collided midair, some devouring each other, others gracefully soaring in patterns. Despite the vastness of the sky, the sheer number of fire crows made it seem cramped. Though the scene appeared chaotic at first, over time a massive fire crow array gradually took shape. The array, blazing with fierce flames, radiated an overwhelming and violent energy, starkly contrasting with the cold aura of the pond's barrier. "Break!" Qin Ting commanded in a low voice. A deafening chorus of caws erupted from the fire crow array. From the eastern side, a large swarm of fire crows dove downward. Mid-flight, they clustered together, forming a flaming spear that plunged fiercely into the pond. Splash! A layer of the barrier shattered with a crisp sound. Immediately after, countless fire crows of varying sizes rushed into the pond one after another. The clear water in the pond visibly dwindled, and at last, the core of the Grand Array's barrier was exposed to everyone. The water had dried up, and the once deep pond had turned into the entrance of a large underground cave. The gaping hole looked like a giant black maw. A deep blue light shield covered the entrance. Though not as deep as the pond itself, it was thick and solid, sealing the hole tightly. Some fire crows landed on the shield, but were immediately extinguished, failing to leave the slightest impact. Inside the light shield, countless runes flickered and rotated slowly, shrouding the scene in mystery. Though the pond had dried up, the dense shield continued to block everyone's vision, preventing them from seeing into the cave below. Moreover, when anyone attempted to probe the shield with their spiritual consciousness, it was instantly repelled. As the core barrier revealed itself, Qin Ting fixed her attention on the area below, sending out a few strands of spiritual consciousness to test the shield while silently chanting something. Her expression was tense. After a long while, the tension on Qin Ting's face disappeared, replaced by excitement. "This barrier matches my predictions." Hearing this, Qin Sang and the others let out sighs of relief. Qin Sang glanced at Qin Ting with admiration. She had deduced the patterns of the entire array simply by analyzing the upper layers of the barrier. A remarkable feat few in the foundation-building realm could match her skills. "Everyone, be careful. We are about to break the array. Follow my commands precisely. There's no room for error," Qin Ting warned sternly. Everyone nodded in agreement, quickly focusing their minds and preparing their fire crow tokens. Qin Ting took a deep breath, her gaze fixed on the shield. She pointed to the fire crow array, and immediately, thousands of fire crows dived toward the pond with loud cries. The scene looked like a rain of fire crows, though these birds represented only a fraction of the entire fire crow array. Bang, bang. The fire crows accelerated, like arrows shot from a bowstring, fearlessly crashing into the blue light shield and shattering upon impact. Yet, the flames they left behind continued to burn, latching onto the shield like a relentless disease, with fiery blazes consuming the surface. Qin Ting furrowed her brows slightly and summoned another swarm of fire crows, repeating the same method. Suddenly, the previously unmoving shield trembled slightly, and the runes within began to spin rapidly. A deep blue light surged, and the power of the barrier retaliated, extinguishing most of the flames on its surface. Qin Ting, however, was not disheartened, but instead grew more excited, once again activating the fire crow array. One after another, waves of fire crows threw themselves onto the shield, their suicidal attacks intensifying as the runes inside the barrier spun faster and faster. Gradually, Qin Ting began to deliberately control the fire crows, directing them to strike from different positions. Her eyes were locked on the shield, not missing a single change in the barrier. The runes within the barrier fluctuated wildly until finally a flaw appeared. Several white dots flashed briefly on the shield. Though fleeting, Qingting caught them instantly. Her eyes lit up. At that moment, Qin Sang heard Qingting's urgent command in his ears, instructing him to immediately direct the Fire Crow spirit to attack a specific point on the barrier. Without hesitation, Qin Sang shifted his gaze to the indicated spot. With a slight movement of his mind, the Fire Crow under his control flared with intense light. In an instant, countless flames converged on his token, forming a giant Fire Crow. With a piercing screech, the Fire Crow spread its wings and flew swiftly, crashing violently into the shield. At the same time, Yu Deyue and the others also took action, following Qingting's orders to command their Fire Crows to strike the barrier. The shield trembled continuously, but still showed no signs of breaking. "Keep going," Qingting shouted, her commands becoming more and more urgent. Qin Sang could only focus all his attention on controlling the Fire Crow token, not daring to lose concentration. One by one, the Fire Crow spirits threw themselves into battle, taking form only to be destroyed. The fire essence within the Fire Crow tokens was rapidly depleting, yet Qingting remained unfazed, her eyes glued to the barrier. Crack! A faint yet crisp sound echoed, like the sweetest melody from the heavens. Qin Sang's spirits lifted as he opened his eyes and looked down. He saw that a faint crack had appeared at the edge of the previously seamless light shield. So small, it was barely visible to the naked eye. "It's finally broken." Just as everyone was filled with excitement, an unexpected scene unfolded. A faint trace of black began to seep through the crack, spreading rapidly, like a drop of ink dispersing in the deep blue, creating a jarring contrast. Seeing this, the smiles on everyone's faces froze, and a sense of unease crept in. "What is that black stuff?" Lu Jiang asked, his voice laced with concern. Hermit Baiyun replied in a deep voice, "It looks like some kind of mist, but it's blocked by the barrier, unable to escape. You can't see it with the naked eye. Could it be demonic qi? Is there a great demon sealed inside?" Wu Yueshing's words caused a sudden, tense silence. Everyone exchanged looks, their faces a mixture of excitement and anxiety, but no one dared to speak hastily. Yidiyue cleared his throat and said with an awkward smile, "We've come this far. Are we really going to give up now? It would be a waste of all our efforts over the past few months." "Humph. You can leave, but I'm not going anywhere," Li Zai said coldly. "With so many experts here, if we flee in fear without even seeing what's inside because of a little black mist, we become the laughingstock of the cultivation world. I won't disgrace myself like that." Qin Sang narrowed his eyes slightly, quietly observing the others. Although there was doubt written on everyone's faces, none of them seemed ready to leave. Since they had made it this far, there was no turning back, and Qin Sang was no exception. However, that black mist was clearly ominous. It would be wise to observe after breaking the barrier, rather than rushing in head first. Qingting had been staring at the crack the entire time, seemingly unaware of the debate around her. Suddenly, she shouted urgently, "Quick! Everyone, attack the crack together. Don't let it close." Startled, everyone realized that the shield was slowly healing itself, and the crack was shrinking. Without hesitation, they quickly activated their Fire Crow tokens. Boom! Boom! The light shield endured a barrage of continuous assaults, causing the entire gorge to tremble. The crack grew larger and larger. "Give it everything you've got. Hold nothing back," Qingting commanded loudly. The group's faces grew tense, and the Fire Crow array roared into overdrive. Streams of fiery essence flowed endlessly from the 7 Fire Crow tokens, causing the Fire Crow spirits within to dim more and more. Crack! Under the relentless assault, several more cracks appeared around the initial one. Some spread toward the center of the shield, while others extended to the edges. The number of cracks kept increasing, and it was only a matter of time before the barrier would break completely. Just as Qingting urged them to draw all the remaining fire essence from their Fire Crow tokens and spare no effort, an unexpected event occurred. Boom! The light shield, which had only a few tiny cracks, suddenly shattered on its own. Caught off guard, everyone froze in shock. The fragments of the shield plummeted into the dark abyss below with startling speed, followed immediately by a powerful suction force erupting from the depths. The pool was layered with barrier upon barrier, each layer exceptionally sturdy and difficult to break. The barrier covering the light shield was the core of the entire grand array, making it even more troublesome to deal with. Even though only a few cracks had formed, the shield was far from being destroyed, yet it suddenly shattered. They had been prepared to exhaust the fiery essence of the Fire Crow tokens, even draining the Fire Crow spirits dry and sacrificing these artifacts to break the array. No one had anticipated such an outcome. The light shield shattered without warning, as if torn apart by an immense force. With the array broken and the light shield shattered, the entirety of the deep pit beneath them came into view. The bottomless pit was pitch black, its darkness swallowing all light. An overwhelming chill surged forth, causing everyone to shiver uncontrollably, an astonishing occurrence for cultivators at the Foundation building realm. Before anyone could react, a sudden, immense suction force pulled all 8 people, along with their Fire Crow tokens, into the abyss, throwing the scene into utter chaos. Shit! The moment the suction force appeared, Qin Sang immediately sensed danger. Feeling the terrifying strength of the suction, his heart raced in alarm. Fortunately, he had been somewhat prepared. Without hesitation, he swiftly withdrew his spiritual consciousness from the Fire Crow token and instantly summoned his ebony sword, enveloping himself in sword light in an attempt to escape. But before he could even take flight, the suction force captured him. It was as though he were a helpless insect, yanked down with no chance to resist. The same fate befell the others, who were pulled into the pit like dumplings falling into a pot. Despite their best efforts, their descent showed no signs of slowing. Stick together, Qing Ting shouted urgently, calling for everyone to join forces. Before she could finish, a loud rumbling sound echoed from below. Rumble. Violent tremors shook the earth as if mountains were collapsing. Lu Shan glanced downward, his face contorted with fear as he screamed, "What is that?" Everyone looked down in unison and saw a mass of black chi surging up from the depths of the pit like a massive black dragon, rising rapidly toward them, poised to devour them all. As the terrifying black chi approached, Qin Sang suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. A flash of realization struck him, and his face turned deathly pale. "It's Earth Malevolent Chi," Qin Sang shouted in warning, his expression grim. The sunken cave was caused by the presence of an Earth Malevolent Yin vein, and Qin Sang, having guarded the sunken cave for several years, had once ventured deep into its depths out of curiosity. He had reached the border between the Yin Qi and the Earth Malevolent Qi, and had seen the Earth Malevolent Qi firsthand. At that time, he had carried a yang warming pill and a malevolence-avoiding pouch, along with several anti-cold pills. Even so, he couldn't withstand the bone-chilling cold that had invaded his body, nearly freezing him to death. Since then, Qin Sang had learned to fear the power of the Earth Malevolent Qi and never dared to venture deeper, confining himself to absorbing the Yin Qi from the upper layers of the sunken cave. Earth Malevolent Qi was one of the most extreme forms of malevolent Yin Qi in the world, something even Golden Core cultivators had to fear. The Earth Malevolent Yin vein in the sunken cave had already devoured countless living beings, and the malevolent Yin Qi from those consumed had accumulated into a dense, lingering cloud that covered a vast area, turning it into a barren, desolate wasteland where no grass could grow. Shaohua Mountain had managed to seal off several major cracks with barriers, slowing the vein's expansion, but they could not stop the Earth Malevolent Yin vein from spreading further. Could the barriers above have been left by some powerful figure to seal the Earth Malevolent Qi inside the pit? Qin Sang chuckled bitterly to himself. Dying here would be such a meaningless end. After Qin Sang's warning, The others finally remembered the infamous Earth malevolent Chi and realized the perilous situation they were in. Their faces turned ashen. Their bodies were being pulled by an inexplicable force, leaving them powerless to resist. As the Earth malevolent Chi drew closer, its terrifying cold energy froze their bodies stiff, making even simple movements difficult. They could only watch helplessly as the Earth malevolent Chi surged upward, ready to engulf them. What would become of them if they fell into the Earth malevolent Chi, which even Golden Core cultivators found troublesome? Initially, they had planned to break the barrier and observe the situation below before deciding whether to explore or retreat. However, the suction force left them no choice, dragging them directly into a life-threatening situation. The Earth malevolent Chi surged wildly into the cave. Qin Sang shuddered, unwilling to delay any longer. He quickly suppressed his injuries and activated his movement art, darting deeper into the cave. Just then, he felt a strange sensation, prompting him to stop and turn to look behind. He saw that as the Earth malevolent Chi rushed into the cave, the stone walls suddenly lit up with golden runes. These runes, interconnected by golden threads, flickered in brightness, some shining, others dim, spanning various locations on the walls. When the Earth malevolent Chi collided with the golden light of the runes, it was astonishingly halted in its invasion. Qin Sang's eyes brightened. His guess had been correct. There was indeed a barrier within the cave that isolated the Earth malevolent Chi. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for anyone to cultivate in such a place. However, Qin Sang could not revel in his discovery for long. It was unclear whether the barrier had been left unattended for too long or if its power was simply fading. Facing the increasingly overwhelming Earth malevolent Chi, the runes held their ground for only a brief moment before quickly dulling, eventually extinguishing. The Earth malevolent Chi ruthlessly obliterated the runes within the cave, merely slowing its invasion slightly. Witnessing this, Qin Sang felt no hope left in his heart. With a resigned sigh, he surged deeper into the cave dwelling, though uncertainty gnawed at him. He feared the end of the cave might be a dead end, and with the Earth malevolent Chi lingering ominously, he could only proceed step by step. The cave was not wide, and the unknown entities lurking within made it unwise to use his sword recklessly. Activating his falling cloud wings, Qin Sang moved stealthily. This artifact had accompanied him since his time at the Queen's sect, proving invaluable on numerous occasions. Unfortunately, its nature as a malevolent artifact meant it would eventually self-destruct. Thus, Qin Sang sought to minimize its usage, reserving his best tools for crucial moments. Uncertain of what lay within the cave, he prioritized caution. Fortunately, the cave was not a dead end. The further he ventured, the more side passages he discovered, branching up, down, left, and right, intersecting and diverging. Qin Sang was secretly astonished. The space inside was far larger than he had imagined. His figure darted quickly to a fork in the path, all leading deeper into the cave. One path veered left, another ascended, and a third descended. After pondering for a moment, Qin Sang chose to go down. The upper part of the underground area lacked an entrance to the cave, likely leading to a dead end. He had attempted to attack the stone wall, but the barrier could not withstand the Earth malevolent Chi, and it was beyond his ability to shake. Qin Sang had seized the opportunity first. If anyone else had managed to escape into the cave, they would likely be below. The underground area was too bizarre, and he decided that he needed to find a way to regroup with his companions to handle any potential dangers. He flashed forward without hindrance, reaching the end of the stone path, only to find the stone door ahead tightly shut, seemingly protected by a barrier. Seeing this obstacle before him, Qin Sang's expression changed. Although he had encountered stone doors along the way, they had all been wide open. This was the first time he faced such a situation. If the barrier on the stone door was too strong, he could very well become trapped here. Testing cautiously, he channeled his spiritual power and easily broke the barrier on the stone door. The barrier on the door and that on the wall were not connected. Thank goodness. Qin Sang silently rejoiced. At that moment, a rumbling sound came from behind him. The earth-malevolent Qi pursued relentlessly. Qin Sang dared not hesitate any longer and pushed the stone door with all his might, but suddenly, a fierce wind rushed at him. Is there someone inside? Qin Sang was both startled and delighted as he leaped back to avoid the ambush. The assailant moved slowly, allowing Qin Sang to easily evade a significant distance. He saw a shadow lunging at the spot where he had just stood, a blackened hand reaching out and grasping nothing but air, its fingers striking the stone wall nearby. With a loud sizzle, sparks flew. The hand appeared withered like wood, its skin covered in steel-like black bristles. The nails were longer than the fingers, sharp as blades, black as ink, and faintly emanated a layer of murky green, clearly toxic. The shadow turned around, revealing a creature resembling a human but grotesque, resembling an evil spirit with an incredibly ferocious appearance. Its fangs and nails were shrouded in black and green aura, and beneath the dense black fur, its skin glimmered faintly like bronze or iron. The monster greedily stared at Qin Sang, making strange noises from its throat. A zombie! A look of surprise crossed Qin Sang's face. No wonder he hadn't detected the creature's aura. It was not a living being, but a zombie roused by the life force emanating from him. Plants, trees, and stones could all transform into monsters. Naturally, corpses could too, especially in cases where cultivators died unexpectedly. If the body happened to fall in a particularly peculiar terrain, the lingering spiritual power could prevent decay for years. Under the influence of lingering desires, there existed a possibility for a corpse to undergo a transformation. Within demonic sects, there were practitioners who specialized in the path of corpse refinement, mastering the art of corpse creation, capable of turning the bodies of mortals and even cultivators into corpse puppets to fight on their behalf. The secret technique of corpse core, which Qin Sang had acquired from Gu Tiannan, was not a true corpse refinement technique, but rather akin to alchemy. Zombies were the most basic and weakest form of refined corpses, and those that formed naturally mostly belonged to this category. If by chance a mortal's body were buried in a place rich in yin qi, it would easily turn into a zombie. Some might grow white hair, others black, taking on bizarre forms. The uninformed mortals might think there was a distinction between white zombies and black zombies. In truth, they were merely the most ordinary kind. The weakest zombies possessed only great strength and a lack of fear of pain, their bodies being sturdy, and they were afraid of objects infused with yang qi. Mortals could still find ways to subdue them. However, if a corpse were aged over many years or had been refined by an immortal cultivator into a zombie puppet, it would be beyond the means of ordinary mortals to deal with. The zombie before Qin Sang was of this sort. Its body was exceptionally hard, akin to metal, moving with agility and showing nearly no weaknesses. Moreover, it carried a toxic aura, making it a challenge even for cultivators at the 8th or 9th stage of the qi refining realm. One careless mistake could lead to their downfall at the hands of the zombie. If a zombie absorbed enough malevolent yin energy, it could metamorphose into a malevolent corpse, which would act with the swiftness of the wind and could manipulate malevolent yin qi, striking fear into even foundation-building cultivators. Naturally, such metamorphosis into a malevolent corpse was rare. These beings despised the living and were bloodthirsty, causing great disasters whenever they appeared in the mortal realm. Some demonic cultivators could attract malevolent yin energy and meticulously refine it to create malevolent corpse puppets. It was said that among malevolent corpses, there existed flying yiksha, one, that rivaled golden core cultivators, skilled in evasion techniques of the 5 elements, boasting tremendous power and unpredictability. Very few demonic cultivators had the capability to refine corpse puppets of such caliber, and the difficulty was apparent. Not only did it require the body of a powerful cultivator, but it also consumed many rare spiritual materials, making the process incredibly complex, comparable to refining an astra. In ancient times, there were tales of heavenly corpses achieving Tao and ascending to the immortal realm. But nowadays, even human cultivators struggle to reach the spiritual infant realm, relegating those tales to mere legend. Seeing that the creature attempting to ambush him was a zombie, Qin Sang felt a twinge of disappointment. He immediately summoned the five-elemental breaking sword, severing the creature in half with a single stroke. Then, in a flash, he darted to the side of the now-split zombie. 1. Yiksha, in the mythology of India, a class of generally benevolent, but sometimes mischievous, capricious, sexually rapacious, or even murderous nature spirits who are the custodians of treasures that are hidden in the earth and in the roots of trees. Qin Sang carefully examined the wounds on the zombie and thought to himself that it was indeed the case. This zombie was not a natural formation, but had clearly been meticulously crafted by a cultivator through corpse refinement. After inspecting the zombie, Qin Sang moved to the stone door and shifted his gaze to the ground. There lay a complete skeleton, prostrated on the floor. From the posture, it seemed the person had suddenly died while running, collapsing to the ground. The bones were decayed and covered in dust. Scanning with his spiritual consciousness, Qin Sang found no wounds on the skeleton. It appeared that the person had either been shattered internally or had their primordial spirit obliterated. He intended to look for any belongings that might prove the identity of the deceased, but there was nothing on the skeleton. However, next to it was a cracked black coffin, the lid marked by a large tear, as if it had been ripped open by claws. This coffin was likely an artifact for corpse refinement. It was unclear whether its spiritual essence had dissipated or if it had been destroyed by external forces. All that remained were a few decayed wooden pieces, and the corpse sealed inside had broken free and escaped. In that case, the earlier zombie must have been a product of this person's corpse refinement. It was highly probable that this individual was a demonic cultivator skilled in the art of corpse refinement. Qin Sang knew little about demonic cultivators, mostly through hearsay. He had never heard of any disciple from a demonic sect in the small coal domain excelling in corpse refinement and using such a coffin for sealing it. I wonder if this person was an intruder or the master of this cave? Qin Sang pondered, frowning slightly as he gazed into the deep stone passage. Judging by the corpse, it was evident that the person's strength in life had not been particularly high. They could not have owned such a grand cave dwelling. With one zombie, there would likely be more. As Qin Sang ventured deeper, he swiftly dispatched several more zombies, some stronger and some weaker. He also encountered a few more skeletons, some intact like the first, while others had shattered bones, indicating they had met a violent end. Was this the lair of a demonic sect? Since they were proficient in corpse refinement, why not choose a place with dense yin qi rather than this desolate cavern filled with earth malevolent qi? Qin Sang mused silently, feeling the relentless pursuit of the earth malevolent qi behind him. He dared not linger, hastening further into the depths of the cave while remaining vigilant. With zombies around, there was the potential for malevolent corpses to be present. If this truly was the lair of a demonic sect, Qi refining realm disciples would only be capable of creating zombies, while foundation building disciples could craft malevolent corpses. Encountering a powerful malevolent corpse would truly place him in a perilous situation. Even more terrifying was the prospect of a flying yiksha. If such a creature lurked in the depths of the cave, none of them would escape alive. After traversing several stone passages, Qin Sang had yet to encounter anyone or see any traces or markings left behind. Before long, he reached the end of another passage and was about to enter when he suddenly halted. Before him stood a stone hall, the first of its kind he had encountered on his journey. Several stone passages connected to the entrance, and behind the hall were two imposing black iron doors. The heavy doors were tightly shut, engraved with a depiction of an ancient corpse, something Qin Sang had never seen before. In the image, the ancient corpse was extraordinarily tall, possessing the ability to fly, soaring through clouds while a malevolent aura billowed behind it. However, it was distinctly different from the flying yaksha. The ancient corpse had a gaunt face with fangs several inches long, and its pitch-black eyes seemed to possess intelligence, radiating fierce malevolence and overwhelming demonic flames. Upon meeting the gaze of those eerie eyes, Qin Sang felt a tremor in his spirit and quickly averted his gaze, secretly astonished at the origins of the ancient corpse in the image, as even the mere portrayal exuded such a formidable aura. The interior of the stone hall was in disarray, with shattered stone chairs, tables, coffin boards, and bones scattered everywhere. What drew the most attention, however, were the dozens of refined corpses wandering within the hall. As he scanned over these refined corpses, Qin Sang's gaze suddenly sharpened, his expression growing serious as he focused on the one in the center. This particular corpse, like the others, bore a grotesque appearance with a ghastly face and fangs, yet was much larger and more robust. Black qi constantly swirled around it, indicating that its physical form was significantly stronger than that of the other corpse refinements. Malevolent corpse? Qin Sang felt a sinking sensation in his heart. His suspicions were confirmed. There truly was a malevolent corpse lurking in the depths of the cave. It was highly likely that the skeletons among the bones belonged to foundation-building cultivators, but they had all been crushed beyond recognition, making it difficult to discern. No, wait. Qin Sang quickly realized that this malevolent corpse was different from those described in legends. The black qi enveloping it was not merely yin qi, but earth malevolent qi. Qin Sang gazed at the malevolent corpse in astonishment. Using earth malevolent qi for corpse refinement was something he had never heard of before. He wondered how it differed from ordinary malevolent corpses. After pondering for a moment, Qin Sang revealed himself at the entrance of the stone hall. The heavy iron doors were tightly closed, clearly not as easy to open as the previous stone door. To open the iron doors would inevitably disturb the corpses inside, so he had to clear the stone hall first. The moment Qin Sang appeared, all the corpses within the hall were startled. Dozens of ghastly-faced corpses suddenly turned, their black eyes fixating on Qin Sang, creating an exceptionally eerie scene. Go! Qin Sang had long since summoned the five-elemental breaking sword. Without waiting for the corpses to act, the sword shot forth with incredible speed. Dealing with these corpses didn't require all his strength. The five spiritual swords swiftly separated, each channeling five elemental spiritual power, transforming into five beams of sword light that nimbly darted through the swarm of corpse refinements. One by one, heads fell to the ground, and in the blink of an eye, all the zombies were beheaded, collapsing to the floor, leaving only the malevolent corpse unharmed. Boom! The malevolent corpse suddenly swung its ghostly claw, striking the spiritual sword aimed at it with lightning speed. The spiritual sword quivered slightly and halted in its tracks. The clash between the sword light and the ghostly claw resulted in a standoff, each equally matched. The malevolent qi from the claw was repelled by the sword light, dissipating considerably. The tip of the sword pierced the claw, leaving only a shallow wound that failed to penetrate. Moreover, as the spiritual sword withdrew, new malevolent qi surged forth from the claw's wound, closing at a visible rate, completely restoring it in an instant. It can actually recover using earth malevolent qi. How much can it heal before reaching its limit? Qin Sang was about to continue wielding two spiritual swords to test the capabilities of the malevolent corpse, when suddenly his eyes flashed. He activated the heavenly star tier, forming a protective shield around himself. Then, without holding back, the five-elemental breaking sword surged into action, converging five streams of spiritual power into an overwhelming beam of sword light that violently thrust toward the malevolent corpse. The malevolent corpse reacted swiftly, crossing its ghostly claws to block the five-elemental breaking sword. Countless streams of earth malevolent qi surged from its body, rushing toward the sword as it emitted a chilling, eerie shriek from its throat. At the same time, Qin Sang drew the blood saber, his figure flashing as he appeared behind the malevolent corpse. With a knife strike as swift as lightning, he aimed a fierce slash at the malevolent corpse's back. He unleashed all his power, immediately leaving a wound on its back. As expected, Earth malevolent Qi surged into the wound almost instantly. Qin Sang's expression remained unchanged as he directed the five-elemental breaking sword, relentlessly attacking the malevolent corpse to keep it occupied. He continued to strike the same spot on the wound with one knife after another. Before long, he noticed that the Earth malevolent Qi was becoming increasingly thin, and the rate at which the wound healed had drastically slowed. Crack! Crack! A series of swift strikes landed on the malevolent corpse. As the malevolent energy struggled to compensate, the rate at which the wounds healed drastically diminished. Although the malevolent corpse boasted considerable physical defense and the injuries were not large, the balance shifted unfavorably for it. Ultimately, it could not escape the fate of being slain. The malevolent corpse attempted to counterattack, but Qin Sang would not grant it the chance to struggle. He immediately channeled all his strength into the five-elemental breaking sword, unleashing a series of sword lights that sliced through in unison. It took some time, but he finally managed to vanquish the malevolent corpse. Bang! The malevolent corpse collapsed, and the Earth malevolent Qi emanating from its body erupted violently, filling the air with a foul stench. Qin Sang furrowed his brow and retreated a safe distance. He watched as the massive form of the malevolent corpse rapidly shriveled before his eyes, eventually transforming into the corpse of a middle-aged cultivator, leaving Qin Sang utterly astonished. The figure appeared gaunt, with a bluish-black hue to his skin, yet his features remained discernible. Within a mere moment, the body began to decay completely, crumbling into a pile of black ashes. Qin Sang waved his hand, scattering the ashes. Finding nothing within, he flashed over to the heavy iron door, extending his spiritual consciousness to examine the barrier on the door. The barrier on the heavy iron door proved more troublesome than the one on the previous stone door. However, the difficulty of breaking it was manageable. He quickly located its weakness, and the five-elemental breaking sword thrust repeatedly towards the swirling black cloud beneath the ancient corpse's image. Bang! The black cloud shattered, and the heavy iron door shook violently as a surge of black Qi burst forth. A piercing, grating sound filled the air, and the heavy iron door slowly opened a crack. Qin Sang drew upon his spiritual power, forcefully pushing the door until there was enough space for him to slip through. In a flash, he darted inside. Behind the grand hall lay a fork in the path, branching out into 5 stone corridors. The number was significantly fewer than before, and they obviously sloped downward. If the terrain continued in a similar fashion, the eventual spiderweb-like cavern should converge at a single point. At this point, Qin Sang could confirm that this cavern was the entrance to a demonic sect proficient in the technique of corpse refinement. It was unclear whether they had offended a formidable enemy or for some other reason, but all the disciples had been slaughtered, and even a mountain gate had been sealed with a barrier, completely vanishing from the immortal cultivation world. The place where all the stone corridors converged should be the core stronghold of this demonic sect. Upon passing through the heavy iron door, Qin Sang distinctly felt the spiritual power intensify, denser than outside. The stone corridors were more neatly arranged, expertly polished. Every considerable distance featured a stone chamber on either side, most of which were entirely empty. The stone corridors ahead also contained similar chambers. Qin Sang had spotted several skeletons within, likely belonging to disciples of the demonic sect who had cultivated here. It was clear that the deeper one ventured into the cavern, the more concentrated the spiritual power became, and the higher the quality of the cave dwellings. Disciples capable of cultivating here held a higher status than those on the outskirts. If he ventured a bit further inward, he should find the cave dwellings of Foundation building disciples, right? Qin Sang did not linger long after passing through the heavy iron door. With a casual glance, he immediately activated the falling cloud wings to blend into the shadows, simultaneously employing the spirit evasion art to conceal his aura, and flew into one of the stone corridors. Not far inside, Qin Sang made an unexpected move. He suddenly turned and fixed his gaze on the direction of the heavy iron door, contemplating for a moment before quietly retreating a short distance. As he approached the heavy iron door again, he slipped into a stone chamber and concealed himself. The stone corridor lay in eerie silence, devoid of any sound. Qin Sang seemed to transform into a statue, standing motionless at the entrance of the stone chamber, his eyes fixed on the fork in the path, as though the impending earth-malevolent qi posed no threat at all. Time stretched on, lasting 100 breaths, and the corridor remained as desolate as ever. Each passing moment felt interminable. Doubt began to cloud Qin Sang's expression, and he felt a flicker of uncertainty arise within him. He silently said, "Could it be that I misperceived?" At that moment, a soft sound broke the darkness of the fork in the path, a faint so quiet that it should have gone unnoticed, yet to Qin Sang's ears, it resonated like a thunderclap. Qin Sang's expression hardened as he pushed the falling cloud wings and spirit evasion art to their limits. Focusing intently on the direction of the sound, he saw the space behind the heavy iron door distort, and after a moment, the outline of a figure began to emerge. Upon recognizing the person, a sharp gleam flashed in Qin Sang's eyes. Wu Yuesheng. Earlier, while Qin Sang had been attempting to gauge the abilities of the malevolent corpse in the hall for future encounters, he suddenly sensed a subtle fluctuation, as if someone had intruded. Though fleeting, it was still caught by his perception. Activating the 5-elemental breaking sword required channeling the spiritual qi of the surrounding space. With his spiritual consciousness not being weak, he could detect even the slightest changes around him. Remaining calm, Qin Sang quickly altered his plan. He deliberately drew out the blood saber and engaged the malevolent corpse in close combat, justifying the activation of the heavenly star tier for protection. While battling the malevolent corpse, he discreetly probed his surroundings but found nothing amiss. Everything in the hall appeared normal, and the previous fluctuation seemed to have been an illusion. However, in this bizarre cavern and cave system, Qin Sang could not afford to dismiss it as a mere illusion. He was in the light while the enemy lurked in the shadows. He had no idea whether the hidden presence was human or ghostly, nor their strength. Therefore, Qin Sang dared not recklessly alert the other party, remaining on guard in his heart as he pretended everything was normal while opening the heavy iron door, which led to his current actions. Qin Sang was uncertain if this strategy would force the other out. His only goal was self-preservation. If the other party chose to remain hidden and they parted ways without further incident, he could accept that. Now, seeing that the figure in the darkness was indeed Wu Yuesheng, Qin Sang felt no great surprise. He had already noted Wu Yuesheng's unique method of concealing his presence when he had been near the Yin Wind barrier. What made Qin Sang wary was why Wu Yuesheng chose to hide and observe instead of joining forces upon seeing him. With the earth-malevolent qi looming behind him like a sword at his neck and the malevolent corpse blocking his path, he was surrounded by peril. Collaborating to overcome the crisis was the best option, even if Wu Yuesheng wanted to observe Qin Sang's strength. After Qin Sang had slain the malevolent corpse, he should have revealed himself during the time it took to dispel the barrier on the heavy iron door. Wu Yuesheng had broken through the foundation building realm earlier than Qin Sang, displaying greater apparent strength, so there was no reason for him to fear Qin Sang. His thoughts raced as he quietly observed Wu Yuesheng. Wu Yuesheng stood at the fork in the path, gazing at the 5 branching corridors ahead. His expression betrayed some surprise as he muttered, "Junior brother Qin is truly cautious. None of the 5 paths exude any aura. Which one could he have taken?" After pondering for a moment, Wu Yuesheng shook his head and casually selected one of the stone corridors. Just as he was about to step forward, he suddenly seemed to recall something. He raised his hand and thrust it toward the void, summoning a fireball that materialized out of thin air. It rapidly expanded, and upon reaching its limit, it detonated with a thunderous roar. Tendrils of flame danced like spirits, instantly swirling outward at an astonishing speed, filling the surrounding space in an instant. Having remained on alert, Qin Sang swiftly retreated, narrowly avoiding the flames as they sought him out. Seeing everything return to normal, Wu Yuesheng let out a self-deprecating laugh before vanishing into the stone corridor. After Wu Yuesheng departed, Qin Sang returned to the fork in the path, a thoughtful expression on his face. Though Wu Yuesheng had remained hidden and had not made any actual attempts to ambush him, Qin Sang was certain that the other's intentions were not benign. He mentally classified Wu Yuesheng as a potential threat. While Qin Sang hoped to join forces with someone to navigate the impending dangers, he did not wish to ally himself with a tiger that might turn on him. Traveling alongside Wu Yuesheng meant not only facing the dangers that could arise at any moment, but also being wary of Wu Yuesheng himself, which would prove to be more trouble than it was worth. In his haste to evade the flames probing, Qin Sang had not seen which of the other four paths Wu Yuesheng had taken. However, he had no intention of engaging in a struggle to the death with him. Wu Yuesheng was stronger than Qin Sang and was well-versed in evasion techniques. Unless he managed a sneak attack that could deliver a lethal blow, any confrontation would quickly descend into a stalemate. With the dangers lurking in the cave, it was not the right moment for a deadly struggle. Even if they were to meet again later, Wu Yuesheng would remain unaware that Qin Sang had seen through his concealment. In that case, the roles would be reversed, and Qin Sang would have a much calmer approach to the situation. With that thought in mind, Qin Sang retraced his steps down the path he had initially chosen. Fortune favored him. He encountered no malevolent corpses along the way. After passing through several stone corridors, he suddenly heard a series of roars and sounds of crashing ahead. Someone is battling a malevolent corpse? Qin Sang's heart stirred as he stealthily approached, soon spotting two figures tangled in a struggle within a stone chamber. As expected, one was the malevolent corpse, and the other was Lu Jiang, the elder brother of the Lu brothers. Qin Sang swooped closer, glancing around, but he did not see Lu Shan, indicating that the two brothers had also become separated. The strength of the malevolent corpse was comparable to the one Qin Sang had previously slain. Its physical defenses were formidable. A foundation-building realm cultivator would find it troublesome, but they could eventually defeat it after some time. However, Lu Jiang was only at the 13th stage of the qi refining realm, and without Lu Shan's support, his strength was akin to a normal cultivator at that stage, making it challenging for him to cope. Lu Jiang's artifact was a half-formed iron lotus. The petals of the lotus spread wide, resembling a cluster of sharp, flying daggers, which surrounded the malevolent corpse and continuously attacked, sending forth a flurry of blade-like shadows. The power of the iron lotus was not to be underestimated. Each blade's shadow left a deep wound on the malevolent corpse. However, Lu Jiang could not suppress the creature, and thus he was unable to maintain continuous attacks on a single spot. As a result, the wounds quickly began to heal due to the earth-malevolent qi surrounding the corpse, yielding little effect. Lu Jiang would need to exhaust the malevolent corpse's earth-malevolent qi before he could hope to slay it. Qin Sang could see that Lu Jiang wanted to escape, but unfortunately, the malevolent corpse had sealed off his retreat. The creature was also just as agile as Lu Jiang, its movements swift. Its ghostly claws were laced with corpse poison, and when it struck, it unleashed an extremely chilling wave of earth-malevolent qi. Lu Jiang dared not test his luck and was forced to evade in the narrow stone chamber, putting him at a disadvantage, and his expression grew increasingly anxious. Seeing this, Qin Sang silently retraced his steps, revealing himself as he soared into the chamber and scanning the space before speaking in a deep voice. "May I ask which Taoist Lu this is?" Upon seeing Qin Sang, Lu Jiang was filled with both joy and surprise. He quickly replied, Lu Jiang greets Senior Qin. I have been entangled by this malevolent corpse and could not pay my respects. Please forgive me, Senior. Qin Sang nodded slightly and turned his gaze toward the malevolent corpse. Allow me to assist you in slaying this fiend first. As he spoke, Qin Sang summoned the five-elemental breaking sword, which transformed into a dragon of light, swiftly suppressing the raging malevolent corpse. Seeing this, Lu Jiang let out a quiet sigh of relief and immediately followed Qin Sang's instructions. He urged the iron lotus to fly behind the malevolent corpse, and a series of blade shadows shot forth, striking at the creature's neck. The wound on the malevolent corpse's neck grew deeper, and the earth malevolent Qi could not recover in time, ultimately leading to Lu Jiang severing its head. Like the malevolent corpse Qin Sang had encountered earlier, the earth malevolent Qi dissipated, revealing a gaunt cultivator's body, which soon turned to a pile of ashes. Qin Sang silently mused that the corpses in this cavern were likely refined using the bodies of cultivators. In just this short distance, he had encountered dozens of such corpses. There was no way to obtain so many cultivator bodies through normal means. This demonic sect must have harmed countless lives. Thank you for your assistance, Senior Qin. Lu Jiang's breathing had calmed somewhat as he bowed respectfully to Qin Sang, his tone filled with deference. Qin Sang could sense the tension emanating from Lu Jiang and found it unsurprising. He thought to himself that if their positions were reversed in such a place, he would also be wary of any ulterior motives from the other. Daoist Lu, have you and Lu Shan become separated as well? Lu Jiang let out a wry smile and replied, the suction came too suddenly. We didn't react in time and were sucked into the cave. At that moment, we nearly got scattered. Later, when the fire crow array exploded, the shock wave separated us further and I couldn't maintain my art. Luckily, I was flung into a cavern. Lu Shan kept falling downward. The last I saw, it seemed that Senior Qinting had caught him. Since we practiced the same art and have had a mental connection since childhood, I could sense that Lu Shan is still alive. I was just thinking of joining up with him when I unexpectedly encountered this troublesome malevolent corpse. Qin Sang had been quick to escape into the cavern and hadn't witnessed the moment when Qinting rescued Lu Shan. However, he recalled the positions of everyone during the fire crow array's explosion. If Lu Shan continued to fall downward, he would indeed be closest to Qinting. Can you determine Lu Shan's location? Qin Sang pressed. Lu Jiang nodded. I can sense Lu Shan below us to the left, but it's quite vague, and there's a significant distance between us. He must be able to sense my position as well, but unfortunately, the stone paths are constantly shifting. We haven't been able to reunite, and it might take a long time before we cross paths. Qin Sang responded. You must have noticed that as we go deeper, these passages converge toward a specific point. We're bound to meet up eventually. Since that's the case, please lead the way, and let's head downward. This place is the stronghold of a demonic sect, and there are certainly numerous refined corpses here. While we can still manage, we may encounter even stronger malevolent corpses later. It's best to regroup with other allies and face the dangers together. Although Lu Jiang was not as strong as a foundation-building realm cultivator, he would still be a helpful ally. Facing the malevolent corpses would be much easier with his assistance. Even without the ability to use psychic sense, Qin Sang was prepared to take him along. After the recent battle, Lu Jiang understood that he could not go far on his own. If he encountered a slightly stronger malevolent corpse, it could very well cost him his life. Moreover, Qin Sang had saved him once already. Hearing Qin Sang's suggestion, Lu Jiang saw no reason to refuse and readily agreed. A thunderous rumble echoed from the stone corridor behind them, and the earth malevolent Qi remained menacing. They dared not linger too long. After Lu Jiang took a moment to catch his breath, they hurriedly set off. With their combined efforts, dealing with the malevolent corpses became significantly easier. They soon encountered two more malevolent corpses, one of which was exceptionally strong, troublesome even for foundation-building realm cultivators. but they managed to slay it without incident. Although Lu Jiang had a psychic sense, due to the winding stone path, it was difficult to pinpoint the exact direction. The two of them could only proceed downwards, ensuring they didn't deviate from the main path. After walking through the twisting corridors for some time, they entered a stone passage, and soon after, the sound of a battle echoed from the end of the path. Amidst the strange growls and roars of malevolent corpses, there were faintly discernible human shouts that sounded somewhat familiar. Upon hearing the commotion ahead, the two exchanged a glance and immediately quickened their pace. Having been inside the cave for so long, they had only encountered corpse refinement, not a single living being. The ones fighting the malevolent corpses could only be their companions. If Qin Sang had been alone, he would have hidden himself and quietly scouted the situation, unafraid of being discovered. However, with Lu Jiang by his side, he abandoned the idea and instead focused on rushing forward with his movement art, unsure of who was battling the malevolent corpses ahead. "Who's there?" Before they reached the end of the stone path, a loud shout came from the front, signaling that someone had noticed their presence. Qin Sang's expression shifted slightly as he recognized the voice. Hermit Baiyun. Senior Baiyun. Lu Jiang's face lit up with joy, and he quickened his pace. In the blink of an eye, they emerged from the stone path and found themselves in front of another grand hall, similar to the one Qin Sang had seen before. The heavy black iron doors were tightly shut, and the hall was in chaos. Scattered around were more than a dozen zombies that had been cut in half, while two individuals were engaged in battle with malevolent corpses. One of them was indeed Hermit Baiyun, while the other was Wu Yuesheng. Daoist Baiyun, senior brother Wu. Upon seeing Wu Yuesheng, Qin Sang's pupils contracted, but his face remained calm as he greeted them, while secretly observing the situation in the hall. These two malevolent corpses were incredibly powerful, even stronger than the one he and Lu Jiang had encountered earlier. It was clear that both Hermit Baiyun and Wu Yuesheng were expending considerable effort to deal with them. Yet, instead of working together, they were fighting separately, one on the left, the other on the right, with a large gap between them. Seeing that the newcomers were Lu Jiang and Qin Sang, the vigilance on Hermit Baiyun's face eased slightly. "Lu Jiang, Daoist Qin, so you two ended up meeting." Lu Jiang turned to glance at Qin Sang and quickly said, "I was only able to escape the malevolent corpse's clutches thanks to Senior Qin's help. Otherwise, I would have already perished at the hands of that creature." "Thank you, Daoist Qin, for looking after Lu Jiang." Hermit Baiyun nodded kindly toward Qin Sang, his expression softening. Wu Yuesheng suddenly shouted, "Fellow friends, now is not the time for conversation. Let's deal with these two malevolent corpses first. Junior brother Qin, quickly come and assist me." Lu Jiang immediately summoned his Iron Lotus to help Hermit Baiyun attack the malevolent corpse. Qin Sang, without revealing his true thoughts, quietly moved to the other side of the hall. He activated the 5-elemental breaking sword and coordinated with Wu Yuesheng to fend off the enemy, though he held back some strength as a precaution. Wu Yuesheng acted as if nothing had happened, and Qin Sang didn't intend to expose him openly either. The reason Qin Sang hadn't unmasked Wu Yuesheng was because at the time, Wu Yuesheng had only been lurking in the shadows without launching an attack. Words alone were insufficient proof. Moreover, if he were to confront Wu Yuesheng directly, it was uncertain which side Hermit Baiyun would take. There was a greater likelihood that Hermit Baiyun would stand by and watch, waiting to reap the benefits from the conflict. Since Qin Sang was now aware of Wu Yuesheng's ulterior motives, he remained on guard. He wasn't truly afraid of him. With Qin Sang and Lu Jiang joining the fray, the two malevolent corpses could no longer maintain their dominance. One after the other, they were slain and reduced to piles of ash. Phew! Wu Yuesheng let out a breath of relief, walked over, and cupped his hands in thanks to the three of them. "I'm fortunate that you all arrived in time. Originally, there was only one malevolent corpse in the hall, but another suddenly appeared from who knows where. I almost met my end here." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Qin Sang learned that Hermit Baiyun and Wu Yuesheng had only recently encountered each other and hadn't had time to catch up, pressured by the malevolent corpses. In such an unknown and dangerous place, meeting up with companions was always a good thing. Upon hearing that Lu Jiang could sense the locations of Lu Shan and Qin Ting, everyone immediately agreed to follow Qin Sang's plan to go meet them. While working to break the barrier on the heavy black iron doors, Hermit Baiyun looked at the three of them and pondered aloud. Fellow friends, on your way here, did you discover anything? Have you figured out where this place might be? Lu Jiang gave a bitter smile. I was too busy trying to save my life to look at anything else. Senior Baiyun, did you notice something? The treasures in the cave have clearly been plundered, leaving only skeletons and refined corpses. Like Taoist Lu, I found nothing. I can only speculate that this was once the stronghold of a demonic sect that specialized in corpse refinement. Qin Sang echoed the sentiment with a brief comment, then turned casually to ask Wu Yuesheng. What about you, senior brother Wu? Wu Yuesheng gave an awkward laugh, hesitating before saying, I did make a small discovery, but it's unrelated. It's only because I was bold enough to stop multiple times or even double back while escaping that I noticed something. The speed at which the earth malevolent qi spreads has slowed down considerably. Based on my guess, the earth malevolent qi in this underground cave wasn't originally this concentrated. It had likely been sealed by a barrier for countless years, accumulating over time. When it was finally released, it caused such a terrifying spectacle. Now, most of the earth malevolent qi has already rushed out of the cave, and soon it will dissipate completely. Only a small portion of it has seeped into the cave. If we wait patiently, the danger will resolve on its own. Moreover, as the earth malevolent qi loses momentum, the speed at which it breaks through barriers will also slow down. We don't necessarily need to rush forward. We can take our time, exploring as we go, and try to uncover exactly where this place is. That way, this trip won't be in vain. Qin Sang nodded secretly. Wu Yuesheng's words matched his earlier suspicions, though he hadn't gone back to investigate and verify, as he feared being consumed by the earth malevolent qi, a fate that would spell certain death. Hermit Baiyun also nodded slightly. Taoist Wu makes a good point. I had a similar thought, but didn't have Taoist Wu's courage to go back and confirm it. However, I did find something. While the treasures on the bodies have indeed been looted and the stone chambers were empty, nothing is ever flawless. In the corner of one stone room, I found an iron token. The token bears the words Heavenly Corpse Sect. I wonder if any of you have heard of this demonic sect. As he spoke, Hermit Baiyun retrieved a black iron token from his mustard seed pouch and showed it to the others. The token was rusted and clearly ancient, no bigger than a palm. On its front was a depiction of an ancient corpse, identical to the pattern on the heavy iron doors. On the back, 3 large characters, Heavenly Corpse Sect, were inscribed in a flowing script. This token was most likely a waste token representing the identity of a disciple of the Heavenly Corpse Sect. Qin Sang thought back to the ancient texts and legends he had read. While he remembered a few well-known demonic sects skilled in corpse refinement, none of them were called the Heavenly Corpse Sect. Glancing at Wu Yuesheng and Lu Jiang, both appeared equally puzzled, having clearly never heard of it either. After thinking for a moment and coming up empty, Wu Yuesheng said hurriedly, Taoist Baiyun, you seem quite confident. You must have some knowledge of this demonic sect. Don't keep us in suspense. Enlighten us. I wouldn't say I understand it well, but I did come across the name Heavenly Corpse Sect in an ancient text. The book didn't go into much detail, only giving a general overview. Hermit Baiyun briefly recounted the original text, explaining the Heavenly Corpse Sect was a demonic sect from long ago. It wasn't a major sect within the demonic path, only gaining some fame at the time. The disciples of the sect were skilled in corpse refinement, and their method was quite unique. Instead of using yin qi, they harnessed earth malevolent qi. As a result, the corpses they refined had stronger bodies than those created through other corpse refinement methods. The Heavenly Corpse Sect had many branches in areas rich in earth malevolent qi, where disciples could refine corpses. However, the sect eventually disappeared, and even their corpse refinement techniques were lost. I initially took the story with a grain of salt, but after seeing this black iron token and these unusual malevolent corpses, I now realize the text was true. It seems the Heavenly Corpse sect provoked a powerful enemy, leading not only to the destruction of their lineage, but also to the sealing of their headquarters. Upon hearing the story of the Heavenly Corpse sect, Qin Sang suddenly understood. He looked down at the ashes on the ground, thinking to himself that this explained the strange, malevolent corpses. He then asked, Taoist Baiyun, is this place a branch of the Heavenly Corpse sect or its main headquarters? Could there be a refined corpse inside comparable to a flying yaksha? Hermit Baiyun shook his head. This is probably not the main headquarters. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many low-level zombies on the outskirts. According to the book, the sect master of the Heavenly Corpse sect was only a golden core cultivator, and branches were typically managed by foundation building cultivators. At most, we might encounter a stronger malevolent corpse, but it's unlikely that a flying yaksha exists here. Hearing this, everyone felt a bit more relieved. After all, refined corpses were just lifeless entities. Without a cultivator to control them, even the strongest malevolent corpses had limited power. With so many of them gathered, escaping wouldn't be too difficult, even if they couldn't win in battle. However, a flying yaksha was a different story. Such a refined corpse could rival a golden core cultivator in strength, possessed deadly corpse poison, and was adept at the 5-element evasion techniques, making it elusive and unpredictable. No number of foundation-building cultivators could withstand it. Wu Yuesheng furrowed his brow, a little disappointed, and said, So this is only a branch? There probably aren't any treasures here. It seems we've come all this way for nothing. Qin Sang glanced at Wu Yuesheng. Hermit Baiyun tried to console him. Even if there was a treasure vault, it's likely been emptied long ago. We were nearly swallowed by earth malevolent qi. So, making it out safely is already lucky enough. At worst, we've just made a wasted trip. Taoist Qingting and Taoist, you spent years preparing for this, and even brought array-breaking artifacts. Compared to them, we have less to lose. After Hermit Baiyun's words, the group didn't seem as disappointed. While they talked, the barrier on the heavy black iron doors was finally broken, revealing a crack. The four of them confirmed there were no ambushes on the other side and entered one by one. Once inside, the four of them were surprised to find that the spiritual power here was several times more concentrated than before. It was comparable to the cave dwellings assigned to foundation-building disciples on Shaohua Mountain. Hermit Baiyun and the Liu brothers were relatively well known among rogue cultivators, and even their cave dwellings couldn't compare to this place. It seems we're nearing the core of the branch. Everyone, be cautious, Hermit Baiyun reminded them. He added, I'll lead the way with Lu Jiang to prevent a malevolent corpse from ambushing us. Before Wu Yuesheng could speak, Qin Sang interjected, I'll take the rear. Senior Brother Wu, you can assist Taoist Baiyun in keeping an eye on Taoist Liu. Any cultivator capable of having a cave dwelling here must be strong, and the refined corpses are not to be underestimated. 2 people will be safer. Qin Sang didn't trust leaving his back to Wu Yuesheng and would rather bear the risk from behind on his own. Wu Yuesheng didn't suspect anything and agreed. After confirming their formation, the 4 of them set off. The stone path was narrow, with Hermit Baiyun and Lu Jiang in the front. Wu Yuesheng followed a little behind, guarding Lu Jiang, while Qin Sang took the rear. At Wu Yuesheng's insistence, they slowed their pace, carefully inspecting every stone chamber they came across. It seemed that few cultivators had the qualifications to establish cave dwellings here, so there weren't many chambers and they didn't spend much time. To their surprise, they didn't encounter a single malevolent corpse along the way. The stone path sloped downward more and more, but despite their efforts, they hadn't found anything of value. Wu Yuesheng grew increasingly impatient and asked, Taoist Liu, why haven't we found the others yet? Are you even able to sense their location? Lu Jiang, afraid to argue, quietly explained himself. Hermit Baiyun stepped in to smooth things over. Don't worry, Taoist Wu. I can vouch for them. These brothers truly do have a psychic sense, and as their cultivation increases, the connection will only grow stronger. It's just that the terrain here is complicated, and we haven't yet. As he was speaking, Hermit Bayun suddenly paused, abruptly lifting his head to look deeper into the stone passage, his brow furrowing tightly. Just as the others were starting to wonder what had happened, they saw Hermit Bayun's expression change drastically. With a sudden shout, he roared, "Watch out!" Before his words could even finish, a dark shadow appeared without warning in front of the group, flashing by in an instant with incredible speed. They couldn't even make out what it looked like, only catching a glimpse of shadow streaking toward Hermit Bayun like lightning. In that split second, Hermit Bayun hurriedly summoned his artifact, the trapping cloth sack known as the sky trapping pouch, placing it in front of him. A moment later, a ghostly claw materialized out of thin air, striking the pouch hard. Bang! The sky trapping pouch protected him just in time, and although Hermit Bayun wasn't injured, the overwhelming force easily sent him flying backward. He crashed into the stone wall with a grunt, unable to suppress a muffled groan. Seeing this, Qin Sang was greatly alarmed. He quickly controlled the return of his five-elemental breaking sword, but just as he did, a scream rang out from ahead. He looked over to see Lu Zhang's entire body floating eerily before disappearing into the depths of the stone passage with a swoosh. In a fleeting glance, Qin Sang saw a ghostly face emerge from Lu Zhang's shoulder, staring at them with what seemed to be a sinister smile. The dark shadow clung tightly to Lu Jiang, vanishing together with him. A malevolent corpse. Hurry, save Taoist Lu. Hermit Bayun, who had the clearest view from the front, shouted in anguish. The sudden attack left him with no time to react. He had only managed to summon his sky-trapping pouch to protect himself, leaving Lu Jiang to fall into the hands of the malevolent corpse. Overcome with regret, he let out a sorrowful cry and immediately chased after them. Qin Sang and Wu Yuesheng exchanged a glance. Without hesitation, they unleashed their movement arts and followed at full speed. Although this malevolent corpse was disturbingly strange and terrifyingly fast, snatching Lu Jiang away in an instant, they had no other choice. The earth-malevolent qi was closing in from behind, leaving no room for retreat. They had to work together to kill the malevolent corpse or find an escape route ahead. Whether Lu Jiang was alive or dead was uncertain. If something happened to Hermit Bayun as well, leaving only the two of them, the situation would become even more perilous. As Qin Sang chased after them, he recalled the terrifying scene just moments ago, deeply shaken by the malevolent corpse's overwhelming power. The malevolent corpses they had encountered before had been formidable, but not to this extent. Lu Zhang's Iron Lotus had remained out, and Hermit Bayun and Wu Yuesheng had been guarding him from the front and back. Yet, when the malevolent corpse took him, he hadn't been able to resist at all. What troubled Qin Sang even more was the eerie smile he saw on the ghostly face as the malevolent corpse vanished. He had seen it clearly. There was no way it was an illusion. Although malevolent corpses were stronger than zombies, they were still lifeless entities without intelligence. The ones they encountered earlier were all grotesque in appearance, with stiff expressions, driven by nothing but a primal instinct for bloodlust and slaughter. Can it be that this malevolent corpse has remained in the cave, dwelling for so long, absorbing spiritual power, that it has developed intelligence? Not fully reassured, Qin Sang preemptively activated the Heavenly Star tier to protect himself. He also grabbed a large handful of talismans from his mustard seed pouch, secretly holding the essence-devouring spike and profound thunderbolts in his hand. These two artifacts were one-time use items and extremely valuable, but compared to his life, what did their cost matter? The vast hall in front of them was even more majestic than the two Qin Sang had encountered earlier. The massive, towering black iron doors were adorned with even fiercer images of ancient corpses, their ferocious eyes glaring menacingly at anyone approaching, sending chills down the spine. Upon entering the hall, The three of them felt an overwhelming sense of pressure and unease as they cautiously surveyed their surroundings. The hall was in complete disarray, with shattered stone pillars and debris scattered everywhere. The ground and walls were crisscrossed with deep cracks, clearly remnants of an intense battle. However, there were far fewer bones and no other malevolent corpses in sight. In the left corner of the hall lay a peculiar skeleton. The white bones were leaning against the wall, with a clear blade wound on its chest, especially where the heart was, as the ribs had been completely cleaved. This was likely the fatal injury. In front of the skeleton was a black iron stake embedded in the ground. The stake was covered in dust, but faint dragon and cloud motifs could still be discerned, along with numerous fine cracks. It appeared to be an artifact, though it had been damaged to the point that it was unclear whether it was still usable. Surrounding the stake were dozens of broken, pale spirit stones, drained of their spiritual power. These stones were arranged in a meticulous pattern, resembling some sort of array. The skeleton was the only complete one in the entire hall, making it particularly eye-catching. As Qin Sang's gaze swept over the skeleton, he noticed a small black pouch, the size of a palm, beneath its waist. The pouch was wide open, revealing that it was empty, and clearly not a mustard seed pouch. In its left hand, the skeleton was tightly gripping an ancient token identical to the black iron token Hermit Bayun had found, except this one was silver. Thick dust couldn't hide the gleaming silver surface, and on the back, the same three characters were engraved: Heavenly Corpse Sect. Even the writing was identical. However, this silver token was clearly of higher status. On Shaohua Mountain, Foundation building disciples had different waste tokens compared to those in the Qi refining realm, serving as symbols of rank. This skeleton status in the Heavenly Corpse Sect must have been far above those outside. Qin Sang took a brief glance and paid it no further mind. Hermit Baiyun and Wu Yuesheng did the same, as they soon found Lu Jiang. Daoist Lu. Hermit Baiyun cried out in anguish, his gaze fixed on a corner of the hall. Qin Sang followed his line of sight and froze. The malevolent corpse was standing behind a broken stone pillar, hiding in the shadows, with its hand thrust deep into Lu Jiang's chest, gripping his heart. It had lifted his entire body off the ground, its fangs buried deep in Lu Jiang's neck, greedily devouring his blood and vitality. Crimson blood dripped from the corners of its mouth. Drip, drip! The sound of a sword's whistle echoed throughout the grand hall. Wu Yuesheng flicked his finger, and a spiritual sword, no larger than a thumb, shot forth, slicing through the air. As the sword caught the wind, it expanded rapidly. At the same time, a surge of crimson sword chi erupted from its blade, sharp and overwhelming. This sword, named the Crimson Flame Sword, was enveloped in sword chi, making its true form difficult to discern. However, its formidable presence made it clear that, even if it wasn't a top-grade artifact, it was at least a meticulously refined high-grade one. Hermit Baiyun, filled with intense hatred toward the malevolent corpse, steadied himself and, without hesitation, channeled a surge of spiritual power into his wooden staff. He hurled it with great force, and as it flew through the air, it expanded dozens of times in size, resembling a massive piece of verdant dragon-subduing wood one. The colossal staff cast an imposing shadow as it descended upon the malevolent corpse. Qin Sang, as expected, continued to control his five-elemental breaking sword. The Yin Luo banner of 10 directions was not suitable for public use, and he kept his ebony sword as a contingency, prepared for Wu Yuesheng's moves. They had already formed a triangular formation, creating a pincer-like situation. If any danger arose, they could swiftly come to each other's aid. The malevolent corpse was trapped in the center, and the plan was to slowly wear down the earth-malevolent chi surrounding it, waiting for the opportune moment to deliver a killing blow. There was no need for haste. The five-elemental breaking sword was more than enough. 3 attacks, fiery sword chi, the wooden staff, and the five-elemental breaking sword, struck from 3 directions simultaneously, leaving the malevolent corpse with no escape. No matter how fast it moved, there was no way out. Her! The malevolent corpse's figure flashed rapidly in the confined space, darting frantically, but each time it was forced back by the relentless assault, unable to break free from the encirclement. It seemed to sense the danger, and its expression, as well as the strange sounds it made, grew increasingly agitated, displaying an unsettling semblance of human-like anxiety. Roar! With no way to flee, the malevolent corpse snarled viciously at the three of them, only to be immediately swallowed up by their combined attacks. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated through the grand hall, causing the entire structure to tremble violently. However, when the chaotic spiritual power dissipated and the scene at the center of the battlefield became clear, the relief on the trio's faces vanished, replaced by shock and disbelief. The malevolent corpse, though looking a bit disheveled, appeared entirely unscathed after enduring their combined strikes. The earth malevolent chi surrounding its body had somehow transformed into chunks of black stone, which now circled around it continuously. While most of these black stones had been shattered by their attacks, the offensive force had been entirely absorbed by them. Moreover, once these black stones broke apart, they reverted to earth malevolent chi, which rapidly coalesced into new stones, forming an impenetrable barrier around the malevolent corpse once more. Thanks to these stones, the malevolent corpse had withstood all three attacks head-on. Although it bore some minor injuries from the sword chi, they were quickly healed by the earth malevolent chi, leaving it completely unharmed. Even though both Qin Sang and Wu Yuesheng had held back some of their strength to test the situation, the combined power of the three strikes should not have been underestimated, especially when such a joint assault would have forced any foundation-building cultivator at the same level, no matter how many artifacts and spells they had, to respond with full force, not daring to show the slightest negligence. The three of them fixed their gaze on the peculiar black stones, each showing a different expression. Is this the Xianhuang 2 armor? Wu Yuesheng murmured in disbelief as he stared at the black stones swirling around the malevolent corpse. Upon hearing Wu Yuesheng's words, Qin Sang suddenly recalled the spell known as Xianhuang armor. When he had been choosing his cultivation arts at Treasure Tower Peak, he had reviewed many of the well-known spells available to foundation-building cultivators. Though he couldn't afford to buy them, nor did he have the time to master them all, he had memorized their characteristics, weaknesses, and, most importantly, their methods of countering them, hoping that, in future encounters with powerful enemies, he could know his opponent and gain the upper hand. Among those spells, Xianhuang armor was impossible to ignore due to its immense reputation. Xianhuang armor was an earth-based spell that could only be cultivated by foundation-building cultivators. It was notoriously difficult to master, but once successfully cultivated, it allowed the practitioner to transform their spiritual power into protective armor that covered their entire body. The armor pieces could be freely controlled according to the situation, instantly shielding any vulnerable part of the body. Renowned for its impenetrable defense, it was a spell that specialized in protection. The black square stones floating around the malevolent corpse had a faint yellow hue within them, with flickering runes etched on their surfaces. They spun around the malevolent corpse like shields, moving with extraordinary agility. Aside from their color being black rather than the expected earthen yellow, they were nearly identical to the Xianhuang armor. The Xianhuang armor was highly practical, and many cultivators practiced this spell, but seeing it wielded by a malevolent corpse was both bizarre and terrifying. Typically, a malevolent corpse relied solely on corpse poison, malevolent chi, and its strong, pain-free body. Its methods were simple, which was why, despite its fearsome appearance, the three of them were not overly concerned about it. But who had ever heard of a malevolent corpse using spells? At that moment, Hermit Baiyun seemed to remember something. His expression shifted as he said quietly, "Fellow Taoists, don't you think the movement art that this malevolent corpse used earlier looks like some kind of evasion technique?" Qin Sang and Wu Yuesheng froze, recalling the earlier scene, and realized that Hermit Bayun's suspicion was likely correct. The malevolent corpse wasn't strong enough to crush them, and no matter how fast it shouldn't have been able to move so swiftly that none of them, as foundation-building cultivators, could sense it or even see it clearly. If it had used an evasion technique, that would make sense. In the immortal cultivation world, there were many evasion techniques, some of which were obscure but highly concealed. It wouldn't be surprising if one of these techniques managed to evade their spiritual perception. Xianwang armor, and now a strange evasion technique. Wu Yuexing's voice turned dry. What other spells can it use? Can it even use artifacts? Are we going to have to call it a fellow Taoist? With that, Wu Yuexing let out a bitter laugh, mocking himself. Now, none of them dared to treat the malevolent corpse as a mere dead object. If it could use various strange spells, combined with its powerful body and terrifying corpse poison, it would be even harder to deal with than a cultivator at the same level. The three of them exchanged glances, each showing a more serious expression than before. As they stood there in confusion and uncertainty, the malevolent corpse suddenly moved, once again using that eerie, unpredictable movement art, vanishing from their sight in an instant. Wu Yuexing's face changed drastically, and he quickly formed a hand seal. The crimson flame's sword shot into the air. A crisp clang was heard, and the figure of the malevolent corpse appeared beneath the crimson flame sword, its ghastly claws striking the sword's blade with tremendous force, sending it tilting sharply. They had kept their artifacts ready, remaining on guard. But Wu Yuexing hadn't expected the malevolent corpse to choose to attack the crimson flame sword. Although he reacted quickly, the sword was still scratched by the corpse's nails. Clear, dark green claw marks appeared on the crimson blade, and the remaining corpse poison and malevolent qi clung to the crimson flame's sword like living creatures, wriggling as they gnawed at the sword's spiritual light, trying to burrow into its core and corrode the sword's essence. Corpse poison could not only harm people, it could even damage artifacts. Upon seeing this, Wu Yuexing's face filled with shock, and he hastily poured all his energy into the spiritual sword. In an instant, blazing flames erupted from the sword, fiercely counterattacking the corpse poison. The poison was quickly incinerated by the flames, and luckily, the crimson flame sword remained unharmed. But even so, Wu Yuexing still felt a lingering fear. 1. This is a legendary wood from a Chinese myth. 2. Xianwang is used to describe the color of the world, with Xian, meaning dark, describing the sky, and Huang, meaning yellow, describing the earth. Before Wu Yuexing could even catch his breath, a sudden change occurred. Just as the corpse poison, which had been almost entirely burned away, let out a loud explosion. A burst of earth malevolent qi hidden within it erupted, shattering the crimson flame's sword's spiritual light. Wu Yuexing's expression shifted dramatically, and he hurriedly summoned back his spiritual sword. Although the crimson flame sword's blade hadn't cracked, its spiritual essence was clearly damaged. The sword light had dimmed significantly compared to before, and Wu Yuexing's face showed deep pain and anger. A life-bound spiritual sword was an object that a sword cultivator bonded with spiritual essence. Once damaged, it would become less agile, and its power would diminish. Although the crimson flame sword wasn't entirely ruined, the damaged spirituality would require Wu Yuexing to nurture it for a long time to restore it. This would not only delay his cultivation, but also consume a great deal of his energy. Seeing this, Qin Sang was secretly startled. Without hesitation, he unleashed the full power of the five-elemental breaking sword, wrapping the spiritual sword in surging spiritual power to prevent the malevolent corpse from taking advantage of any openings. Wu Yuexing's crimson flame sword had almost been destroyed, and since the five-elemental breaking sword was far inferior in quality to it, if it were struck by the corpse's claws, it might not even need the corpse poison to corrode it. It could be directly severed. Damn this vile corpse! Wu Yuexing cursed angrily, not daring to use the crimson flame sword anymore. He quickly withdrew it into his dantian to nurture it, then took out another spiritual sword from his mustard seed pouch. Due to the damage to Wu Yuesheng's spiritual sword, the formation of the three was easily disrupted by the malevolent corpse. The malevolent corpse, having suffered losses, was no longer easily lured into traps. Its evasion technique was disturbingly elusive, allowing it to move unpredictably in the Grand Hall. They had to defend themselves against sneak attacks, while simultaneously managing their artifacts to try to corner the malevolent corpse. This stalemate dragged on for a while. They continuously attacked the Xianhuang armor on the corpse, trying to deplete the earth malevolent qi, but most of their efforts were evaded, with little effect. However, after the initial panic, they gradually began to notice something. Despite the intense battle, aside from the Xianhuang armor and the strange evasion technique, the malevolent corpse hadn't used any other spells. Wu Yuesheng had joked earlier about whether the malevolent corpse could use artifacts. Though it had been a jest, they had cautiously tested it out and confirmed that, aside from its claws, which were as sharp as artifacts, the malevolent corpse had no other means of attack. This malevolent corpse had developed some intelligence, but its methods were limited. No matter how powerful its evasion technique was, it was still just that, an evasion technique. As long as they stayed vigilant and didn't give it any openings, they could handle it. In other circumstances, they could have slowly worn it down, exhausting the earth malevolent qi that fueled the Xianhuang armor, making it easy to kill. But with more threats looming ahead, they didn't have the luxury of time. After a long time of not being able to subdue the malevolent corpse, Qin Sang was considering summoning his ebony sword. But then, he noticed Hermit Baiyun growing impatient. Hermit Baiyun took out his sky-trapping pouch and shouted, "Do either of you have a way to temporarily trap this creature? This artifact of mine, the sky-trapping pouch, is designed to imprison enemies. Once it's trapped, the creature won't be able to use its evasion technique and will have nowhere to run. But I need time to prepare. Please buy me that time." Qin Sang had seen Hermit Baiyun use the sky-trapping pouch to pass through the Yin Wind barrier and fend off the malevolent corpse's sneak attacks earlier. He had thought it was a purely defensive artifact and hadn't expected it to have such a function. It truly was Hermit Baiyun's trump card. Upon hearing this, Qin Sang and Wu Yuesheng didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. Their strategy changed in an instant. The two of them flashed forward, positioning themselves between the malevolent corpse and Hermit Baiyun, attacking the malevolent corpse with their artifacts at full force. Seeing this, Hermit Baiyun nodded, sat cross-legged on the ground, and began to activate the sky-trapping pouch. His eyes slightly closed, he started chanting incantations. The sky-trapping pouch originally looked like a dull, gray sack, but as spiritual power surged into it, the artifact's form began to change. The pouch floated into the air on its own, swelling as if blown by an invisible wind. The mouth of the pouch pointed directly at the malevolent corpse, and suddenly a fierce gale began to blow. From a sky-trapping pouch, an ice-blue wind poured out, swirling like blue fish swimming in the air. The scene was mesmerizing, and in the end, the wind formed an 8 trigrams array near the mouth of the pouch. The malevolent corpse instinctively sensed the threat coming from the sky-trapping pouch. Its blood-red eyes swiveled toward Hermit Baiyun, a fierce expression appearing on its face. Letting out a howl, its figure suddenly vanished from its original spot. Wu Yuesheng hastily slashed out several streaks of sword qi with his spiritual sword, but they all hit nothing but air. He quickly shouted a warning. "Junior brother Qin." Qin Sang realized the malevolent corpse was coming toward him. He swung the 5-elemental breaking sword, and the malevolent corpse's shadowy figure reappeared, attempting to bypass him and ambush Hermit Baiyun. Hermit Baiyun was in a critical moment of refining the sky-trapping pouch. Qin Sang couldn't let the malevolent corpse disrupt him, so without hesitation, he raised his left hand and flung out several concealed spiritual talismans. These talismans were earth-based, able to gather earth elemental spiritual power to form barriers like earth walls or shields, which could either defend or block an enemy's path. As soon as the talismans left Qin Sang's hand, they shattered and under his control, their power surged ahead of the malevolent corpse. In an instant, thick earth walls sprang up from the ground, blocking the way between the malevolent corpse and Hermit Bayun. Boom! The malevolent corpse revealed itself, and with a single claw strike, smashed a gaping hole in one of the earth walls, showing its terrifying strength. Qin Sang had previously prevented Sunda from using his talismans, leaving these talismans in his possession. However, most of them were made for Qi refining realm spells, which were not particularly effective against a malevolent corpse comparable to a foundation-building cultivator. Still, stalling the malevolent corpse for even a moment was enough. With a gesture, Qin Sang directed the five-elemental breaking sword, sending Sword Qi stabbing viciously toward the malevolent corpse. The attack knocked it off balance, giving Hermit Bayun time to evade. Hermit Bayun had been keeping a close eye on the battle. Seeing this opportunity, he continued refining the sky-trapping pouch without changing his stance, floating backward to create more distance from the malevolent corpse. Meanwhile, Wu Yuesheng retrieved another artifact from his mustard seed pouch, which resembled a green vine. With a light motion, he sent the artifact shooting toward the malevolent corpse like a swift serpent. The malevolent corpse had just scrambled to its feet, only for the vine to whip its tail fiercely across the corpse, forcing it back several steps, even further away from Hermit Bayun. Qin Sang and Wu Yuesheng worked together to suppress the malevolent corpse. They didn't aim to wound it, only to hold it off. Each time, they narrowly managed to drive the malevolent corpse back. Its attempts to break through their defense, darting left and right, were in vain. After a while, Hermit Bayun finally completed the refining process for the sky-trapping pouch. Standing up, he cast a fierce glare at the malevolent corpse and activated the pouch, sending it flying toward the corpse with a shout. "Restrain it now, both of you!" Qin Sang and Wu Yuesheng quickly moved to the sides. At the same time, Wu Yuesheng let out a low shout, and the vine artifact emitted a bright green glow, projecting multiple shadowy vines that tightly bound the malevolent corpse. Qin Sang wasn't one to fall behind either. He flipped his hand and tossed out several talismans designed to trap enemies. Whoosh! The sky-trapping pouch plummeted down, covering everything, while fierce winds swept through, grinding shattered stone columns and debris into dust. The malevolent corpse, having just broken free of the restraining talismans and vine artifact, had no time to use its evasion technique before it was drawn into the swirling wind. The 8 trigram-shaped gusts closed in tightly, morphing into an ice-blue tornado that rose up, spinning and compressing the malevolent corpse within. A thick cloud of dust billowed up, forming a gray-blue veil that revealed nothing inside, completely obscuring the malevolent corpse's figure. The deafening roar of the wind echoed through the great hall, mixing with the strange howls of the malevolent corpse. It appeared that the sky-trapping pouch had indeed trapped the creature. Seeing that the sky-trapping pouch had worked, the three of them eased slightly. Hermit Bayun's face lit up as he said, "I'll keep it suppressed. Fellow Taoists, focus your attacks on the center of the array." Before he could finish, a dull rumble echoed from within the array. The entire array trembled violently as if struck by an immense force, cracking in several places as tendrils of icy blue wind scattered. Suspended above, the sky-trapping pouch also shook wildly, swaying unsteadily. Soon, the thuds grew louder, rapid as a storm, and the array's cracks multiplied, threatening to collapse. Hermit Bayun's face paled as he infused spiritual power into the sky-trapping pouch. Still, he could only manage to hold the wind array together. Gritting his teeth, he urged, "This fiend's malevolence is too intense. The sky-trapping pouch won't hold it for long. Strike with all you have, both of you." Sensing the urgency, Qin Sang and Wu Yuesheng didn't hesitate. They each summoned their artifacts and attacked the center of the wind array with full force. Trapped with no escape, the malevolent corpse was completely exposed to their attacks. The five-elemental breaking sword and Wu Yuesheng's spiritual sword unleashed their full power, with streams of vibrant sword qi slicing through the air, like colorful arcs endlessly piercing the wind array. To their shock, the sword Qi didn't subdue the malevolent corpse's aggressive aura. Instead, it seemed to enrage it further. The rumbles from within grew, and the wind array shook more violently. Hermit Baiyun, forced to drain his spiritual power to sustain the sky-trapping pouch, turned even paler. Hermit Baiyun's face showed his growing desperation as he cried out, "Don't hold back. The sky-trapping pouch requires too much energy, and I can't maintain it for much longer." Even if you aren't seeking revenge for Taoist Liu, you should think of your own survival. The earth malevolent Qi is closing in, and if this fiend escapes, we'll be trapped here without a chance to break the barrier on the black iron door, and we'll all die. Prod by Hermit Baiyun's words, Wu Yuesheng's expression hardened. Taoist Baiyun, there's no need for such words. The malevolent corpse brutally killed Taoist Liu, and the rage junior brother Qin and I feel is no less than yours. Besides, my life-bound spiritual sword was damaged by that fiend. I can't let it get away. Taoist Baiyun, stay calm. I'll activate the 1,000 mechanism sword array, which should end this fiend. With that, Wu Yuesheng gestured for his spiritual sword to momentarily halt its assault. He focused, immersing his mind into the blade while chanting under his breath, his hand seals shifting rapidly. Seeing this, Hermit Baiyun's face lit up. Taoist Wu, it's good you're taking action. Yet a glimmer of doubt surfaced in Qin Sang's eyes. They've been attacking relentlessly, coordinating their strikes to focus on a single point. By now, even with the protection of the Xianwang armor, the malevolent corpse should have shown signs of weakening or damage. Instead, the wind array grew increasingly unstable. Qin Sang shot a sidelong glance at Wu Yuesheng, who seemed oblivious, following Hermit Baiyun's instructions with single-minded focus as he readied a powerful sword array. Hermit Baiyun, on the other hand, appeared to be barely hanging on. Seeing this, Qin Sang frowned slightly, and after a moment's thought, a flash of insight sparked in his eyes. He nodded subtly at Hermit Baiyun and then pretended to cast a slew of talismans, releasing dozens of them in a grand display. The talismans transformed into various attacks that flooded into the wind array, concealing his actions. Under the cover of these talismans, he discreetly withdrew part of his spiritual consciousness, causing the power of the 5-elemental breaking sword to drop noticeably. Meanwhile, Wu Yuesheng's hand seals grew faster, forming a dizzying blur as his spiritual sword hovered in midair. Suddenly, the sword emitted a resonant hum, and the sword Qi erupted with red-hot intensity. In the frigid, eerie hall, the temperature spiked sharply. Immediately, the sword Qi gave a slight tremor and split into two. Then, each of those sword Qi split further. In the blink of an eye, a dozen sword Qi of identical size filled the air. Form an array. At Wu Yuesheng's command, the sword Qi moved in unison, forming a circular sword array that spun continuously around the wind array. All of the sword Qi pointed directly toward the core, exuding an intense, razor-sharp aura. Wu Yuesheng's eyes widened as he shouted, "Kill!" Qin Sang looked up and saw the 1,000 mechanism sword array whirling rapidly, like a giant millstone. He hadn't seen the jade slip of this array back at Treasure Tower Peak. Perhaps Wu Yuesheng had obtained it elsewhere. The array appeared formidable, but what kind of true power did it hold? Just as the 1,000 mechanism sword array was about to unleash its force, Hermit Baiyun's figure suddenly wavered, his aura weakening drastically. It seemed he had exhausted his spiritual power, his legs giving out as he collapsed to the ground with a despairing cry. With no one sustaining it, the sky-trapping pouch fell from midair. Almost simultaneously, a shrill scream erupted from Wu Yuesheng. Qin Sang whipped his head around to see that the malevolent corpse had somehow escaped from the sky-trapping pouch, appearing right where Wu Yuesheng had stood. Wu Yuesheng, caught off guard while concentrating on the sword array, was struck in the chest by the corpse's deadly claw. He was thrown violently, crashing into the stone wall of the great hall. The sword array scattered. With a resounding crash, Wu Yuesheng's body crumpled like a rag doll, sliding down the wall as a pool of blood quickly soaked the ground. A horrific sight. Lying in the blood, Wu Yuesheng was deathly still, without a trace of life. Taoist Wu. Hermit Baiyun cried out in anguish, eyes brimming with tears, his face contorted with guilt. Seeing the malevolent corpse approaching Wu Yuesheng's body to drink his blood, he frantically shoved a handful of spiritual pills into his mouth and managed to summon the sky-trapping pouch once more, trapping the corpse again. In a weakened shout, he called out, "Taoist Qin, I am at my limit and can't hold it for long. Strike now with everything you have. Avenge our fallen companions." Qin Sang observed the entire scene, his gaze indifferent. From a moment Hermit Baiyun collapsed to Wu Yuesheng's brutal blow, his expression remained unchanged. At Hermit Baiyun's urging, Qin Sang glanced at him, responding coolly, "Taoist Baiyun, are you truly at your limit? I don't believe it." "You?" Hermit Baiyun stared at Qin Sang in astonishment for a moment, then suddenly chuckled. His aura recovered in an instant, his face regaining color, with no sign of exhaustion left. "Taoist Qin, you may be young, yet you're even more cautious than the old-timers of the martial world. To make this act convincing, I went as far as to damage my own chi hai, sealing off my spiritual power, and yet it still didn't escape your eyes. You're much sharper than that, fool." Hermit Baiyun looked disdainfully at Wu Yuesheng lying in the pool of blood. Qin Sang glanced over, expression unchanged, and gave no comment on Hermit Baiyun's words. The moment the anomaly had begun, Qin Sang had already withdrawn his five-elemental breaking sword. Now, concealed within the multicolored sword Qi, Qin Sang remarked with a hint of mystery, "Taoist Baiyun, you really know how to pick your moments. Aren't you worried that triggering a crisis now might result in us both dying here, trapped with a malevolent corpse?" Hermit Baiyun chuckled lightly, his eyes filled with unabashed greed as he looked at Qin Sang and said, "Just a mere dead thing. This place is a rare, perfect spot to erase all traces. You and Wu Yuesheng come from reputable sections. With your treasures in my possession, what reason would I have to fear that brainless creature?" Before he finished speaking, the gentle, kindly expression on Hermit Baiyun's face transformed into a vicious one. He raised his hand and pointed at Qin Sang, and with a whoosh, the sky-trapping pouch shot forward. The wind array carried the malevolent corpse and shifted several zhang instantly, revealing the true power of the sky-trapping pouch. The wind array was no longer as fragile and shaky as it had seemed before. "Taoist Qin, why don't you enjoy playing with the malevolent corpse for a while?" With a cold laugh, Hermit Baiyun willed the sky-trapping pouch, which quivered violently. A gap opened in the wind array, allowing the malevolent corpse to escape once more, while the mouth of the sky-trapping pouch shifted to aim directly at Qin Sang. Although the malevolent corpse possessed intelligence, it hadn't developed to a cunning level. As soon as it escaped confinement, it instinctively attacked the first target it spotted. This was precisely how Hermit Baiyun had maneuvered it to ambush Wu Yuesheng with such success. In Hermit Baiyun's view, once Qin Sang was stuck with the malevolent corpse, he only needed to avoid drawing the corpse's attention and use the sky-trapping pouch to trip Qin Sang up a few times to easily secure his victory. However, things didn't unfold as he had expected. Just as the sky-trapping pouch moved, Qin Sang darted out from the five-elemental breaking sword's protection with startling speed, heading in a surprising direction, not aiming to counterattack Hermit Baiyun, but instead targeting the skeleton in the corner of the hall. Qin Sang didn't believe a word of Hermit Baiyun's lies. As a rogue cultivator who had survived to this point, advancing to the foundation-building realm and gaining a modest reputation among cultivators, Hermit Baiyun was undoubtedly a shrewd individual. Unless assured of absolute success or enormous profit, he wouldn't take such risks, let alone scheme against two foundation-building cultivators from the reputable Shaohua Mountain. Not knowing what treasures they carried, the temptation alone wouldn't be enough to drive Hermit Baiyun to such desperate measures, especially since failure would lead to utter ruin. Thus, the only object that stood out in the hall was the skeleton in the corner. The Heavenly Corpse sect's ancient silver token, black pouch, and cracked iron stake seemed unremarkable at first glance, but at least one of them had to be exceptional. When they had first joined forces and assessed the situation, Hermit Bayun had been the only one with knowledge about the Heavenly Corpse sect. Now it was clear he had hidden a lot of information back then. The records on the Heavenly Corpse sect in ancient texts wouldn't have been as brief as he'd claimed. Seeing Qin Sang's actions, Hermit Bayun's face changed slightly. When he realized that Qin Sang had seen through his plan, he was surprised, but he didn't panic and immediately activated the sky-trapping pouch to intercept Qin Sang. At the same time, he stopped hiding his intentions, activating his movement art, and rushing toward the skeleton. To avoid arousing Qin Sang and Wu Yueshing's suspicion, he had concealed his interest in the skeleton, though he had subtly inched closer over time. Now, he was much nearer to it than Qin Sang. However, just then, something occurred that left Hermit Bayun stunned. After breaking free from the wind array, the malevolent corpse completely ignored Qin Sang in front of it. Instead, it abruptly turned around, its blood-red eyes locking onto Hermit Bayun with a ferocious glare before vanishing in place. Hermit Bayun's heart clenched, his face contorting in shock. He didn't understand why the malevolent corpse was acting so strangely, but time didn't allow him to ponder further. The malevolent corpse's evasion technique was strange, far faster than Hermit Bayun's movement art. Although Hermit Bayun was confident in suppressing the malevolent corpse, he dared not let it get close. Aside from his sky-trapping pouch, his other low-grade defensive artifacts were insufficient. With no other choice, Hermit Bayun abandoned his attempt to intercept Qin Sang and hurriedly summoned the sky-trapping pouch back to him. Bang! With a dull thud, the malevolent corpse instantly appeared, its ghostly figure materializing beside Hermit Bayun. The sky-trapping pouch flew back just in time, barely managing to block the malevolent corpse's ambush. Hermit Bayun, however, couldn't avoid the impact. His body trembled violently, his speed drastically reduced. He quickly turned to look at Qin Sang, only to see that Qin Sang seemed entirely oblivious to the malevolent corpse's sudden actions, focused solely on charging toward the skeleton and was about to secure the treasures. Seeing this, all traces of ease vanished from Hermit Bayun's heart. Feeling absolutely desperate and anxious, he hastily retrieved a wooden staff artifact and hurled it at Qin Sang's back. Simultaneously, he summoned a hand of spiritual power to grasp the skeleton and the treasures, hoping to interfere with Qin Sang. In his frantic struggle for the treasures, Hermit Bayun failed to notice a faint shadow quietly materializing behind him. It was another Qin Sang. Qin Sang was holding two items, the essence-devouring spike and a profound thunderbolt. Having fought the malevolent corpse for so many rounds, Qin Sang had come to understand its nature thoroughly. The malevolent corpse's actions and targets weren't determined by its vision, but by its sensitivity to aura and an instinctual urge. The vitality of living beings was what most aroused its bloodthirsty impulse. Under the cover of the five-elemental breaking sword, Qin Sang used his falling cloud wings and spirit evasion art to hide his presence. Though it was impossible to entirely evade the malevolent corpse's senses, his intention was simply to make the malevolent corpse target someone else. With Hermit Bayun behind him as an obvious target, it was inevitable the malevolent corpse would choose him. As for the other Qin Sang, it was merely a clone created with a shapeshift spell. Under normal circumstances, such a simple clone wouldn't have fooled Hermit Bayun. But with the sudden change in the situation, the malevolent corpse's ambush, and his mind fixated on the ancient treasure, he had no time for close scrutiny. Bang! The wooden staff artifact struck the clone in the back, shattering the illusion. Simultaneously, the spiritual power hand encountered no resistance as it seized the treasure. Upon seeing this, Hermit Bayun's face did not show the slightest joy. Instead, a look of utter horror and fear filled his eyes as he turned abruptly. Boom! The essence-devouring spike exploded. A dense blue light filled Hermit Bayun's vision. An overwhelming surge of water elemental power surged like an unstoppable tidal wave, engulfing Hermit Bayun entirely. Amidst the violent surge of water elemental power, an exceptionally fine, venomous needle floated along the waves. The needle, faintly green, was so tiny that it was barely noticeable within the vast, roiling currents of spiritual power. The ferocious water elemental energy seemed intent on annihilating everything. The essence-devouring spike exploded right in front of Hermit Bayun, its terrifying power threatening his very life. In utter panic, he recalled the sky-trapping pouch from its engagement with the malevolent corpse. Just then, the malevolent corpse swung a claw, striking the sky-trapping pouch. Screech! Under the combined assault of the essence-devouring spike and the malevolent corpse, the sky-trapping pouch trembled violently, splitting open as its spiritual radiance dissipated. The top-grade artifact was utterly destroyed. Though the sky-trapping pouch had absorbed much of the blast, the remaining water elemental power was still potent, allowing Hermit Bayun no chance to evade as it swallowed him whole. Hermit Bayun grunted, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, revealing the severity of his injuries. He hastily summoned several defensive artifacts around himself and retreated in desperation. However, he failed to notice that at the moment of the sky-trapping pouch's destruction, the venomous needle slipped through his protective spiritual barrier and deeply embedded itself in his abdomen. Hermit Bayun felt a slight prick of pain in his abdomen, and before he could inspect it, a paralyzing sensation swiftly spread through his body. The intense venom erupted within him. This needle was a deadly addition Qin Sang had suggested to shopkeeper Wu, infused with 90% of the venom from a serpent demon's two fangs. Adding the venomous needle to the essence-devouring spike wasn't just a simple enhancement. It required altering the entire artifact refinement process. Initially, shopkeeper Wu doubted its success, but with Qin Sang's assurance that he would not be held liable for the destroyed materials, and spurred by the insights he gained from observing the Qi Dragon Sword, shopkeeper Wu took on the challenge. After days of dedicated effort, he succeeded, to the delight of both of them. The essence-devouring spike's explosion was already formidable. The addition of a nearly invisible venomous needle made it even deadlier. Sure enough, Hermit Bayun fell for the trap. When Qin Sang saw that he succeeded with the venomous needle, he smiled subtly, quietly stowing away the profound Yin Thunderbolt. The profound Yin Thunderbolt had been prepared in case Hermit Bayun didn't take the bait, but it was no longer needed. The snake demon had reached the demonic spirit realm, and its venom was no trifling matter. For a foundation-building cultivator, surviving the venom's effects was unlikely, and even if it didn't kill them instantly, it would cause severe complications. To Hermit Bayun, being poisoned by this venom was a disastrous turn of events. He felt even more horrified when he realized that not only was his body paralyzed, but even the circulation of his remaining spiritual power began to slow down. All of this happened in an instant. As Hermit Bayun suffered from Qin Sang's hidden strike, the malevolent corpse, instead of pursuing him, sensed the devastating power of the essence-devouring spike's explosion and hesitated. It turned around, charging at Qin Sang instead. At that moment, with a few swift motions, Qin Sang released 6 banners from his palm. These banners transformed into pitch-black Yin Luo banners and embedded themselves into the ground, forming the Yin Luo array of 10 directions. Black fog billowed from the banners, while ghostly threads floated outward, encircling Hermit Bayun and the malevolent corpse. When luring Hermit Bayun, Qin Sang had been devising a way to escape as well. Killing Hermit Bayun wouldn't be enough. He still had to face the malevolent corpse alone. Only by dealing with it and breaking the barrier on the black iron gate could he truly escape danger. Therefore, while distracting Hermit Bayun, Qin Sang had also been preparing the Yin Luo array of 10 directions, intending to ensnare both Hermit Bayun and the malevolent corpse in one fell swoop. Taking advantage of his opponent's weakened state, Qin Sang wasted no time activating the Yin Luo array of 10 directions with all his might. Amidst the impenetrable darkness, countless ghostly threads surged forward, wildly drilling into Hermit Bayun's body. The ghostly threads directly seared the soul, a pain unbearable for any ordinary person. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the grand hall as Hermit Bayun's primordial spirit suffered damage, his entire body battered and bruised. His hair was disheveled, his facial features twisted into a grimace of madness and agony, his voice hoarse to the point of sounding inhuman. He was utterly pitiful. Qin Sang watched coldly, his gaze unmoved. At that moment, a glint of surprise appeared on his face as he glanced toward the malevolent corpse. The ghostly threads, capable of harming a cultivator's soul, should have been ineffective against the malevolent corpse. Yet, as the corpse came into contact with the ghostly threads, it roared repeatedly in apparent agony, desperately attempting to charge out of the yin luo array of 10 directions, leaving Qin Sang utterly astounded. Qin Sang frowned slightly, and with a flick of his fingers, shot the 5-elemental breaking sword into the array, piercing straight through Hermit Bayun's chest and killing him instantly. Without casting Hermit Bayun's body a glance, Qin Sang shifted the yin luo array, causing the dark mist to coalesce into ghostly beasts, which then ferociously collided with the malevolent corpse. Entrapped by the array, the malevolent corpse found itself unable to escape as the omnipresent ghostly threads thwarted its evasive techniques, leaving it no choice but to engage in hand-to-hand combat with the ghostly beasts. After enduring so many attacks from Qin Sang and others, the malevolent corpse's Xianhuang armor had cracked in several places. Nevertheless, it fought with undiminished ferocity, soon overpowering the ghostly beasts. The ghostly beasts, at a disadvantage, struggled to harm the malevolent corpse, unable to hold it off for much longer. Standing outside the array, Qin Sang directed the 5-elemental breaking sword to strike several more times, though with limited success. Strangely, he refrained from using the ebony sword throughout the fight. Then, Qin Sang glanced back at the stone path behind him, its depths shrouded in shadow. Faint, rumbling sounds echoed from within, suggesting that the earth-malevolent qi was far from spent. They had been delayed, first by the malevolent corpse, and then by Hermit Bayun's betrayal and his ambush on Wu Yuesheng, wasting significant time. The earth-malevolent qi would likely catch up soon. A flicker of anxiety and restlessness crossed Qin Sang's face. Turning back to gaze at the malevolent corpse, he fell into silent contemplation. After a moment's thought, he retrieved the lightning-struck spiritual wood from his mustard seed pouch and sat cross-legged. The lightning-struck spiritual would contain the power of heavenly thunderbolts, a natural bane to sinister entities. Combined with the Gui Shui Yin Thunder spell, its potency would increase manifold. Holding the lightning-struck spiritual wood, Qin Sang aimed it at the malevolent corpse, chanting under his breath as if focused on preparing a spell. Shortly, the incantation completed, and the lightning power within the wood was drawn forth. A mass of pure, radiant thunder took form in front of Qin Sang, rumbling ominously, its roar merging with the malevolent corpse's own cries. The grand hall became a scene of pure chaos. White bones, ancient corpses behind iron doors, malicious spirits, the malevolent corpse, demonic banners, ghost arrays, and 3 fresh bodies all created an infernal landscape. The blood pooling beneath Wu Yuesheng's body even seemed to glimmer with an eerie hue. Crackle! With a thunderous burst, a lightning bolt as thick as an arm struck the malevolent corpse, flooding the dark hall with a blinding brilliance that turned it as bright as day. In the instant the lightning struck, a small spiritual sword quietly emerged from the pool of blood under Wu Yuesheng's corpse. It was his life-bound spiritual sword. The spiritual sword aimed at Qin Sang's unprotected back, lying motionless until it suddenly sprang forth and vanished in a flash. The sword qi was earth-shattering. Wu Yuesheng, who was supposedly dead, moved slightly, and he raised his head quietly. Bloodstains remained on his face, and his skin was unusually pale from blood loss. However, He didn't appear overly weak, suggesting that his injuries were not as severe as they seemed. Seeing Qin Sang still seated on the ground, oblivious to his impending doom, a smug smile crossed Wu Yuesheng's face. But as his gaze swept over Qin Sang and landed on the Yan Luo array of 10 directions, his expression hardened. What a powerful array! Wu Yuesheng murmured, eyes blazing with interest. He was just about to rise when a sudden, immense force slammed him to the ground, sending searing pain through his back and chest. With a look of stunned disbelief, he struggled to glance down and saw a glowing green spiritual sword that had shifted from transparency to solidity, piercing his heart and embedding itself in the ground. Suddenly, Wu Yuesheng understood. Without needing to look, he knew his strike had failed. He chuckled wryly as the light in his eyes quickly dimmed and life slipped away. The crimson flame sword slashed through the air, but, lacking a controller, faltered and crashed into the wall with a clear, ringing sound. The red glow on its blade gradually dimmed, as if mourning its master. Swish! The ebony sword moved again, piercing Wu Yuesheng's skull. Only then did Qin Sang's figure slowly appear at Wu Yuesheng's side. His breathing was heavy, his energy chaotic. In such a short span of time, dealing with 2 treacherous companions while coordinating multiple artifacts seamlessly had taken its toll, even though his spiritual consciousness was strong and his control precise. Qin Sang wasn't certain if Wu Yuesheng was truly dead. He had witnessed Wu Yuesheng's skill at concealing his life force, making it easy to feign death. Coupled with Wu Yuesheng's previous stalking incident, Qin Sang naturally harbored deep suspicion toward him and had never trusted him fully. So he had prepared a final precaution and kept the ebony sword hidden. He suspected that Wu Yuesheng's injuries weren't severe and even considered the possibility that he might be pretending to be tricked. Qin Sang could still vividly recall Wu Yuesheng's cautious behavior during his tracking efforts. However, Qin Sang chose not to probe Wu Yuesheng directly. If Wu Yuesheng was indeed faking, and he did not wake up even after Qin Sang had killed Hermit Baiyun, it would only mean that he had ill intentions. Probing recklessly would only force Qin Sang into a direct confrontation with Wu Yuesheng. Since his foundation was damaged and his cultivation level was lower than Wu Yuesheng's, even if he could rely on his artifacts to win, it would be no easy task dealing with such a formidable enemy. A prolonged fight risked them both being consumed by the earth malevolent Qi, unless he used the profound Yin Thunderbolts. He had used the essence-devouring spike to kill Hermit Baiyun, leaving the profound Yin Thunderbolts as his last trump card. Since he had not yet reached the core of the Heavenly Corpse sect branch, where even stronger malevolent corpses likely lay in wait, he needed to consider his options. Thus, Qin Sang made himself the bait. He killed Hermit Baiyun swiftly with the essence-devouring spike so that Wu Yuesheng would not be given any opportunity to benefit as a bystander. Then, he pretended to be anxious, feigning an all-out casting of the Guishu Yin Thunder spell and luring Wu Yuesheng with his unguarded back. This supernatural ability was truly an invaluable tool for ambush and assassination. As Wu Yuesheng rejoiced over Qin Sang's apparent vulnerability, focusing entirely on suppressing the fluctuations of the Crimson Flame sword, intent on ambushing Qin Sang, he had no inkling that an invisible spiritual sword was stealthily approaching him, like a venomous snake in the shadows, poised for a fatal strike. Finally assured that Wu Yuesheng was dead, Qin Sang felt a heavy tension ease from his mind, leaving him utterly drained. He let out a soft sigh. He took a pill to restore his spiritual power, then guided the ebony sword to engage the malevolent corpse. In a flash, he appeared beside the skeleton in the main hall. After checking the skeleton, Qin Sang found nothing unusual. He then gathered the 3 items that Hermit Baiyun had disturbed. Unexpectedly, both the black cloth bag and the cracked iron stake were artifacts, but neither held anything remarkable. The cracks on the iron stake weren't part of its original form. They had appeared from damage over time. The stake seemed unusual, but the cracks were so numerous that Qin Sang didn't dare probe it with too much spiritual power, fearing it would shatter instantly upon contact. Thus, only the silver token remained. Qin Sang examined the token, infusing it with spiritual power, but it gave no response. His brows furrowed slightly, and just then, he suddenly recalled something, quickly probing the token with his spiritual consciousness. Boom! A stream of text surfaced in Qin Sang's mind. As expected, it was like a jade slip, storing information within. Qin Sang glanced thoughtfully at Hermit Bayun's corpse. Had he risked everything for this text? Since it was sealed within the Heavenly Corpse token, could it be a legacy of the Heavenly Corpse sect? Meanwhile, the malevolent corpse, now caught between the ebony sword and the yin luo array of 10 directions, could only put up a feeble struggle. Killing it was only a matter of time. Moreover, Qin Sang had a hunch that the contents of the Heavenly Corpse token might relate to corpse refinement, perhaps even containing a way to easily subdue the malevolent corpse. He carefully examined the information. After a moment, Qin Sang withdrew his consciousness from the Heavenly Corpse token, his expression strange. The token revealed the Heavenly Corpse sect's corpse refinement technique, titled Heavenly In Corpse Art. It outlined methods for crafting zombie and malevolent corpse puppets in complete detail. The zombie puppet technique was similar to other corpse refinement arts Qin Sang had encountered, using malevolent In Shi as the primary force. However, the Heavenly Corpse sect's refinement method incorporated a thread of earth malevolent Shi to temper the puppet's body, making these zombie puppets stronger than others of their kind. But the technique for refining malevolent corpse puppets was entirely different, crafted solely using earth malevolent Shi and requiring the corpse of a foundation-building cultivator. The process was incredibly intricate. Beyond that, Heavenly In Corpse Art even included a method for refining a living corpse puppet. Upon reading the method for refining living corpses, Qin Sang's face changed. A chill crept up his spine, and he gasped in shock. Living corpses were made by forcibly refining a living cultivator's primordial spirit using a secret technique known as the Heavenly Corpse Talisman, turning them into a living puppet. Once refined, the living corpse retained far more intelligence than other malevolent corpses, was highly obedient, and nearly as powerful as in life, capable of using spells, practically a perfect puppet. Is this malevolent corpse a living corpse? Qin Sang lifted his head, quietly studying the malevolent corpse within the yin luo array. The realization dawned on him. No wonder it had such intelligence and could use the Xianwang armor and mysterious evasion techniques. And yet, this wasn't all the Heavenly In Corpse Art contained. According to the general outline, the text also described methods for refining puppets stronger than malevolent corpses, including a secret technique capable of enhancing a living corpse to rival the strength of a flying yaksha. However, none of these additional methods were recorded in this Heavenly Corpse token. The owner of this Heavenly Corpse token held a respectable position within the Heavenly Corpse sect, though not one of the highest ranks. As such, the Heavenly Corpse token only contained fragments of the Heavenly In Corpse Art. Qin Sang then picked up the black pouch beside him, realizing it was called a corpse puppet pouch, a unique artifact of the Heavenly Corpse sect, used to store corpse puppets. The pouch sealed away corpse chi and malevolent chi, preventing detection by others. Creating a corpse puppet pouch was extremely challenging, and lower-ranking disciples could only use cumbersome coffins to store zombies. After securing the 3 items, Qin Sang gazed thoughtfully at the living corpse before him, recalling what he had learned from the Heavenly In Corpse Art about the Heavenly Corpse Talisman. Disciples of the Heavenly Corpse sect left a soul imprint within the Heavenly Corpse Talisman to control living corpses through it. This particular living corpse must have a Heavenly Corpse Talisman embedded within its primordial spirit. With its master deceased and no one to control it, its bloodthirsty nature had fully emerged. If I claim this Heavenly Corpse Talisman for myself, won't I gain control over a powerful corpse puppet comparable to a foundation-building cultivator? Judging by the strength of this malevolent corpse, it likely had been a cultivator at the middle stage of foundation building before being refined into a living corpse. Qin Sang's heart stirred at the thought, and he glanced briefly at Hermit Baiyun, realizing that he, too, had likely harbored similar intentions and dared to take this risk. After all, possessing a living corpse puppet would effectively double one's power, and that was just one of the apparent benefits. In future explorations of hidden realms or encounters with peril, he could send the fearless living corpse forward, circumventing countless dangers. But will it really work? With this thought in mind, Qin Sang meticulously reviewed the secret technique for controlling the heavenly corpse talisman. The technique was not difficult, and he quickly mastered it after a few attempts. Unexpectedly, as Qin Sang activated the technique, sending his spiritual consciousness into the living corpse to control it, the living corpse suddenly let out a furious roar. The heavenly corpse talisman trembled violently, launching a fierce counterattack that nearly shattered Qin Sang's spiritual consciousness. He quickly severed the connection with that strand of consciousness, his face paling slightly as his gaze darkened, realizing he had underestimated the challenge. Each heavenly corpse talisman had been crafted with care, merging a soul imprint into it during the refinement process. Even with the master deceased, the soul imprint remained intact, making it impossible to simply seize control. Unless the original master's soul imprint dissipated, he would never be able to fully claim this living corpse. Still, Qin Sang had not walked away empty-handed. Having mastered the secret technique for the heavenly corpse talisman, he could at least influence the living corpse's movements through the heavenly corpse talisman, limiting its combat ability since it had no master. Having confirmed that he couldn't fully claim it, Qin Sang abandoned the thought and prepared to eliminate this creature directly. The living corpse, without a master to shield it, was susceptible to the influence of his technique. The Xianhuang armor, which had previously protected it from the sword qi of his ebony sword, began to falter, losing much of its potency under his technique's interference. Qin Sang pressed the attack with his ebony sword, exploiting the armor's lapse, and struck repeatedly at a single point. Deep wounds at exposed bone began to accumulate until the earth-malevolent qi on the living corpse could no longer keep up with repairs. Finally, with a thrust that pierced the malevolent corpse's skull, Qin Sang obliterated its primordial spirit. Thud! The living corpse collapsed. Unlike previous malevolent corpses, it did not disintegrate into ashes but retained its human form. Qin Sang summoned a flame, incinerating the living corpse, then retrieved his ebony sword and the Yin Luo banners of 10 directions. After a brief moment to catch his breath, he turned his gaze toward the bodies of Hermit Baiyun and Wu Yuesheng, his face pensive. After a moment, Qin Sang incinerated Wu Yuesheng's corpse as well, but he preserved Hermit Baiyun's body within an ice coffin. According to the heavenly Yin corpse art, refining a malevolent corpse puppet required the corpse of a foundation-building cultivator. Since Hermit Baiyun had attacked him first, Qin Sang had no intention of showing mercy and planned to refine him into a corpse puppet. Unlike living corpses, corpse puppets retained slightly less strength than they had in life. If he used Hermit Baiyun's body to create a malevolent corpse, its final strength would likely surpass that of a 13-stage Qi refining realm cultivator, capable of withstanding attacks from foundation-building cultivators. While it would mainly serve as a troublesome distraction, it would still be a useful ally. This would be especially valuable for Qin Sang's upcoming journey to the ancient immortal battlefield, where the vast and sparsely populated terrain meant he wouldn't have to worry about anyone discovering his corpse puppet. However, Qin Sang didn't dare treat Wu Yuesheng's body the same way. Hermit Baiyun had been a rogue cultivator with no powerful backers, so there was no one to avenge him. Wu Yuesheng was different. As a fellow disciple, Qin Sang knew that Shaohua Mountain wouldn't ignore the unexplained disappearance of a foundation-building disciple. After leaving this place, those still alive would surely have to answer to the sect. The world of immortal cultivation held countless strange techniques, and if any evidence were to emerge, Qin Sang would be in serious trouble. While Wu Yuesheng had initiated the fight, refining a fellow disciple into a corpse puppet would be equally unforgivable. Even Wu Yuesheng's life-bound Crimson Flame Sword would need to be discreetly discarded. Qin Sang then preserved the remains of Lu Jiang, who had helped guide him earlier. He refrained from taking Lu Jiang's mustard seed pouch, intending to return it to Lu Shan, though he could only imagine how Lu Shan would feel upon seeing the corpse, disfigured and corroded by corpse poison. Next, Qin Sang made a gesture, gathering up the belongings of Hermit Baiyun and Wu Yuesheng before carelessly wiping away the traces of battle in the hall. Once the earth malevolent qi rose to fill the space, all clues would be erased, so he didn't bother being thorough. He then began dismantling the barrier on the black iron door, while also examining the items he'd collected. Anything related to Shaohua Mountain, including Wu Yuesheng's artifacts, had to be discarded. However, spirit stones, pills, and other spiritual materials could be kept. Wu Yuesheng's wealth was considerable. Just his spirit stones amounted to over 800 low-grade ones. Adding Hermit Baiyun's possessions, Qin Sang's gains totaled over 1,200 low-grade spirit stones. After breaking into the foundation building realm, Qin Sang had practiced diligently in his cave dwelling without touching the 5 mid-grade spirit stones given to him by his sect. With what he already had, he now possessed about 1,000 low-grade spirit stones in total. A sum of 2,200 low-grade spirit stones would be enough to buy a fine top-grade artifact. Among foundation building cultivators, Qin Sang now had a respectable level of wealth. Aside from the Crimson Flame Sword, Wu Yuesheng had a few high-quality artifacts, which Qin Sang reluctantly placed back in the mustard seed pouch, intending to discard it later. Compared to Wu Yuesheng, Hermit Baiyun's collection was sparse. His strongest artifact, the sky-trapping pouch, was destroyed, leaving only a wooden staff called the Dragon-Subduing Staff, a high-grade artifact of excellent quality and unique functionality. The staff was crafted from a piece of spiritual wood. Unfortunately, it had been refined into an artifact mixed with other spiritual materials, which compromised the wood structure and made it unsuitable for enhancing the ebony sword. While the ebony sword, now refined into a spiritual sword embryo, had grown stronger, it had also become more delicate in some ways. Any improper infusion would weaken it, even to the point of collapse, as it could only merge with the purest form of spiritual wood. Inside Hermit Baiyun's mustard seed pouch, Qin Sang found an unexpected item: half of the corpse of a middle-stage demonic spirit realm tiger. Before entering the underground chamber, they had split into 2 groups. Senior Sister Qing Ting, leading Hermit Baiyun and the others, took a different route and encountered a demonic spirit realm black tiger, which they killed together. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a middle-stage demonic spirit realm tiger. No wonder it took them so long. There were also various miscellaneous items, all of which Qin Sang collected. By now, Qin Sang had nearly figured out the barrier on the black iron door. He summoned his 5-elemental breaking sword to break the barrier and push the door open. Unexpectedly, beyond the door was only a stone passageway. Unlike the winding paths before, this one stretched straight downward at an angle, with a bend ahead, making it impossible to see the end. The spiritual power within the passageway was denser than outside, only slightly inferior to that of Qin Sang's cave dwelling. It was worth noting that his cave dwelling was merely a small stone chamber. It was unclear how deep he would need to go to reach the core of the Heavenly Corpse Sex branch. Given the scale of the area, the spiritual power at the core was bound to be even more astonishing, likely an excellent top-grade cave dwelling, and it might even contain a spiritual spring. The passage was eerie and deep, but Qin Sang moved quickly. Now that he had the Heavenly Corpse Talisman, he felt less afraid of living corpses. Along the way, he encountered a few bends but found only one stone chamber, which was empty. After traveling for a while, Qin Sang suddenly paused, his expression tensing as he looked ahead, listening intently. Faint sounds of vibrations and roars echoed from up ahead. Someone's battling a malevolent corpse. Qin Sang immediately quickened his pace, and as he approached, the sounds grew clearer. The roars were indeed coming from a malevolent corpse, and the fight sounded intense, though it was hard to tell how many people were involved since he couldn't hear any voices. After progressing a little further, Qin Sang stopped abruptly, emerging from the shadows with a frown, staring at a tightly closed stone door ahead. No wonder the sounds had been so muffled before. He had planned to quietly observe the situation, but with the stone door blocking his way, it seemed the battle was happening just beyond it. The moment he opened the door, he would also be exposed. However, Qin Sang didn't hesitate for long. He promptly activated his five-elemental breaking sword and blasted the door open, revealing another grand hall behind it, even more majestic than the one before, though similarly furnished. Qin Sang quickly scanned the hall and fixed his gaze on the two battling figures. As expected, one was indeed a malevolent corpse, and it was a living corpse. Opposing it was Senior Sister Qing Ting, fighting alone. Senior Sister Qing Ting was seated on the ground, her expression tense as she controlled a jade rui, one that emitted an azure light, sending illusory attacks toward the living corpse in rapid succession. Surprisingly, the jade rui was a talisman astra. Behind Senior Sister Qing Ting lay a corpse, corroded by corpse poison, which Qin Sang recognized as Liu Shan, one of the Liu brothers, leaving him shocked. Qin Sang's sudden appearance and forceful entrance startled Qing Ting. When she saw it was Qin Sang, her expression turned urgent, and in a weak voice, she called out, "Junior Brother Qin, the malevolent corpse is ruthless. I can't hold out much longer. You must break the barrier and leave quickly." Hearing this, Qin Sang focused his gaze on her and took in her condition, his heart sinking at once. Her robes around her chest and abdomen were soaked with blood, bearing several claw marks from ghostly talons. Deep gashes, slashed down to the bone, revealed internal organs already ravaged by the talons, leaving her insides in disarray. The torn flesh around her wounds pulsed, indicating she had already taken healing pills. However, they were ineffective, as her injuries were laced with lingering earth malevolent chi and corpse poison, preventing her wounds from healing. The corpse poison, like a festering infection, was now spreading through her body. Qing Ting's aura had weakened considerably from her severe injuries. She could barely sustain her talisman astra to fend off the malevolent corpse, having no strength left to suppress the corpse poison in her body. Her internal organs had been tainted a ghastly dark green by the corpse poison, a sight that would terrify anyone. Seeing this, Qin Sang didn't hesitate to summon his ebony sword, which whistled forward, charged with sword chi, and struck at the malevolent corpse, relieving much of the pressure on Qing Ting. "Senior Sister, focus all your strength on suppressing the corpse poison and treating your wounds," Qin Sang shouted, launching an all-out assault on the malevolent corpse. Drawn to Qin Sang's attack, the malevolent corpse immediately turned and lunged toward him. At that moment, the jade rui suddenly radiated a strong azure light, binding the malevolent corpse firmly in place. Qing Ting's face grew even paler as she began to cough violently, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. With a bitter tone, she urged, "Junior Brother Qin, forget about me. The corpse poison has invaded my heart meridian. I'm beyond saving. While I still have the strength to control the talisman astra to restrain this malevolent corpse, quickly break the barrier on the door and leave. I'll help seal the iron door's barrier behind you." This malevolent corpse is not only powerful, comparable to a middle-stage foundation-building cultivator, but it can also use spells. "Junior Brother Qin, you won't be able to withstand it alone. Go now." During their brief skirmish, Qin Sang had already assessed the living corpse's abilities. It was even stronger than the one they had encountered before and could cast spells, though not the Xianhuang armor, but rather a spell that condensed qi into blades. Its other technique was a similar evasion technique, eerie and unpredictable, making defense nearly impossible. No wonder Qing Ting was so severely injured. Due to the unique refinement methods of the living corpse, it retained the spell it was most adept with in life. Additionally, the corpse refiner could infuse the corpse with a spell they themselves mastered through the heavenly corpse talisman. This strange evasion technique likely stemmed from a secret technique passed down in the Heavenly Corpse sect. Yet, to Qin Sang, this living corpse was actually easier to deal with than the previous one. The prior living corpse had worn a suit of Xianhuang armor, which protected it like a tortoise shell. It had taken the combined efforts of three of them a long time to break most of its armor before Qin Sang could finally finish it off. Without personally witnessing the Heavenly Yin corpse art, Hermit Baiyun hadn't fully understood the true power of the Heavenly Corpse talisman, making him unwilling to confront the living corpse at its peak. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to act out his ruse, waiting until the last moment to strike. This living corpse was more aggressive, but much weaker in defense. As long as he kept his distance, killing it wouldn't be difficult. It was likely Qin Ting had been ambushed by the malevolent corpse, preventing her from countering in time, leading to her severe injuries and the current desperate situation. Qin Sang chose not to open the iron door. To him, the living corpse posed no true threat. Qin Ting, willingly trapping the malevolent corpse and offering him a way to escape, was no schemer harboring malicious intentions. It would be best if he could save her. Senior sister, don't dwell on it. Let's kill this beast first. Qin Sang called firmly. Whoosh! The ebony sword unleashed a powerful burst of sword chi, attacking the living corpse in tandem with the jade rui. Meanwhile, Qin Sang subtly activated the secret art of the Heavenly Corpse talisman, affecting the living corpse, which suddenly began to slow, taking multiple hits from the sword. The earth-malevolent chi within its body churned uncontrollably. Seeing this, Qin Ting took a deep breath, her spirits lifted. She shouted, "Good. If I can avenge myself before death, I'll die content." Thank you, junior brother Qin. 1. A rui is a Chinese curved decorative object that serves as either a ceremonial scepter in Chinese Buddhism or a talisman symbolizing power and good fortune in Chinese folklore. Snap! After a fierce struggle, the living corpse was sent flying by the jade rui. Qin Sang immediately followed, guiding his sword to pierce through the living corpse's skull, shattering its primordial spirit and killing it. Qin Ting collapsed to the ground, while the talisman Astra transformed back into a paper talisman, gently fluttering down. A faint crack appeared along the middle, revealing that much of the talisman's power had already been depleted. Ignoring the malevolent corpse, Qin Sang moved quickly to Qin Ting's side, gently helping her up. Whether her injuries were real or feigned, he could tell the difference. Pressing his palm to her back, he steadily channeled spiritual power into Qin Ting's body, helping her suppress the corpse poison and inspecting her injuries. Qin Ting offered no resistance, allowing Qin Sang's spiritual power to flow through her meridians, expelling the surface corpse poison and malevolent qi. Moments later, Qin Sang withdrew his hand, gazing at Qin Ting with a complicated expression. He hesitated, but eventually sighed lightly. Just as Qin Ting had mentioned, not only was her spiritual power on the brink of depletion, but corpse poison had also invaded her heart meridian. The fact that she had managed to continue using the talisman Astra to aid him in fighting the living corpse was already remarkable. There was no way to save her, unless they found a cultivator highly skilled in medical arts. But where could they find one now, with Qin Ting hanging on by a thread? Qin Ting gazed steadily at Qin Sang. When she saw his expression, her eyes dimmed, but then she offered a serene smile, her voice barely a whisper, weak and hoarse. Junior brother Qin, there's no need to fret. Death, to me, is not a fearful thing. Cough, cough. Qin Ting suddenly coughed violently, as if her chest were being torn apart. Qin Sang took out a healing pill and gave it to Qin Ting. Her pallor improved slightly, but it was only temporary. She suddenly raised her hand, pointing to a pile of rubble in the corner of the hall, and spoke in a rushed tone. Junior brother Qin, there are some broken bones over there. Go see if there are any relics. Qin Sang raised an eyebrow, inwardly surprised. Even at this point, Qin Ting was still concerned about relics. But, under her hopeful gaze, he released a wave of spiritual power, forming a large hand that drew the entire pile over. Sure enough, some broken bones emerged, but no relics were among them. Qin Sang displayed each piece for Qin Ting, whose face gradually lost its hopeful look. She let out a bitter laugh, murmuring, "It's fine. I'm on the brink of death. Finding anything now wouldn't make a difference." With that, Qin Ting suddenly summoned all her remaining strength to sit up, telling Qin Sang with a serious expression, "Junior brother Qin, the danger here isn't resolved, and I, being at death's door, don't dare waste your time any longer. I hadn't expected this underground chamber to be so saturated with earth malevolent chi, trapping both you and our fellow cultivators. But rest assured, junior brother Qin, if you open the iron gate and move forward, you'll reach the forbidden grounds of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Once you arrive, activate the cave dwelling's barrier to ward off the earth malevolent chi. When it recedes, you'll be able to leave this place." Qin Sang glanced at Qin Ting. "Senior sister, you knew this place belonged to the Heavenly Corpse sect?" Qin Ting nodded, though she offered no further explanation. Smiling bitterly, she said, "To die here, I must leave my final wishes with you, junior brother Qin. I sold off my entire estate to craft the Firecrow Array and am now left with nothing of value except this talisman Astra and the black tiger corpse in the mustard seed pouch. I'll entrust it all to you, junior brother Qin. I only ask you for one last favor." If it was something simple, Qin Sang had no reason to refuse and replied non-committally, "Please, senior sister, go on." Qin Ting then pulled a small black pouch from her inner garment. Qin Sang's gaze sharpened with a hint of surprise. It was a corpse puppet pouch. Whether Qin Ting had recently found it or obtained it elsewhere, she had kept it close at hand. Could it contain a corpse puppet? Qin Ting opened the pouch, and from within, a crystal coffin floated out, landing softly before them. Inside lay not a corpse puppet, but a person, with a square face, high cheekbones, and a tall, robust figure. He lay motionless within the crystal coffin, exuding a resilient charisma even in stillness. However, this person was now as lifeless as a corpse. No breath, no trace of blood in his skin. When he saw the man's face, Qin Sang suddenly recalled something and asked softly, "Senior sister, is this senior brother Jiang?" Qin Ting gave a slight nod, her gaze filled with deep attachment and affection, fixed on that familiar face as though afraid she would never see it again. Qin Sang remained silent. He remembered hearing gossip among their fellow disciples back when he was still in the Qi refining realm. Senior sister Qin Ting's partner was a man surnamed Jiang, and the two were very close, deeply devoted to each other. Later, senior brother Jiang had encountered a tragic accident while out on a training mission, and it was rumored he had died. Qin Sang had never expected that senior sister Qin Ting had preserved senior brother Jiang's body within a crystal coffin all this time. Wait, no. When Qin Sang scanned the crystal coffin with his spiritual consciousness, he detected an extremely faint fluctuation of primordial spirit within senior brother Jiang's body, as feeble as a candle flickering in the wind. He is still alive. Qin Ting reached out, pressing her hand against the crystal coffin, opening it. She pulled senior brother Jiang tightly into her embrace, grasping his hand, and spoke softly to Qin Sang. His primordial spirit suffered severe trauma. I tried everything, but nothing could heal him. All I could do was slow the dissipation of his primordial spirit. Death may be a release for us both. I only hope that, once you escape from here, junior brother Qin, you could lay us to rest together, united in life and together in death." The moment he was removed from the crystal coffin, senior brother Jiang's physical body began to deteriorate rapidly, his primordial spirit flickering away at an alarming rate. And then an astonishing thing happened. Senior brother Jiang's fingers gave a faint tremble and, though weak, firmly clasped Qin Ting's hand in return. Qin Ting was overjoyed, flinging herself onto him, sobbing openly. It was as if years of pent-up anguish and helplessness, sorrow too profound for words, had finally received an answer. A single tear trickled down from the corner of senior brother Jiang's eye. The Heavenly Corpse talisman. A sudden realization dawned upon Qin Sang. He understood now what Qin Ting had been searching for. The heavenly corpse talisman would transform senior brother Jiang into a corpse puppet, yet it could fuse with his primordial spirit, sealing it and potentially preventing it from dissipating. According to the heavenly Yin corpse art, once sealed by the heavenly corpse talisman, the process was irreversible. Senior brother Jiang would inevitably become a corpse puppet, his primordial spirit would undergo strange transformations, and there would be no hope of restoring it. But in the immortal cultivation world, as long as a sliver of hope remained, miracles could happen. The complete dissipation of the primordial spirit was a final, absolute end. The Jade Buddha would likely resist the power of the heavenly corpse talisman, but Qin Sheng wasn't willing to test it on himself. Senior brother Zhang's primordial spirit fully dissipated, and after venting her emotions, senior sister Qingting's expression showed no fear in the face of impending death. Instead, a strange, faint brightness appeared in her eyes. She retrieved the mustard seed pouch and talisman astra, handing them over to Qin Sheng. Looking into the mustard seed pouch, Qin Sheng saw that, besides the body of the black tiger, it contained only a few items of little value. As he expected, senior sister Qingting had exhausted her resources on the fire crow token. Seeing no use for these things himself, he asked, "Senior sister Qingting, do you have any family left?" Qin Sheng summoned water-based spiritual power, condensing it into an ice coffin to seal the two bodies locked in each other's embrace, intending to find a suitable burial site after they left. He also gathered up Lu Shan's body. Out of their group of 8, 5 were already dead. He had no idea what had become of Yu Deyue and Li Zai. According to Qing Ting, the forbidden ground of the heavenly corpse sex branch lay behind this hall. Regardless of which cave Tunnel 1 entered from, they would ultimately converge here, but neither Yu Deyue nor Li Zai had shown up. The Liu brothers hadn't told the full truth. The two had not cultivated the same art, but were able to perform a combined attack, unleashing power comparable to that of a foundation-building cultivator. They accomplished this through a secret art called the divine art of two forces. This secret art was incredibly unique, and its origin seemed anything but simple. However, there was one thing they hadn't lied about. The divine art of two forces indeed required two people with aligned hearts and minds to practice together, making it useless to Qin Sheng, so he simply put away. What intrigued Qin Sheng the most, though, was the talisman astra. Printed on the durable, snow-white talisman paper was a delicate jade rui radiating a faint, pure light, almost as though it would break free from the paper, exuding a strong spiritual essence. Although he'd encountered talisman astras before, this was the first time Qin Sheng actually owned one. Such a thin sheet of talisman paper could retain a tenth of an astra's power, a marvel in itself. The youth in combat attire he met in the 8 trigrams Forbidden Ground had also possessed a talisman astra in the shape of a crescent blade. However, that youth, being only at the Qi refining realm, lacked the method for fully activating its power and could only tap into a portion of it. Senior sister Qingting, however, was a foundation-building cultivator and could wield the full power of a talisman astra. When she activated the talisman astra to attack the malevolent corpse, Qin Sheng was astounded by the display. Even the finest top-grade artifacts paled compared to a talisman astra. Sadly, senior sister Qingting had been ambushed by the malevolent corpse, sustaining severe injuries, and the situation became irreversible. Moreover, activating a talisman astra required a specific ritual to refine it, infusing it with large amounts of spiritual power, which was extremely draining. After examining the talisman astra briefly, Qin Sheng carefully put it away and moved to the massive black iron door. Following senior sister Qingting's instructions, he began dismantling the barrier on the door. Previously, he had always relied on brute force to break barriers, but using her method, he could dismantle the barrier without damaging its core, allowing him to reseal the black iron door from the inside to keep out the malevolent Yin Qi. He transformed the 5-elemental breaking sword into sword light, gently probing the black iron door. Each touch was light, with little force. Before long, He had broken through the barrier without any effort. Qin Sang marveled at senior sister Qingting's expertise in barriers. Ensuring there was no danger behind the door, he gathered his spiritual power into his palm and pushed it open. Creak! The black iron door slowly opened, revealing not another stone passage as he had expected, but a vast, empty cavern. As soon as the door was open, dense spiritual power surged out, invigorating Qin Sang. This cavern was the core restricted area of the Heavenly Corpse Sex branch. Just as he was about to step forward, a sudden muffled sound came from behind him. Qin Sang paused, turning to see one of the stone doors in the row at the front of the hall, now covered in cracks before shattered, and a shadow slipped out. His expression shifted slightly, his thoughts racing. He didn't choose to hide his presence, as he quickly recognized the shadow as Yu Dayue and not a malevolent corpse. The battle marks in the hall wouldn't escape Yu Dayue's notice, so hiding was unnecessary. Besides, he had already briefly scanned the area beyond the black iron door, which, like the rest of the place, was in ruins and had clearly been looted. It seemed unlikely that any treasures remained. Oh, junior brother Qin! Yu Dayue rushed into the hall and was immediately on alert upon seeing someone standing there. He quickly activated his artifacts, assuming a defensive stance. Then, realizing it was Qin Sang, he was taken aback. "Greetings, senior brother," Qin Sang called out as he glanced behind Yu Dayue, seeing no sign of Li Zai, suggesting he had also come alone. Yu Dayue breathed a sigh of relief, putting away his protective artifacts and saying with lingering fear, "I didn't encounter a single person along the way. I thought everyone was." Thankfully, junior brother Qin, you moved quite quickly. Did you run into any malevolent corpses? These evil corpses are terrifyingly powerful. As Yu Dayue spoke, he glanced around the hall and suddenly noticed the malevolent corpse on the ground, its head pierced by a spiritual sword. His words trailed off, and his expression turned to shock as he instinctively swallowed. "Ah, did you kill this malevolent corpse, junior brother Qin?" Seeing Yu Dayue's doubtful expression, Qin Sang replied calmly, "Senior brother you overestimate me. The credit for defeating the malevolent corpse goes mainly to senior sister Qingting. Without her, I might have already fallen to the corpse myself." Hearing this, Yu Dayue brightened, looking around anxiously. "Senior sister Qingting is here too? Where is she?" Qin Sang's expression grew solemn as he said in a low voice, "Senior sister Qingting has passed away." "What did you say?" Yu Dayue's face changed drastically as he turned sharply to glare at Qin Sang, his aura surging with intensity. Under the pressure of Yu Dayue's forceful aura and the wary look in his eyes, Qin Sang remained unfazed. He took out an ice coffin from his mustard seed pouch and recounted the events in detail, showing him the bodies of the Liu brothers as well. The fatal wounds on Qingting were clearly caused by a malevolent corpse, and as she had embraced senior brother Jiang in her final moments, her expression was peaceful, showing no hint of resentment from betrayal. This left Yu Dayue no room for disbelief. Yu Dayue let out a long sigh, his face filled with bitterness as he said, "Separated, the Liu brothers couldn't use their combined attack method. I'd already anticipated that. But to think that senior sister Qingting, the strongest among us, would die at the hands of a malevolent corpse. I wonder how junior brother Wu and the other two are faring." Qin Sang replied, "Although these malevolent corpses are strange, they are still lifeless beings. Senior brother Wu and the others certainly have life-saving measures, so there's no need for excessive worry." Before her ascension, senior sister Qingting informed me that there's definitely an array device in the restricted area ahead that can control the barrier here. We might as well open the barrier and patiently wait for our companions. He knew full well that Hermit Baiyun and Wu Yuesheng were unlikely to appear, leaving only the question of whether Li Zai had managed to escape. But if he was to play his role, he had to commit fully. Their greatest threat now was the Earth malevolent Qi, and Yu Dayue knew this, though he was a bit shaken by Qingting's death. Qin Sang's reminder snapped him back to his senses, and he nodded repeatedly, Junior Brother Chin is right. Let's quickly open the barrier to block out the Earth malevolent chi. Have you tried already? Is the array device easy to control? Chin Sang pushed the iron door open forcefully, shaking his head. I had just broken the barrier on the door when you arrived, senior brother. I haven't yet had a chance to look inside. Yu Dayu peered past the iron door, seeing a vast ruin beyond. He said nothing further and followed Chin Sang inside. 3 spiritual eyes, and yet not a single spiritual spring. Chin Sang murmured with a hint of disappointment. The Heavenly Corpse sect's forbidden ground spanned a vast area, with a treasure repository built within its forbidden zone. Surprisingly, 3 spiritual eyes coexisted within this restricted area. The spirit vein claimed by the Heavenly Corpse sect was much smaller than the one beneath the Shaohua Mountain's main gate, so it was common to have a single spiritual eye. However, finding 3 spiritual eyes so close together was unusual, making this place almost a perfect, naturally formed cave dwelling. But to Chin Sang's disappointment, despite the presence of 3 spiritual eyes, and even though the density of spiritual power here exceeded that of his own cave dwelling, no spiritual spring had formed. Had there been a spiritual spring, he would have moved here without hesitation. After breaking through to the second stage of the primordial spirit sword nourishment, Chin Sang found the difficulty of comprehending the killing symbol had increased exponentially. Understanding each stroke was harder than the entire first killing symbol, and the sooner he ventured to the ancient immortal battlefield, the better. Hearing Chin Sang's grumbling, Yukta, who was studying a formation artifact nearby, looked up and chuckled at his fanciful thinking. Junior Brother Chin, you're dreaming too big. If a spirit vein has a single spiritual eye, it's already a blessing from heaven. Spiritual springs are not so easily formed. Since our sect was established, we've only attracted 6 spiritual springs. It's not just about the density of spiritual power or the vastness of the spirit vein. To produce a spiritual spring, it must harmonize with the mountains, rivers, and waterways, gather essence from all directions, and even then, there's only the slightest chance under rare, coincidental conditions. Senior brother, you seems to know quite a bit about spiritual springs. Could you explain it in more detail? Chin Sang asked curiously. He had visited Treasure Tower Peak before, but found very little information on the topic, and it seemed from Yu Deyue's tone that he had done some in-depth study. Are you really interested in this, Junior Brother Chin? Yu Dayue looked slightly surprised, then, hearing Chin Sang mention Treasure Tower Peak, replied, If you're looking for books on spirit veins, spiritual eyes, and spiritual springs, Treasure Tower Peak is the wrong place to look. The most comprehensive collections on those subjects are actually on Dao Peak. Dao Peak? Chin Sang was taken aback. Yes. Yu Dayue nodded. Dao Peak has a library that holds many classics from a mortal world and works by cultivators, though most aren't highly valued, so few know about it. Before reaching the foundation building realm, I serve as a laborer on Dao Peak, organizing texts in the library. I found many mortal classics fascinating and got lost in them, spending so much time on them that I didn't reach the foundation building realm until I was nearly 50, almost delaying important matters. Part of the collection includes jade slips by cultivators specializing in feng shui, and some even mention spiritual springs. You might find something useful there, Junior Brother Chin. Wealth, partners, law, and land are essential for any cultivator. It's said that the immortal cultivation world once had a trend for seeking spiritual springs, but cultivators eventually realized spirit veins were easy to find, while spiritual springs were unpredictable in their formation. Since there was no way to verify their findings, interest faded, and all those works ended up forgotten on Dao Peak. Hearing Yu Dayue's comments on mortal classics, Chin Sang nodded in agreement. Mortals, though as ephemeral as mayflies, were as numerous as grains of sand. Many were brilliant, but lacking spiritual roots or fate with immortality, they had no opportunity to pursue the path. The scripture of tranquility he had obtained from Taoist Jisin was a mundane Taoist text, yet had helped him enter a meditative state for cultivation. Even now, He would occasionally recite and savor its teachings. Qin Sang noted the library's location, planning to visit once he returned to the sect, hoping to find any studies on accelerating the formation of spiritual springs. The Heavenly Corpse sect formation artifact was a pure white jade slab, as tall as a person, translucent and flawless, with only a few minor damages. When both of them activated it, golden patterns lit up in the center, confirming that the barrier was still effective. As the golden lines spread across the jade, a powerful suction force suddenly emerged, turning it into what seemed like a black hole, swiftly absorbing the spiritual qi in the forbidden ground. The suction was so intense that a visible vortex appeared above the jade. Moments later, the golden pattern spread outward like a spider web, extending beyond the forbidden ground and radiating outward rapidly. The entire cave dwelling glowed with golden light as the chilling atmosphere was swept away, leaving a cozy warmth. Clearly, the barrier's function was to repel Earth malevolent qi, allowing the Heavenly Corpse sect's disciples to cultivate safely within. With the barrier now active, both Qin Sang and Yu Dayue finally felt relieved. Once the Earth malevolent qi dissipated, they would be able to leave this perilous place. Bored and restless, the two of them started scavenging through a large area of ruins again and, to their surprise, actually managed to find some treasures. There were a palm-sized piece of cold iron, a few grains of star sand, some demonic beast bones, a small bottle of spirit water, and a piece of golden thread cedar wood. All were excellent materials for artifact refinement, in addition to 2 incomplete artifacts. They laid everything out on the ground, and Yu Dayue extended a hand, gesturing toward the items. Junior Brother Qin, you killed the malevolent corpse blocking our path, so the main credit goes to you. Since I didn't do much, you should choose first. Qin Sang, not holding back, picked up the most valuable piece, the golden thread cedar wood. Noticing Yu Dayue's slightly stiff expression, he added, Senior Brother Yu, I'm currently refining my life-bound spiritual sword and need the purest spiritual wood, so I won't be polite about it. However, since the golden thread cedar wood is so valuable, I don't dare be too greedy. I'll also take this bottle of spirit water, and everything else can go to you. How does that sound? The combined value of the golden thread cedar wood and spirit water was slightly higher than the other items, but both were essential for Qin Sang. The golden thread cedar wood, in particular, was invaluable. After breaking through to the second stage of the primordial spirit sword nourishment, Qin Sang realized the killing symbol's power was far stronger than he'd anticipated. His ebony sword might not withstand the second killing symbol, so he was preparing the spiritual wood in advance as a precaution. The spirit water, on the other hand, was essential for refining a malevolent corpse. The heavenly corpse art required Earth malevolent qi for refining a malevolent corpse. This process not only used a unique secret art, but also required 5 special materials associated with the 5 elements. The 9-orifice stone, blue nether metal, the core of a 500-year-old moon pagoda tree, the ghost feather, and spirit water. Gathering these 5 elemental items was no easy task, and finding a bottle of spirit water here was an unexpected bonus that Qin Sang couldn't pass up. Seeing Qin Sang's explanation, Yu Dayue had no objections and gladly took the remaining spiritual materials. He said, Junior Brother Qin, since you're planning to refine your own life-bound spiritual sword with such pure spiritual wood, its power will undoubtedly be remarkable. I'll keep an eye out for other useful materials for you in the future. Qin Sang cupped his hands respectfully. Thank you, Senior Brother Yu. After dividing their spoils, the two of them waited patiently in the forbidden ground, hoping other companions might still survive. They left the entrance to the forbidden ground open, just in case. Unexpectedly, as time passed, the rumbling sounds grew louder, and soon, a wisp of chilling black qi drifted into the hall. However, despite the ominous presence, there was still no sign of Li Zai. Yu Dayue sighed deeply. Junior Brother Qin, it seems that Junior Brother Li and the others have met with misfortune. We should close the barrier before it's too late. The barrier transformed into a wall of golden light, sealing off the forbidden ground. Bang! Bang! Under the impact of earth-malevolent chi, the barrier shook violently, emitting loud, continuous sounds. However, the earth-malevolent chi was nearly exhausted by the time it reached this point, and soon its force noticeably weakened. Seeing the chi outside begin to recede, Yudiue's expression lit up with a hint of relief. Then, recalling something, he turned to Qin Sang and instructed, "Junior brother Qin, once the malevolent chi has dissipated, let's each search the cave separately." Junior brother Li is the personal disciple of senior uncle Fengming, and he was given a protective artifact by senior uncle Fengming. If he didn't fall into a chasm, he might still have a chance to survive. It would be best if we could rescue him. Otherwise, we'd have a hard time explaining things to senior uncle Fengming. Qin Sang had already intended to find an opportunity to throw Wu Yuesheng's remains into a chasm, so he readily agreed and asked further. Daoist Baiyun was a rogue cultivator, so it's hard to say. I remember that senior brother Wu was a disciple of senior uncle Che Yutao, so perhaps he also has a chance of survival. Doubtful. Yue shook his head, with a hint of bitterness in his tone. Junior brother Qin, you might not know this, but Golden Core Masters, in their pursuit of the spiritual infant realm, focus on cultivating the Tao wholeheartedly, just like us. Few of them are willing to be distracted by taking on disciples. To ensure a legacy, Shaohua Mountain mandates that Golden Core cultivators take on a sufficient number of disciples and guide them in cultivation. Because of this rule, many disciples fall under the tutelage of Golden Core Masters, but only a handful, the exceptionally talented, receive genuine attention. Junior brother Wu can't compare to junior brother Li. Junior brother Li is exceptionally gifted, and senior uncle Fengming regards him highly. That's why, right after reaching the foundation building realm, he received an artifact from senior uncle Fengming. It said that senior uncle Fengming even handpicked his cultivation art. He's a true direct disciple. In my case, I only saw my master on the day I became his disciple and received a few pointers. Afterward, I was left to rely on myself. My master probably doesn't even remember I exist, unless I manage to break through to the late stage of foundation building realm, where I might gain his recognition. Still, we're better off than rogue cultivators since we have a sect to depend on. But even with this support, I've spent decades stagnating at the early stage of foundation building realm with no sign of progress. Otherwise, why else would I venture into the red dust gourd? Junior brother Wu's situation is even worse. On the day he became a disciple, senior uncle Che, supposedly sensing something, retreated for secluded cultivation. Junior brother Wu didn't even get to enter the cave dwelling and was dismissed right away. No chance of receiving any artifact. In the world of immortal cultivation, be it righteous or demonic, the master-disciple relationship was greatly valued. Once a master accepted a disciple, the bond went beyond the typical hierarchical relationships within the sect. Before formally becoming a disciple, when one listened to the lectures at Tao Peak, they're essentially exchanging spiritual stones earned through menial work for knowledge, a fair transaction with no lasting obligation. However, once one became a disciple, the master would impart teachings, guidance, and wisdom. This bond was even closer than that with a partner. The master respected the disciple, and the disciple honored the master. This was the natural order. This relationship remained unchangeable, even if heaven and earth turned upside down. In time, even if a disciple surpassed their master in cultivation, they must still show utmost respect when meeting their master. Any slight disregard would lead to universal contempt. Apart from senior brother One, Qin Sang had limited interactions with other foundation-building cultivators. Such private matters were difficult to inquire about, so hearing this from Yue helped him understand the hidden dynamics, erasing his last traces of regret. With his dismal talent, even if he somehow became the disciple of a Golden Core Master, he wouldn't receive any more attention than he does now. He would be better off wandering freely on his own. Qin Sang had initially worried that Wu Yuesheng might possess artifacts with marks left by senior Uncle Che, though he didn't know which ones. so he'd intended to discard them all. Since none of the artifacts were bestowed by Senior Uncle Che, and Wu Yuesheng was neither loved by his master nor considered important, it was unlikely that Senior Uncle Che would investigate his death. Therefore, there was no harm in keeping the artifacts. The Crimson Flame Sword was Wu Yuesheng's life-bound spiritual sword, fused with his aura. Erasing its traces would take time, so he only needed to destroy the Crimson Flame Sword along with a few related items. After waiting a while longer, the rumbling outside gradually faded, and the golden light of the barrier stopped wavering. Qin Sang and Yu Thiyue exchanged a glance and, together, activated the array tools to open the barrier. In front of them, the great hall remained filled with traces of earth malevolent qi, lingering in thin, chilling wisps. This amount of earth malevolent qi posed no threat to them, so they immediately split up as agreed. Qin Sang headed straight out of the cave, moving swiftly. Near the entrance, he used his falling cloud wings to conceal himself. Returning to the chasm, he saw that the once soaring earth malevolent qi had subsided. The barrier of Yin wind in the sky now had a massive opening, and even the cliffs above were pierced by a large, round hole through which blue sky was visible. It was noon, and the blazing sun was high, casting sunlight into the chasm and creating a striking scene. Yet the fierce sun couldn't dispel the bone-chilling cold. Deep within the chasm, dark qi billowed like a black dragon rolling inside, looking ominous. Cautiously protecting himself, Qin Sang approached the earth malevolent qi, discreetly tossing the crimson flame, sword, and other items into it. He watched as the qi swallowed them, then returned to the cave to continue searching carefully. Finally, the two met above the chasm. They had scoured every part of the Heavenly Corpse sect branch but found no trace of Li Zai, not even any remains. It seemed likely that Li Zai hadn't escaped into the cave and was instead consumed by the earth malevolent qi. Yu Diyue gave a wry smile and said, "Junior Brother Qin, we need to think of an excuse before reporting back to the sect. If Senior Uncle Fengming flies into a rage, I'll be in trouble." Qin Sang nodded. 3 fellow disciples had died on this mission, and the sect wouldn't let it slide. Fortunately, he hadn't been the one to propose this mission, so the pressure was more on Yu Diyue than on him. The Yin wind barrier was slowly reforming, and the two hurriedly flew out of the chasm on their swords. Looking at the surrounding peaks, they couldn't help but feel uneasy. The earth malevolent qi had withered the vegetation, wiped out all life, and turned the ground pitch black, like a land of death. The commotion here was enormous. It might attract unwanted attention. The two didn't dare linger. Choosing the direction of their sect, they sped away. Flying on their swords, which was faster than flying with artifacts, they reached Shaohua Mountain in a month. Qin Sang found an excuse to part ways with Yu Diyue and hid some items he couldn't reveal. Shortly after reaching Huilong Temple, he saw an elder in a white Taoist robe float toward him. "Greetings, Senior Brother Chu." Qin Sang recognized Senior Brother Chu, the head of the Hall of Discipline. It seemed Yu Diyue had already reported the events. "Junior Brother Qin." Senior Brother Chu didn't speak harshly. "You should know why I'm here. If there's no pressing matter, please come with me back to the sect. I heard that Junior's sister Qin Ting entrusted her final affairs to you." "That's correct." Hearing that Senior Brother Chu's tone wasn't harsh, Qin Sang felt slightly relieved and took out the ice coffin from his mustard seed pouch. Senior Brother Chu furrowed his brow as he examined it for a moment, then nodded slightly. "Junior Brother Qin, put the ice coffin away for now. Once we return to the sect, several senior brothers will examine it together." Upon their return to Shaohua Mountain, Senior Brother Chu escorted Qin Sang to Sect Leader Peak, where he settled into a grand hall. Senior Brother Chu took the ice coffin, and later, another senior brother returned it to him, inquiring about his encounters in the underground chamber. Afterward, Qin Sang was left undisturbed, so he focused on cultivating in the hall. It wasn't until over 10 days later that Senior Brother Chu reappeared, informing him that all was well. Qin Sang hadn't expected the matter to conclude so easily and was curious about what had transpired in his absence, prompting him to ask, Senior brother Chu didn't withhold any details. Two senior brothers ventured into the demonic cavern to confirm that what you and the others reported was entirely accurate. It was indeed an accident. We've already filed a report, and thus the matter is resolved. We all had heard of junior sister Qingting and junior brother Zhang's unfortunate fate and sighed deeply upon seeing junior sister Qingting's remains. Junior brother Qin, don't forget her request to find a good location to lay them to rest, so they may finally be at peace. Qin sang assured, please rest easy, senior brother Chu. I will see to it that this matter is handled properly. Senior brother Chu gave a slight nod. Then I won't keep you. Junior brother Qin, proceed as you wish. Watching senior brother Chu depart, Qin Sang stood thoughtfully for a while. Seeing no sign of Yu Daiyue, he flew alone toward Treasure Tower Peak. Before her passing, senior sister Qingting had a simple request. She wanted him to bury her and her husband on a small island called Mingqin Island. That was where they'd first met, watching the morning glow together. It was their wish to rest there eternally. Mingqin Island lay deep within Yunsong marshlands, a considerable distance away. Before embarking, Qin Sang decided to settle some matters. First, he needed to visit Treasure Tower Peak to see if the sect's treasury held any of the 5 elemental Yin items. If not, he would go to the nearby marketplace. Afterward, he planned to visit Dao Peak's library to research records. Only with the 5 elemental Yin items could he start refining a malevolent corpse. Each step had to be precise. As for the earth malevolent chi required for corpse refinement, that was simple. He could collect it from the sunken cave. Having spent years there, Qin Sang knew the sunken cave intimately, including several concealed spots. He could gather enough earth malevolent chi and leave unnoticed. Then, there was the matter of the black tiger demon's corpse. The corpses of Hermit Baiyun and Qingting combined made up only 3/4. The remaining quarter likely lay with Li Zai. Though incomplete, the black tiger, being a demon spirit in the middle stage of the demonic spirit realm, had a corpse far superior to the demonic beasts of White Rhino. If he collected some high-grade spiritual materials, crafting a top-grade artifact would be quite achievable. However, Qin Sang planned to have shopkeeper Wu refine them all into essence-devouring spikes. These one-time use artifacts were extremely convenient and powerful, making them ideal life-saving tools. With the ancient immortal battlefield ahead, where he would rarely have a chance to return, even having demon corpses crafted into artifacts would be impossible. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Qin Sang descended upon Treasure Tower Peak and entered a grand hall. Not long after, he emerged with a hint of satisfaction. The sect indeed had a few treasures, and he purchased a fist-sized 9-orifice stone and a small piece of blue nether gold, about the size of a fingernail. The 9-orifice stone didn't actually have 9 orifices. Instead, it was densely covered with holes that emitted a steady Yin wind. Even with Qin Sang's cultivation, he felt an unshakable chill upon contact, an odd sensation. The piece of blue nether gold was already refined, its gleaming blue hue resembling a blue crystal of ice. Though small, it was sufficient for several uses. These 2 items weren't exceedingly rare and could be bought with spirit stones at a reasonable price, well within Qin Sang's means. As for the ghost feather and moon pagoda tree's core, the sect didn't carry them, so he would have to search in the marketplace. Zhuang Yin was still diligently cultivating at Peak Cloud Mountain. Senior brother Wen had replaced his assistant with a young attendant, who also recognized Qin Sang. When Qin Sang mentioned he wanted to consult the library's records, the attendant promptly took out the key and led the way. The library was actually situated within the mountainside of Dao Peak, which explained why Qin Sang hadn't seen it before. After escorting Qin Sang inside, the attendant bowed and left. The library was quite spacious, with a protective spirit array surrounding the shelves to safeguard the wooden scrolls and books. Jade slips only occupied a small corner, stacked together casually, and Qin Sang quickly scanned through them with his spiritual consciousness. The jade slips covered a wide range of topics, most of which were trivial. After sorting through them, Qin Sang selected those related to spirit veins, spiritual eyes, and spiritual springs, then began to read with patience. The eastern sky began to lighten with the first rays of dawn. Dao Peak's mornings had their own unique freshness. A drop of dew trembled along a leaf vein, clinging to the leaf's tip before being swept away by the morning breeze, shattering into droplets on the stone path. Plop! The sound was crisp and pleasant. The barrier on the library door flashed briefly as someone walked out from within. This person was tall, appearing to be around 30, with a calm, focused demeanor. Though not particularly striking in appearance, he carried himself with confidence, his Taoist robes tailored impeccably, and his lips set in a firm line, his eyes reflecting a sense of determination and resilience. This person was none other than Qin Sang. Although now 40 years old, cultivators naturally looked younger than mortals, and after advancing to the foundation building realm, a lifespan extending over 200 years meant aging slowed significantly until one's vital energy began to wane. Had he not lost a portion of his vitality through energy extraction, he would appear even younger, perhaps like a man in his early 20s. Qin Sang held a jade slip in hand, strolling out with a pensive look on his face. The cool morning breeze swept over him, breaking his focus. He took in the scenic view before him with a faint smile, then mounted his sword and ascended into the sky. His sword light passed through Sword Pass, heading straight for Yuan Market. Qin Sang tucked the jade slip into his mustard seed pouch. It contained a transcription from the library titled Secret Dragon Searching Techniques, written by a cultivator well-versed in feng shui. While it included methods for finding dragon veins, they were not as effective as the spirit beasts used by the major sections. What caught Qin Sang's interest was a method detailed in the text that purportedly sped up the formation of a spiritual spring. The author speculated that by using remnants from a depleted spiritual spring, the formation of a new spring could be accelerated. If he couldn't find a faster way to form the spiritual spring, Qin Sang planned to take the 9-illusion heavenly orchid with him, returning every few years to prevent it from wilting entirely until the spring fully formed. This approach might be inconvenient, but the 9-illusion heavenly orchid was a precious spiritual herb that assisted in the formation of the spiritual infant realm. Extreme caution was warranted. Now that he had a method, even if it was merely the author's untested hypothesis, it was worth trying. 1. Dragon veins, or dragon's line/tracks, are a concept in feng shui. It refers to channels of energy flowing through mountain ranges. They are underground channels of qi. The so-called spiritual spring objects are those things upon which a spiritual spring depends during its formation, constantly nourished by the spiritual spring day and night. These objects undergo a transformation from ordinary materials into spiritual spring objects and remain in the world as the foundation of the spiritual spring. For example, if a spiritual spring forms on a tree root, that root will transform into a spiritual spring object. If it forms on a rock, that rock becomes a spiritual spring object. Of course, there are also spiritual springs that form in the void without any specific spiritual spring objects. If a spiritual spring is destroyed or depleted for some reason, its spiritual spring object may still survive. Though spiritual springs are rare, countless years have passed, and it's inevitable that some spiritual spring objects have been discovered. Indeed, a few of these depleted spiritual spring objects still circulate within the realm of immortal cultivation. While these depleted spiritual spring objects can't be used in artifact refinement or alchemy, they're often considered curious relics due to their unique formation, and many people are interested in collecting them. The author of Secret Dragon Searching Techniques speculated that such spiritual spring objects could help accelerate the formation of a new spiritual spring. Unfortunately, though he managed to acquire a spiritual spring object, he never found a spiritual spring that had yet to fully form. Because it's challenging for spiritual springs to form, yet they reach maturity relatively quickly, most cultivators have the patience to wait. Moreover, from a moment a spiritual spring begins to form, the spiritual energy within a cave dwelling becomes exceptionally dense, more than sufficient to sustain a cultivator's training. Qin Sang's circumstances, however, were different. The primordial spirit, sword nourishment, required a combination of intense combat and cultivation. Yet in Yunsang marshlands, most demonic beasts hid underwater. Each time he went out to search for them, it would delay him significantly. And if he were to spar with fellow disciples, the constraints of friendly combat would make it almost ineffective. Apart from the ancient immortal battlefield, it was nearly impossible to find another place to meet these conditions. Wenyuan Market, Tianhen House. Tianhen House was the most renowned shop among the 4 major markets near Shaohua Mountain, backed by the largest immortal cultivation family in Wenyuan Market, the Yu family. The Yu family's success had some unspeakable yet undeniable connections with Shaohua Mountain. The shop was best known for its monthly auction, which featured countless rare treasures and attracted many powerful cultivators. However, Qin Sang wasn't there for the auction this time. As soon as he entered Tianhen House, a young maiden with an appealing appearance came up to greet him. Surprisingly, she, too, was a cultivator, though only at the 3rd stage of the qi refining realm. "Sir, my name is Xiao Huan. What do you require? Are you looking to make a purchase or sell a treasure?" Before she finished speaking, a gray-robed elder hurried out from the depths of the hall. Apologizing to Qin Sang, he discreetly signaled Xiao Huan to step aside. "Forgive us, senior." The young girl lacks discernment. "Most items in the hall are common wares that wouldn't be worthy of your attention. If you need, please follow me upstairs to a quiet room for a more private discussion." Qin Sang hadn't concealed his cultivation level, and the gray-robed elder, at the 13th stage of the qi refining realm, could sense Qin Sang's remarkable strength. Glancing around, Qin Sang noticed that the first floor of Tianhen House displayed various items: jade slips, spiritual materials, elixirs, and artifacts, all of limited value. Nodding, he replied, "Please lead the way, fellow Taoist." The gray-robed elder stepped aside to guide him, smiling courteously. "My surname is Zhang, an attendant here at Tianhen House." Upon entering the quiet room, Qin Sang wasted no time and got straight to the point. "Attendant Zhang, I need 2 specific materials for artifact refinement: the ghost feather and the moon pagoda tree's core. Ideally, the ghost feather should be freshly collected, no older than 3 years, and the moon pagoda tree's core should be at least 500 years old. Does your establishment have these available?" Seeing his straightforward approach, Attendant Zhang abandoned any attempts to make small talk and replied seriously, "Please wait a moment, senior." After speaking, he clasped a jade pendant, his lips moving in silent communication. Moments later, he nodded slightly. "Senior, our shop indeed has these 2 materials. The moon pagoda tree's core is 600 years old, which should meet your requirements. However, we don't have any fresh ghost feathers, only some older ones from several decades ago. Would these be acceptable to senior?" Qin Sang silently considered that refining a malevolent corpse required extracting yin fire from the ghost feather, as this was his first time refining one, and he was unfamiliar with the heavenly yin corpse art. The yin fire from an older ghost feather would likely be too weakened to be effective. However, it was better than nothing, so he decided to buy it for now. With this in mind, Qin Sang nodded. "Please have someone bring the items here. Also, Attendant Zhang, could you check if your shop has any depleted spiritual spring object for sale?" After leaving Tianhen House, Qin Sang furrowed his brow slightly. Depleted spiritual spring objects were proving far harder to find than he had anticipated. Attendant Zhang had contacted branches at 3 other markets, but none had any information. Qin Sang had no choice but to leave some spirit stones, asking Tianhen House to keep an eye out. However, Attendant Zhang had also told Qin Sang that, in his decades at Tianhen House, he had never seen such an item. "Let's do what we can and leave the rest to fate. If I still can't find it, I'll stick to the original plan." Qin Sang sighed inwardly, quickening his pace as he headed to Shopkeeper Wu's store. Luckily, Shopkeeper Wu was in. While chatting, Qin Sang mentioned his frustrations, and Shopkeeper Wu chuckled. "Taoist Qin, if you're looking to buy a fresh ghost feather at Tian'an House, it's actually normal not to find one. First, The ghost eagle is a dark and sinister demonic beast that dwells deep within the Tianwan Mountains, where the yin energy is the densest, a territory claimed by demonic cultivators. Second, the ghost feather, taken from the crest of a ghost eagle, contains a unique yin fire and is a rare material for artifact refinement. Yet, for righteous cultivators, this yin fire isn't very useful and may even damage artifacts. In fact, older feathers with the yin fire depleted are more popular. My master left me some contacts for gathering spiritual materials, so if you need, I can arrange for a batch. But if you're in a hurry, the price may be high. Qin Sang was thrilled upon hearing this. Thank you very much, Taoist Wu. As long as I can obtain it, price won't be an issue. I will certainly reward you generously. He then went on to share his search for depleted spiritual spring objects with shopkeeper Wu. If Tian In-house doesn't have what you need, other legitimate stores probably won't either. But I do know of 2 other channels. Shopkeeper Wu cautiously closed the shop door and leaned in, whispering. One of them is the black market. The black market? Qin Sang had heard of the black market, where it was said that one could sometimes find quality items, even better than those at Tian In-house auctions. However, many of the items there had questionable origins. In other words, the black market was essentially a place to fence stolen goods. Wu Yuesheng had some artifacts that Qin Sang couldn't use, but selling them at Wenyuan Market would be a blatant disregard for Shaohua Mountain. He'd have to wait until he entered the ancient immortal battlefield to offload them. Hermit Baiyun's artifacts, on the other hand, were quite common, so selling them posed no issue, but their low quality meant they wouldn't fetch much on the black market. Thus, Qin Sang had neither any questionable items to fence nor an urgent need for anything, so he hadn't actively sought out the black market. As a longtime resident of Wenyuan Market, it wasn't surprising that shopkeeper Wu knew about it. However, depleted spiritual spring objects weren't particularly valuable, so even the black market might not have any in stock. Shopkeeper Wu understood that it would be impossible to find spiritual spring objects up for auction in the black market, so he quickly shifted his tone. If Taoist Qin is interested in the black market, I can make an introduction. Besides the black market, Wenyuan Market has a secret shop run by a highly respected elder. It serves as a gathering place for like-minded cultivators, mostly rogue cultivators, where members can trade, post tasks, or seek assistance. It's much easier to tackle difficulties as a group than going it alone. Oh, Qin Sang was intrigued. After a moment's thought, however, he wasn't too surprised. Shaohua Mountain had similar small circles among fellow disciples, and if he couldn't find what he needed elsewhere, he planned to ask Senior Brother One for a referral. Is this gathering open to anyone, or are there requirements? Shopkeeper Wu nodded. Yes, there are 2 requirements. First, it requires recommendations from at least 3 current members, but you needn't worry, Taoist Qin. I can help you find 2 more. The second is a thorough background check to verify one's identity and origins. Since the members are primarily rogue cultivators, they're all very cautious. The shop exists to foster mutual support, and we want to prevent anyone with ill intentions or a dubious past from infiltrating. With this, shopkeeper Wu gave Qin Sang a slightly hesitant look, unsure of his intentions. Qin Sang smiled at his words. He had nothing to hide about his background. He had concealed his cultivation level in front of shopkeeper Wu out of habit to avoid complications, but hearing this, he took out his waste token and handed it to him. I cultivate at Shaohua Mountain. You may pass along this waste token to that elder. If verification with other disciples at Shaohua Mountain is needed, I'll fully cooperate. Senior Qin. Shopkeeper Wu had long speculated about Qin Sang's identity. Seeing the waste token that signified a foundation-building disciple from Shaohua Mountain, he was somewhat surprised, but not overly shocked, and he began to stand up to show his respect. Qin Sang gently pressed him back down with a surge of spiritual power. Taoist Wu, have I ever offended you over these years? Shopkeeper Wu looked dumbfounded. What do you mean, Senior Qin? It's thanks to your guidance that my artifact refinement skills improved. How could I possibly? As long as I haven't offended you, Qin Sang said seriously. We met when I was still insignificant. When I first visited your shop, I was indeed in the qi refining realm. Later, I was fortunate enough to make a breakthrough. Since then, our dealings have always been pleasant. Let's continue addressing each other as fellow Taoists. If you keep calling me senior, how could I ever impose on you for help? Ugh. Shopkeeper Wu hesitated, but seeing Qin Sang's insistence, he finally nodded. If Taoist Qin considers me worthy, I will surely do everything in my power to assist. Qin Sang nodded with a smile. That's the spirit. I actually came here today to ask for your help with something. The evasion light descended upon 1 market, and Qin Sang needed to fulfill a promise made a year ago by reclaiming the Qi Dragon Sword. It wasn't that he was reluctant to part with this malevolent artifact, which was on the verge of destruction. Rather, he didn't want the Qi Dragon Sword to fall into the wrong hands and attract unwanted attention. Shopkeeper Wu returned the Qi Dragon Sword to Qin Sang, his expression awkward as he said, "Please forgive me, Taoist Qin. I was so eager to observe the barrier at the core of the artifact that I nearly ruined this treasure." Qin Sang scanned the sword with his spiritual consciousness and noticed that, indeed, several cracks had formed, and the barrier on it was precariously unstable. When he gently prodded it with his spiritual power, the entire blade shattered, disintegrating into fragments, leaving behind only a mass of malevolent yin qi at its core, which dispersed in the wind. Shopkeeper Wu's expression shifted slightly, and he murmured despondently, "Taoist Qin, I'll compensate you with a high-grade artifact." Qin Sang remained non-committal, brushing off the lingering yin qi from his palms. He looked at Shopkeeper Wu and asked, "After observing for so long, have you gained any insights into the path of artifact refinement, Taoist Wu?" Upon mentioning artifact refinement, Shopkeeper Wu seemed to forget his concerns about compensation entirely. His face brightened as he said, "The barrier on this sword is exceptionally intricate. I've never encountered anything like it before. Unfortunately, due to my limited cultivation, I could only grasp a fragment of its essence, but it will greatly benefit my future endeavors in forging. I must thank Taoist Qin for this opportunity." Qin Sang gazed at Shopkeeper Wu in surprise. ET&I was a golden core expert who had refined top-grade artifacts using malevolent yin qi and a small amount of spiritual materials. Though such creations could only be used for a limited time, that method of refinement was impressive. In contrast, Shopkeeper Wu was merely a cultivator at the 10th stage of Qi refining realm. Despite having only observed for a year, he managed to grasp a tenth of the insights, demonstrating his remarkable talent in the field of artifact refinement and his commendable temperament. Unfortunately, given his age, he had almost no hope of achieving foundation building, unless he could attain remarkable success in artifact refinement that would attract the attention of a golden core or spiritual realm cultivator willing to help him achieve foundation building at any cost. This predicament was shared by many cultivators. Those who closed themselves off to hard training often lacked the necessary resources, while those who became distracted by outside matters found that any spiritual stones they earned would inevitably hinder their cultivation progress, making it unlikely they could ever catch up. Only those with connections or true geniuses could hope to attain both. It's just a damaged spiritual sword. If it can assist you in understanding the path of artifact refinement before it is destroyed, then it has already served its purpose. There's no need for you to worry about it, Taoist Wu. Qin Sang waved his hand dismissively, and before Shopkeeper Wu could respond, he added, "I have other matters to attend to. I will come again for a cup of tea, Taoist Wu." With that, Qin Sang turned and left the shop, striding towards the exit of 1 Market. Outside Shaohua Mountain, on a nameless small island, what had once been a deserted isle now held a thin mist that enveloped the land like a barrier. Chirp, chirp. A bird with gray feathers circled anxiously around the island, clutching a small fish in its beak. Its little head couldn't comprehend why it could suddenly no longer enter its home. Each time it ventured into the mist, an inexplicable force would push it back. Unwilling to give up, its once clear chirps grew increasingly frantic, turning into sharp, jarring cries. 3 individuals sat cross-legged atop a large flattened stone on the island, one of whom was Yu. The other two were a woman known as Qing Ting and the man they had invited, Wu Yuesheng. Such a racket! Yu Diyue shot a glare at the bird, his eyes glinting like arrows as he swiftly burst through the mist. However, just as he emerged, a sudden flash of azure light obstructed him, the two forces canceling each other out in silence, leaving the bird oblivious. Yu Diyue looked at Qingting in surprise. Qingting opened her eyes and gazed deeply at the frantic bird, her tone inexplicably serious as she said, "All things have feelings. Let us spare this pair of poor little creatures." As she spoke, she opened a gap in the mist, allowing the bird to dart into its nest, where it fed the small fish to its mate, chirping excitedly as if recounting its earlier fright. Yu Diyue chuckled lightly. "Senior Sister Qingting, your compassion is commendable. By the way, how is Senior Brother Jiang doing?" Qingting shook her head with a sigh. Just then, a white cloud suddenly flew in from the horizon, and from the south, a small boat sliced through the waves, carrying two individuals. Yu Diyue's expression brightened as he said, "Taoist Baiyun has arrived. The Liu brothers are here as well." Noticing Qingting's slight frown, Diyue reassured her, "Senior sister, there's no need to worry. Junior Brother Qin's cave dwelling is in the Guyuan kingdom, so it will take him some time to reach here." Before his words had faded, a sound of breaking air echoed from the north as Qin Sang arrived on a flying shuttle. Qin Sang landed on the azure stone and discreetly observed the 6 individuals before him. He recognized Sister Qingting and Yu Diyue, while he had met the other senior brother only once. Aside from the 3 of them, there was an elderly Taoist, appearing to be around 60 years old, with gray hair and a goat-like beard that lent him an air of age. His eyes were slightly squinted, seemingly always smiling, giving off the vibe of a kindly elder. The other 2 were a pair of twin brothers who traveled on a boat-like artifact, their appearances almost indistinguishable from one another. What puzzled Qin Sang was that these twin brothers were only at the 13th stage of the Qi refining realm. Though both were at their peak, he recalled Diyue mentioning that using the array-breaking artifacts required cultivators at the foundation-building realm. "Please take a seat, my friends." Yu Diyue warmly welcomed them and introduced everyone. After the introductions, Qin Sang learned that the senior brother he had met before was Wu Yuesheng, while the other 3 were not disciples of Shaohua Mountain, but rogue cultivators from the Yunsan marshlands. The elderly man was known as Hermit Baiyun and had his cave dwelling on Baiyun Island. The twin brothers, named Liu Jiang and Liu Shan, were well-known rogue cultivators who cultivated on Qilong Island. When shopkeeper Wu saw the corpse of the black tiger demon, he was stunned. At Wenyuan Market, he primarily refined low-grade artifacts for rogue cultivators, and he'd rarely seen a demonic corpse at the middle stage of the demonic spirit realm, especially one so intact. Not long after a white rhino corpse has arrived, Taoist Qin has slain an even stronger black tiger. It seems like his strength is more formidable than I thought. Shopkeeper Wu began to harbor thoughts of befriending him. He was more inclined to refine an artifact from the corpse, but since Qin Sang insisted on the essence-devouring spike, he could only comply. After they settled on the specifics, shopkeeper Wu stored the black tiger's corpse, closed the shop, and led Qin Sang to the secret shop. To Qin Sang's surprise, the secret shop was located within a mortal neighborhood. Following shopkeeper Wu through winding streets, they finally stopped at a small shop named Peach Bamboo Pavilion. The shop was exceptionally quiet, with no customers in sight. Its shopkeeper was an elderly woman who looked to be in her 70s or 80s. Bent slightly, her face deeply lined with wrinkles, she sat in a bamboo chair as though napping. Seeing the old woman, Qin Sang's gaze sharpened. He found it difficult to gauge her level. It was likely she was in the middle or even late stage of foundation building. Shopkeeper Wu had explained that her surname was Jing, and everyone respectfully addressed her as Granny Jing. She had appeared in Wenyuan Market decades ago, opened this secret shop, and organized gatherings for rogue cultivators. Known for her impartiality, she had a stellar reputation. Years ago, a foundation-building cultivator within the secret shop plotted to kill a companion and seize their treasure during a mission. He He succeeded and fled, but Granny Jing disappeared for a month and eventually returned with his head in hand. Since then, no one dare question her authority. Could it be that this person has given up on forming a core and has started indulging in worldly pleasures? Qin Sang mused silently. Wu Yang greets Granny Jing, shopkeeper Wu said, stepping forward and bowing deeply before the elderly woman. The old woman opened her eyes, which were sharp and clear without a trace of cloudiness. Her gaze shifted to Qin Sang. Taoist Wu is here. And who is this fellow Taoist? Her voice was aged and raspy, but carried none of the harshness often found in old cultivators. Instead, it felt like the warm tone of a kind elder. Qin Sang stepped forward. Qin Sang from Shaohua Mountain greets Granny Jing. Shopkeeper Wu then explained their purpose to Granny Jing. Along the way, he had managed to gather 2 friends to join him in recommending Qin Sang, but final approval still rested with Granny Jing. Otherwise, the shop would surely have far more members. After learning of Qin Sang's identity, Granny Jing's interest was piqued. She looked Qin Sang over, chuckling with a hint of sharpness in her words. Taoist Qin, from a prestigious sect, mingling with rogue cultivators like us. Isn't he afraid his fellow disciples will sneer if they find out? Qin Sang's expression remained calm. To me, we are all cultivators. One's origin doesn't determine one's worth. As long as someone is dedicated to the Tao, they have my respect. This truly reflected his beliefs. The path of immortal cultivation was a grueling one, where even a slim chance at advancement was contested fiercely. Only after embarking on this path did one realize how challenging and lonely it was. Those who managed to persevere through countless hardships and stay true to their Tao were examples he admired. Granny Jing's eyes narrowed, observing Qin Sang for a long while. Her tone carried a hint of nostalgia and sentiment. You are also someone deeply committed to cultivation. Taoist Wu has likely explained the rules of the secret shop to you, but I must stress once more, if anyone harbors ill intentions for wealth or slaughters companions, I will personally see to their end. Taoist Qin, do not think your high cultivation or lofty background would spare you. The gatherings are held at the beginning of each month here in my small shop. Leave your cave dwelling's location so I can contact you. Qin Sang exchanged a surprised glance with shopkeeper Wu. They hadn't expected the approval process to be this smooth, but Qin Sang was pleased and quickly agreed, providing the address for Huilong Temple. He then shared the purpose of his visit with Granny Jing. The old woman didn't ask further questions. I understand. If any news arises, I will send word to Huilong Temple to inform you. Qilong Island. This long, narrow island, resembling a prostrated ancient dragon, was named for its shape. Though modest in size, its abundance of spiritual power made it a prime location for a cave dwelling, earning it some renown over the years. After the Liu brothers took it over, Qilong Island became even more well-known. The Liu brothers practiced the same cultivation art, and both were remarkably gifted. At a young age, they reached the 13th stage of the Qi refining realm, with a potential chance of achieving the foundation-building realm if fortune favored them. Even while still in the Qi refining realm, the two of them could join forces to fight foundation-building cultivators. Should they advance to foundation building, they would become even more formidable. So few rogue cultivators dared provoke them. The Liu family members resided on Qilong Island, enjoying a peaceful and fitting life under the protection of the Liu brothers. However, this tranquility was destined to shatter after the brothers' passing. That morning, the usually composed butler of the Liu residence barged hastily into the inner residence, a look of panic on his face. He tripped over the doorstep, nearly falling, but paid no heed to his own embarrassment. Hearing the commotion, Liu Zhang's wife stepped out from her room, frowning as she questioned him in displeasure. What could be so urgent, Uncle Wu, that you rush in like this? Madam, it's a disaster. A disaster. Uncle Wu hurried to her side, whispering a few words in her ear. Her expression shifted dramatically as she gasped. Is what you say true? Uncle Wu looked grief-stricken. The two masters' bodies are in the ancestral hall. Hidden in the shadows, Qin Sang observed the Liu family discovering the brothers' bodies, then drifted away quietly. As for the family's future without its pillars of support, that was no longer his concern. Having asked shopkeeper Wu to help locate a ghost feather and refine an essence-devouring spike, Qin Sang left the market to wrap up his journey. He planned to travel to Mingqin Island to lay senior sister Qingting and her husband to rest. And since he would pass by Qilong Island, he took the opportunity to return the Liu brothers' bodies. Leaving the Liu family shocked behind, Qin Sang headed south. After traveling for over 10 days, he finally found the unremarkable little island senior sister Qingting had described. Qingting and her husband had named it Mingqin Island. It wasn't a famous place, just a solitary mountain with no notable features or spiritual richness, except for the cliff on the eastern shore, which stood steeply above the water. On that cliff was an enormous carving, crafted with a treasured sword, a grand image, or rather, a statue. A man and woman held each other close, gazing toward the east, where they could witness the sunrise together every day. The statue had been there for some time, its surface weathered and worn, but it was clear that the carved figures were senior brother Jiang and senior sister Qingting. Beside the statue stood a small stone chamber with a few simple household items inside. Qin Sang could imagine how, after senior brother Jiang's accident, his primordial spirit began to fade, and senior sister Qingting roamed the cultivation world in search of a cure, pleading with anyone who might help, clinging to any sliver of hope without the slightest hesitation. Only when she returned here, watching the sunrise and recalling past sweetness, could she find a brief respite and allow herself to smile. Love was truly an enigma. With a gentle sigh, Qin Sang used his sword to dig a grave beneath the statue and buried senior sister Qingting and her husband there. He erected a stone tablet and, though he'd initially intended to inscribe a short epitaph, decided against it, leaving only a simple engraving, shared grave of Jiang, Yi, and Qingting. Then, he arranged a few protective arrays. The two small arrays he set up included a concealment art and a protective barrier. Qin Sang should have left right away, yet he stood there, gazing at the statue for a long time, unmoving. Forgotten memories surged up, each vying for his attention. Since coming to this world, the only woman he had ever admired was Danyang Lady. She once said they were alike, both seeking a sliver of possibility amidst impossibility, unwavering as they traversed a path strewn with thorns. Perhaps that was why he respected her so. Regrettably, despite their mutual admiration, their ambitions diverged. His heart was set on immortality, while Danyang Lady was unshakable in her pursuit of the pinnacle of power. What if I have chosen to stay back then? Would a life of harmonious companionship and material prosperity have been more meaningful than pursuing the elusive path to immortality? For countless years, countless spiritual realm cultivators in the small cold domain had ultimately met their end. None had even broken through to the divine transformation realm, let alone achieved immortality. A trace of confusion had just surfaced in Qin Sang's eyes, but it suddenly cleared. He shook his head vigorously and gazed resolutely eastward. There, the rising sun bathed the sky in red light. There were no what-ifs. Having chosen this path, he would walk it unwaveringly, with no regrets, even if it meant death and the annihilation of his Tao. Qin Sang joined the Qingting couple in witnessing the sunrise, then departed gracefully. After returning to his cave dwelling, Qin Sang organized the spoils he'd obtained from the underground chamber, sorting them into categories. He kept the items that suited him and made plans to dispose of those he didn't need. After the life-and-death struggles within the cavern, Qin Sang had also gained new insights into his cultivation art. However, he didn't rush into training. Instead, he prepared to delve deeply into the heavenly Yin corpse art, aiming to achieve success on his first attempt at refining a malevolent corpse. 5 days later, Qin Sang opened his eyes, nodding with satisfaction. Currently, he had only the corpse of Hermit Baiyun, with no living foundation building cultivator on hand. The most basic malevolent corpse didn't require a heavenly corpse talisman. He only needed to gather the necessary spiritual materials and refine it patiently. The one challenge lay in the earth malevolent Qi, which was exceedingly dangerous. One misstep could not only destroy the malevolent corpse, but also injure him. Such risk was no deterrent to Qin's saying. Hermit Baiyun had nearly reached the middle stage of foundation building realm. A malevolent corpse refined from his body would possess considerable strength and could become a reliable helper. The malevolent corpses he had encountered in the underground chamber had seemed easy to handle, but they were ownerless, lacking intelligence, and acting purely on instincts of bloodlust. With a skilled controller, however, a malevolent corpse would become an entirely different force. Its physical body durable, carrying corpse poison, fearless of pain or death, and highly capable if wielded wisely. Even if only used to pester an opponent and buy time to prepare the Yin Luo array of 10 directions, it would be well worth it. Today was the day shopkeeper Wu had set for delivery. Qin Sheng sealed off his cave dwelling and traveled by sword to Huilong Temple first. There were no new sound transmission talismans, nor any news from Granny Jing. When he arrived at shopkeeper Wu's store, Qin Sheng found exactly what he'd ordered: 10 ghost feathers and 2 essence-devouring spikes. The ghost feathers resembled the legendary black phoenix feathers, with a large eye-like pattern on each feather. The pupil was an intensely dark flame, a rare and unusual Yin fire. Shopkeeper Wu had secured 6 ghost feathers as Qin Sheng requested. Given the short turnaround time, the price had been exorbitant. Qin Sheng also paid the fee for refining the essence-devouring spikes. In total, from purchasing the 9-orifice stone and blue nether gold at Treasure Tower Peak to now, he had spent over 800 low-grade spirit stones. Of course, part of this was due to his foresight in preparing extra Yin-based items of the 5 elements. 1. The Long, in Qilong, translates to dragon in Chinese. From the Black Tiger's mangled corpse, shopkeeper Wu had unexpectedly crafted 2 essence-devouring spikes. A stroke of good fortune indeed. Shopkeeper Wu himself admitted that without his recent rapid advances in artifact refinement, it would have been impossible to forge even 1 essence-devouring spike, let alone 2. These 2 essence-devouring spikes were nearly as powerful as the previous one. However, without the venomous fangs of the demon serpent, they lacked that extra layer of insidious poison that was so difficult to guard against. Still, Qin Sheng was more than pleased. Following this, Qin Sheng lingered at Wenyuan Market for a few more days and attended a private gathering of the secret shop's members. Not every member attended these meetings regularly, so, counting Qin Sheng, there were only 11 people this time. Among them were 3 foundation building cultivators, 1 rogue cultivator, 2 members of other immortal sects, and the rest were mostly Qi refining realm cultivators like shopkeeper Wu, each possessing a unique, reputable skill. Qin Sheng familiarized himself with the group. After a conversation with shopkeeper Wu, he found that every attendee had a good reputation and no history of misconduct. It was surprising to Qin Sheng that Granny Jing had allowed him into this circle so readily. Shopkeeper Wu explained, among the various sects around the Yunsong marshlands, Shaohua Mountain is one of the 8 major sects of the righteous path and is widely respected. Granny Jing might feel that being bound by a respectable sect, you wouldn't dare act recklessly, Taoist Qin. Qin Sheng reflected on this and found it reasonable. His background was clear and could be verified easily. The evasion light descended upon Wenyuan Market, and Qin Sheng needed to fulfill a promise made a year ago by reclaiming the Qi Dragon Sword. It wasn't that he was reluctant to part with this malevolent artifact, which was on the verge of destruction. Rather, he didn't want the Qi Dragon Sword to fall into the wrong hands and attract unwanted attention. Shopkeeper Wu returned the Qi Dragon Sword to Qin Sheng, his expression awkward as he said, "Please forgive me, Taoist Qin. I was so eager to observe the barrier at the core of the artifact that I nearly ruined this treasure." Qin Sheng scanned the sword with his spiritual consciousness and noticed that, indeed, several cracks had formed, and the barrier on it was precariously unstable. When he gently prodded it with his spiritual power, the entire blade shattered, disintegrating into fragments, leaving behind only a mass of malevolent Yin Qi at its core, which dispersed in the wind. Shopkeeper Wu's expression shifted slightly, and he murmured despondently, "Taoist Qin, I'll compensate you with a high-grade artifact." Qin Sheng remained non-committal, brushing off the lingering yin qi from his palms. He looked at shopkeeper Wu and asked, "After observing for so long, have you gained any insights into the path of artifact refinement, Taoist Wu?" Upon mentioning artifact refinement, shopkeeper Wu seemed to forget his concerns about compensation entirely. His face brightened as he said, "The barrier on this sword is exceptionally intricate. I've never encountered anything like it before. Unfortunately, due to my limited cultivation, I could only grasp a fragment of its essence, but it will greatly benefit my future endeavors in forging. I must thank Taoist Qin for this opportunity." Qin Sang gazed at shopkeeper Wu in surprise. ET&I was a golden core expert who had refined top-grade artifacts using malevolent yin qi and a small amount of spiritual materials. Though such creations could only be used for a limited time, that method of refinement was impressive. In contrast, shopkeeper Wu was merely a cultivator at the 10th stage of qi refining realm. Despite having only observed for a year, he managed to grasp a tenth of the insights, demonstrating his remarkable talent in the field of artifact refinement and his commendable temperament. Unfortunately, given his age, he had almost no hope of achieving foundation building, unless he could attain remarkable success in artifact refinement that would attract the attention of a golden core or spiritual realm cultivator willing to help him achieve foundation building at any cost. This predicament was shared by many cultivators. Those who closed themselves off to hard training often lacked the necessary resources, while those who became distracted by outside matters found that any spiritual stones they earned would inevitably hinder their cultivation progress, making it unlikely they could ever catch up. Only those with connections or true geniuses could hope to attain both. It's just a damaged spiritual sword. If it can assist you in understanding the path of artifact refinement before it is destroyed, then it has already served its purpose. There's no need for you to worry about it, Taoist Wu. Qin Sang waved his hand dismissively, and before shopkeeper Wu could respond, he added, "I have other matters to attend to. I will come again for a cup of tea, Taoist Wu." With that, Qin Sang turned and left the shop, striding towards the exit of Wenyuan Market. Outside Shaohua Mountain, on a nameless small island, what had once been a deserted isle now held a thin mist that enveloped the land like a barrier. Chirp, chirp. A bird with gray feathers circled anxiously around the island, clutching a small fish in its beak. Its little head couldn't comprehend why it could suddenly no longer enter its home. Each time it ventured into the mist, an inexplicable force would push it back. Unwilling to give up, its once clear chirps grew increasingly frantic, turning into sharp, jarring cries. 3 individuals sat cross-legged atop a large flattened stone on the island, one of whom was Yude. The other 2 were a woman known as Qing Ting and the man they had invited, Wu Yuesheng. Such a racket! Yue shot a glare at the bird, his eyes glinting like arrows as he swiftly burst through the mist. However, just as he emerged, a sudden flash of azure light obstructed him, the 2 forces canceling each other out in silence, leaving the bird oblivious. Yu looked at Qingting in surprise. Qingting opened her eyes and gazed deeply at the frantic bird, her tone inexplicably serious as she said, "All things have feelings. Let us spare this pair of poor little creatures." As she spoke, she opened a gap in the mist, allowing the bird to dart into its nest, where it fed the small fish to its mate, chirping excitedly as if recounting its earlier fright. Yu chuckled lightly. "Senior sister Qingting, your compassion is commendable. By the way, how is senior brother Jiang doing?" Qingting shook her head with a sigh. Just then, a white cloud suddenly flew in from the horizon, and from the south, a small boat sliced through the waves, carrying 2 individuals. Yu Dayue's expression brightened as he said, "Taoist Baiyun has arrived. The Liu brothers are here as well." Noticing Qingting's slight frown, Yue reassured her, "Senior sister, there's no need to worry. Junior brother Qin's cave dwelling is in the Guyuan kingdom, so it will take him some time to reach here." Before his words had faded, a sound of breaking air echoed from the north as Qin Sang arrived on a flying shuttle. Qin Sang landed on the azure stone and discreetly observed the 6 individuals before him. He recognized Sister Qingting and Yu Daiyue, while he had met the other senior brother only once. Aside from the 3 of them, there was an elderly Taoist, appearing to be around 60 years old, with gray hair and a goat-like beard that lent him an air of age. His eyes were slightly squinted, seemingly always smiling, giving off the vibe of a kindly elder. The other 2 were a pair of twin brothers who traveled on a boat-like artifact, their appearances almost indistinguishable from one another. What puzzled Qinsang was that these twin brothers were only at the 13th stage of the qi refining realm. Though both were at their peak, he recalled Diyue mentioning that using the array-breaking artifacts required cultivators at the foundation-building realm. "Please take a seat, my friends." Yu Daiyue warmly welcomed them and introduced everyone. After the introductions, Qinsang learned that the senior brother he had met before was Wu Yueshan, while the other 3 were not disciples of Shaohua Mountain, but rogue cultivators from the Yunsong marshlands. The elderly man was known as Hermit Baiyun and had his cave dwelling on Baiyun Island. The twin brothers, named Lu Jiang and Lu Shan, were well-known rogue cultivators who cultivated on Qilong Island. With the 5 elemental yin items gathered, the earth malevolent qi was sufficient, but there was still one thing missing: the soul of a demonic beast. The malevolent corpses, born of natural malevolence, thrived for years in the atmosphere of yin qi. The metamorphosis from a zombie to a malevolent corpse took a long time, during which the corpse would gradually develop intelligence. Eventually, it could awaken its consciousness, becoming as sentient as human cultivators. However, the process of corpse refinement was different. Hermit Baiyun had recently died, and neither the 5 elemental yin items nor the earth malevolent qi could bestow intelligence upon the refined corpse. A malevolent corpse without intelligence was no different from a lifeless object. In actual combat, Qinsang could not always focus on manipulating the malevolent corpse. More often than not, he would let it act on instinct. Therefore, it was essential to instill it with intelligence during the refinement process. The Heavenly Yin Corpse Art contained methods for corpse refinement, including techniques for attaching souls and bestowing intelligence. During the refinement process, incantations would draw in the soul, allowing it to be incorporated into the malevolent corpse's body. Thus, once completed, the malevolent corpse would possess spiritual awareness. Of course, this step was unnecessary when refining living corpses. The ideal source of a living soul was a human cultivator's primordial spirit, though the souls of demonic beasts could also be used. There were no strict requirements regarding the strength of the demonic beast's soul. When Qinsang traveled to Mingxin Island, he collected a few but still lacked enough. After leaving the sunken cave and delving deeper into the Yunsong marshlands, he spent several days gathering enough souls from demonic beasts. Just as he prepared to return to his cave dwelling for a period of closed-door training and corpse refinement, he unexpectedly discovered a sound transmission talisman at Huilong Temple, left behind by Granny Jing. News has arrived regarding the items you seek, Taoist Qin. Upon reading the message on the talisman, Qinsang's expression brightened with joy. He had not held much hope, given the limited circle of the secret shop and the fact that most cultivators were in the qi refining realm. He thought it more likely that good news would come from Tianhen House or Senior Brother One. Yet it turned out Granny Jing surprised him first. News about spiritual spring objects took precedence over everything else. After some consideration, Qinsang took out several artifacts hidden in his cave, dwelling, and equipped himself with them. Granny Jing's message on the talisman was vague. It was unclear whether the spiritual spring objects were located within some hidden ruin or if someone was looking to sell them from their collection. If the items were hidden in a secret realm, it might be that someone wanted to sell the information and the price wouldn't be too steep. Qinsang planned to purchase them and return to refine the malevolent corpse, gaining an extra helper, and then explore further based on the situation in the secret realm. However, if someone directly brought the items to sell, it would be a different matter. Although his financial situation was adequate, it might not meet the seller's expectations, especially since spiritual spring objects were exceedingly rare. Such transactions in the immortal cultivation world were few, with no set prices, relying entirely on negotiations between the parties involved. Regardless of how high the asking price was, he would have to meet it. If things became untenable, he would have to flee elsewhere, avoiding the prying eyes of Shaohua Mountain and disposing of the artifacts. Having made up his mind, Qin Sang flew at full speed with his sword. Upon entering the peach bamboo pavilion, he saw Granny Jing sitting at the shop's entrance, a cluster of peach branches scattered at her feet. She was carefully carving a piece of peach wood with a small knife, her expression intensely focused. She didn't use even a hint of spiritual power, and the physical force she exerted was minimal. It was entirely a display of skill, producing works that resembled fine art. These peach branches were ordinary wood, somewhat resembling the red jade peach tree from Sword Pass, but upon closer inspection, there were notable differences. Qin Sang stood to the side, waiting for Granny Jing to finish her carving. Once she did, he bowed slightly and explained, "Greetings, Granny Jing. Please forgive me for my tardiness. I was away and only just returned to Huilong Temple when I saw the sound transmission talisman. I rushed over as soon as I could." Granny Jing placed the finished piece on the counter, then looked up slowly, saying, "Fortunately, you arrived in time, Taoist Qin, where they would have left tonight. Please wait. I'll call the sisters back." Sisters? 2 women, perhaps? Qin Sang thought to himself, offering another apology to Granny Jing before heading towards the back hall of the Peach Bamboo Pavilion. Inside the Peach Bamboo Pavilion, only handcrafted items made from peach branches or bamboo were sold. However, after visiting 3 times, it was the first time Qin Sang witnessed Granny Jing at work, realizing that all these pieces were crafted by her own hands. The finished products were exceptionally exquisite, but came with a high price tag, making it difficult for ordinary people to afford even a single decorative item. Coupled with the pavilion's remote location, business was quite bleak. Qin Sang scanned the shop, noting that only a few items had sold over these days. Of course, Granny Jing wouldn't mind such things. The back hall of the Peach Bamboo Pavilion served as the secret shop, actually a spacious hall with some bamboo chairs arranged simply. Qin Sang casually sat down, patiently waiting. In less than a quarter of an hour, he heard footsteps outside, and Granny Jing entered with 2 young women. The 2 women appeared to be around 30 years old. Their looks were not striking, but were definitely attractive. They shared some resemblance, indicating a close blood relation as sisters. The taller woman in front had a cultivation level of the 11th stage in the Qi refining realm, while the one behind her was 1 stage lower. Seeing their cultivation levels, Qin Sang felt relieved. 2 practitioners in the Qi refining realm should have modest demands. It was evident that the 2 women held Granny Jing in great respect. As Granny Jing walked ahead, she pointed to Qin Sang and said, "This is Qin Sang, the Taoist I mentioned to you." She then turned to Qin Sang and introduced, "These are the Lu sisters. The one with the higher cultivation is the elder sister, Lu Xing, and the other is her younger sister, Lu Ro." With a smile, Qin Sang cupped his hands in greeting. "Greetings, fellow Taoists." The 2 women exchanged glances before returning the gesture. "We dare not." Lu Xing and Lu Ro pay their respects to Senior Qin. Granny Jing coughed lightly. Taoist Qin, their father was also a member of the secret shop, so there's no need for excessive formalities. If you have any needs, feel free to speak directly. I'll merely serve as a witness and will not intervene. The outcome depends on your discussion. As she spoke, Granny Jing cast a glance at Qin Sang. Qin Sang felt a subtle chill, understanding that Granny Jing silently warned him that infighting among secret shop members was something she detested the most. The 3 sat facing each other, with Granny Jing feigning sleep nearby. Qin Sang decided to be straightforward. "Fellow cultivators, I am searching for a certain type of spiritual spring object, specifically one that has naturally dried up. Of course, those damaged by external forces would also be acceptable." Granny Jing conveyed that you both might have information about such treasures. Upon hearing this, the elder sister, Lu Xing, readily replied, "To be honest with you, Senior Qin, Not only do we have news about such an object, but we also happen to possess one. Qin Sang was pleasantly surprised that they already had the item, eliminating the need for him to spend time and energy searching elsewhere. His heart filled with joy, yet he maintained a calm demeanor and asked, "Since you both had Granny notify me, I assume you are willing to trade? However, I wonder what you require in exchange before you are willing to part with it." Lu Xing and Lu Ro exchanged a glance, a hint of hesitation appearing on their faces. Biting her lip, Lu Xing said, "We are looking for a cave dwelling that possesses a spiritual eye." Qin Sang's expression darkened, his brows furrowing tightly. He did not hide his feelings, making it clear for the Lu sisters to see, as the asking price was indeed a bit steep. Among rogue cultivators, even foundation-building practitioners would feel fortunate to find a spiritual vein rich in spiritual power. Whether or not one had a spiritual eye depended entirely on luck, and spiritual springs were even rarer, almost impossible to encounter. Only powerful sects like Shaohua Mountain occupied the largest spiritual veins and could provide their foundation-building disciples with cave dwellings comparable to spiritual eyes. The reason Qin Sang managed to acquire a cave dwelling with a spiritual eye for the price of a few artifacts was that the White Cat was eager to seek enlightenment at Heavenly Demon Hill. It distrusted humans and had no other means to achieve its goals. Plus, it possessed the secret art of the spirit evasion art, which could help preserve its life. One had to admit, the Lu sisters were somewhat deluded to think they could trade a mere depleted spiritual spring for a cave dwelling with a spiritual eye. However, Qin Sang was determined to obtain the spiritual spring, so after the sisters proposed their terms, he began to ponder. He indeed knew of two authentic cave dwellings with spiritual eyes. One was on an island with a spirit stone mine, where the cave dwelling itself was a spiritual eye cave. The original head of the spirit stone mine had been a foundation-building cultivator, but it was now occupied by Shen Yu Dao. As the spirit stones were nearly exhausted, the accompanying spiritual vein and spiritual eye would gradually deplete as well. However, this would not happen quickly, at least not for over 100 years. Nevertheless, the damage inflicted on the spiritual vein by Shen Yu Dao and his group would undoubtedly accelerate the depletion of the spiritual eye. Additionally, even a nearly depleted spirit stone mine was beyond his financial means. The numerous branches deep underground, if mined slowly, could yield an astonishing amount. He could not just become a miner, and mining spirit stones was a challenging task that required much expertise. It was not something one could manage simply by having high cultivation. He could apply to take charge of the mine, but the sect would surely not allow him to transfer the cave dwelling to outsiders without permission. The second possibility was the branch of the Heavenly Corpse sect located in a cavern. However, Qin Sang did not think it was feasible. If that place were an ordinary spiritual eye cave, it might be acceptable, but having three natural spiritual eyes clustered together could not compare to a true spiritual spring, yet it would still be enticing. After he and his senior brother Yu reported the news to the sect, word of the cavern would have certainly spread. Though it was somewhat distant, the allure of the cave dwelling with spiritual spring could easily overshadow this minor inconvenience. Since it had been let out, it was unlikely they would be able to retract it. Thus, when leaving sect leader Peak, Qin Sang did not inquire, nor did senior brother Chu say anything. However, since it was a trade, proposing terms was merely a way to negotiate. The highest cultivation level of the Lu sisters only reached the 11th stage of the Qi refining realm. A spiritual vein rich in spiritual power would suffice to support their cultivation, so their bottom line should be around this point. They were unaware of the nature of Baiyun Island, where Hermit Baiyun resided. If that person lacked powerful friends, it might be possible to seize it forcefully. Thinking of this, Qin Sang spoke up, "Taoist Le, I have not yet seen the spiritual spring objects in your hands. May I be allowed to have a look?" Lu Xing nodded, saying of course. With that, she waved her hand over her mustard seed pouch, and a withered tree root appeared in her palm. which she graciously offered to Qin Sang. The root was about the size of 2 human heads, its gnarled roots glimmering with a strange luster, resembling a mineral. This appearance was due to the erosion of the spiritual spring, aligning with descriptions found in texts. After examining the tree root, Qin Sang handed it back and pondered. While depleted spiritual spring objects are rare, they are not treasures. Taoist Lu, your asking price seems overly high. I dare say that even if you asked everyone in the 4 major markets, no one would agree to this price. How about this? Shaohua Mountain raises spirit beasts that seek out spiritual veins. I will provide spirit stones and lend them to you for a year. The vast Yunsong marshlands are crisscrossed with spiritual veins. Perhaps you might find a spiritual eye there. The Lu sisters did not directly agree or refuse, but exchanged glances. One of them said, "May we consult with each other first?" Qin Sang gestured for them to proceed. Granny Jing gestured towards the main hall and said lightly, "The main hall has a soundproof barrier. You may proceed ahead." "Thank you, esteemed seniors, for your understanding." Lu Xing pulled Lu Rou along as they quickly made their way to the front. After setting up a soundproof barrier of their own, Lu Rou grumbled with a hint of indignation. The Yunsong marshlands are filled not only with countless demonic beasts, but also with many malicious people waiting to kill and steal treasures. If we flaunt our spirit beast in public, we might not even know how we died. I see no sincerity from him at all. Enough, Lu Xing said, pulling her back slightly. The spirit beasts raised by Shaohua Mountain should be reliable. The price for a year's hire won't be low, so Senior Qin's sincerity can't be dismissed. Lu Rou's eyes widened. "Sister, you can't seriously be considering selling the tree root just like that." Lu Xing appeared deep in thought. "Selling is a given. The tree root has been passed down from our ancestors for hundreds of years, and it hasn't produced a single drop of spring water. This confirms that the legends are true. Once a spiritual spring is depleted, it can't recover. However, we definitely can't sell it for a pittance. I intend to act according to our previous discussions." Lu Rou furrowed her brows tightly. "But we still don't know what kind of person he is. What if it really is a cave dwelling with a spiritual eye? Granny Jing may not be able to intimidate him. What if? It should be fine." Lu Xing pondered. What Qin Sr. said is correct. Spiritual spring objects are indeed rare, but not treasures. Our parents once wanted to sell some, but the price was too high, and no one wanted them. I deliberately mentioned the spiritual cave dwelling, and he didn't explode with anger or reprimand us. Instead, he seemed to consider it carefully. This indicates that, first, he genuinely wants to buy, and second, a spiritual cave dwelling is not something unattainable for him. I heard that in Shaohua Mountain, every foundation building cultivator can receive a spiritual eye. That's the backing of a major sect. Lu Xing sighed enviously. It's rare that the tree root can fetch a good price. With Granny Jing mediating, Senior Qin is truly the best choice. We sisters can barely support our cultivation, and even if we had spare funds to hire other foundation building cultivators, they might not be reliable. As long as we can acquire a decent cave dwelling, we will have hope for foundation building. If we cannot reach the foundation building realm, then what's the point of just looking at it? Keeping it would be meaningless. After thinking for a moment, Lu Rou reluctantly said, "Fine." Seeing the Lu sisters return, Qin Sang straightened up. He heard Lu Xing softly say, "Senior Qin, we can forego the spiritual cave dwelling and even give you the tree root. We only ask for your assistance with one matter." Qin Sang frowned and remained silent, looking into Lu Xing's eyes as he waited for her to continue. Lu Xing smiled awkwardly and glanced at Granny Jing, saying, "We discovered an abandoned cave dwelling. The owner of the cave dwelling has died, but there are dangerous barriers outside. We don't dare to enter recklessly. If Senior Qin could help us break the barrier, regardless of whether the cave dwelling inside is good or bad, we sisters would be grateful and would definitely give you the tree root." "Are you certain it's an abandoned cave dwelling?" Qin Sang asked in a low voice, unwilling to unknowingly provoke a formidable enemy. He'd rather put in the effort himself to help them find a suitable cave dwelling. Lu Xing nodded repeatedly. I'm certain the owner of the cave dwelling has been dead for a long time. Do you, Senior, remember a case from several hundred years ago in the Yunsong marshlands? Qin Sang, naturally unfamiliar with such a case, shook his head and replied, Go on, tell me about it. It said that deep within the Yunsong marshlands, an immortal abode surfaced, triggering a bloody incident. A female cultivator acquired a valuable treasure within the immortal residence and was ambushed and killed. As Lu Xing recounted the story, Qin Sang gradually gained some understanding of the so-called case. However, due to its age and Lu Xing's limited cultivation and background, she could find only sparse and ambiguous information. The Yunsong marshlands, with their vast and sprawling waters, had been explored by countless immortal cultivators over the ages. But hidden in its depths lay many undiscovered secret realms and ancient residences. Many cultivators endlessly searched the Yunsong marshlands, hoping to obtain ancient inheritances or lost treasures to defy fate and change their lives. The Yunsong marshlands were vast and sparsely populated. Generally, even if a secret realm emerged, it would hardly make a splash. Those lucky enough to enter would seize their treasure and retreat into seclusion, never revealing their discovery. But this immortal residence was different. When it surfaced, waves of celestial music and strange phenomena filled the skies, with rainbows arcing across the horizon and celestial mist obscuring the sun. The spectacle was visible even far from the immortal residence. With such strange phenomena, it was certain that a rare treasure had appeared. The cultivators within the Yunsong marshlands at the time were thrilled and rushed to the location. Although the immortal residence lay deep within the marshlands, the phenomena continued for an entire day before it opened. By then, a large group of cultivators had already gathered outside, and they entered together. The bloody incident took place within the immortal residence. It's said that the female cultivator obtained a valuable treasure there, but she carelessly leaked information about it and was besieged and killed by others who had entered the residence, including 2 golden core masters from the Yuanshan sect. Hearing this, Qin Sang wasn't surprised at all. The allure of valuable treasures often led to killings in the world of immortal cultivation. However, what caused the sensation wasn't the murder of the female cultivator, but rather her partner, an incredibly powerful figure who appeared after her death to seek revenge. At that time, this person, with only a single sword, slaughtered every cultivator who had entered the immortal residence, turning the Yunsong marshlands into a river of blood and filling people with terror. He even broke into the Yuanshan sect, cutting down the 2 golden core masters before disappearing without a trace, leaving behind the title of the Sword Devil. Upon hearing this, Qin Sang's first reaction was disbelief. The Yuanshan sect, like Shaohua Mountain, had its sect grounds within the Yunsong marshlands, positioned to the west, opposite Shaohua Mountain to the east. The Yuanshan sect's grounds were even more remote, bordering the territory of the Heavenly Demon Hill in the western regions. As one of the 8 major sects of the righteous path, the Yuanshan sect was protected by a spiritual realm elder. Would they really sit back and allow their golden core masters to be killed? Moreover, the Yuanshan sect excelled in the way of arrays. When the founding grandmaster of the Yuanzhao sect established its protective array, he had invited the spiritual realm elder from the Yuanshan sect to assist. The protective array of the Yuanshan sect must be even more formidable, and even a spiritual realm cultivator might struggle to emerge unscathed. Not only did the Sword Devil manage to kill 2 golden core masters, but he also retreated unscathed from the Yuanshan sect. What kind of cultivation did he possess? With these doubts in mind, Qin Sang turned to Granny Jing for confirmation, only for Granny Jing to glance at him and say, "It is true. Daoist Qin can verify it at the Tianhan House archives." From what this old woman knows, the Sword Devil also had strong ties to Shaohua Mountain. He was very likely someone known as Qingzhu. Senior Qingzhu. Qin Sang was utterly stunned, suddenly recalling that when he first joined the sect, Zhuang Yin had mentioned Sword Pass and the legend of Senior Qingzhu. In a fit of rage for a beloved, had split open the front mountain with a single strike, breaking through the array and leaving behind Sword Pass. To this day, Shaohua mountain disciples, looking at the sea of peach blossoms, still admired the splendor of Senior Qingzhu. After Qin Sang decided to cultivate the primordial spirit sword nourishment, he had considered learning from Senior Qingzhu's training methods. However, the records regarding Senior Qingzhu at Treasure Tower Peak were minimal, only noting that he reached the Golden Core realm in 40 years. Even Senior Brother Wen's knowledge of Senior Qingzhu was superficial. Qin Sang, with the protection of the Jade Buddha, was destined to take a different path from Senior Qingzhu, so he didn't dwell further on it. He suddenly realized there was likely more to the story. If Qingzhu had indeed slain 2 Golden Core masters of the Yuanshan sect, even though he had already renounced Shaohua Mountain, it would have had a significant impact on the relationship between the 2 major sects. No wonder Shaohua Mountain deliberately erased any traces of Senior Qingzhu. However, if Senior Qingzhu could kill Golden Core masters, could it mean he had switched to a different cultivation art? The fragmented primordial spirit sword nourishment technique only allowed one to reach the early Golden Core stage. Surprised, Qin Sang pondered briefly and then asked the Lu sisters, "The owner of the cave dwelling you discovered, did he also die at the hands of the sword devil?" Exactly. The cave's owner, who went by the Dharma name Sage Tsongli, was in the foundation building realm and was a somewhat well-known rogue cultivator of the time. He had also entered the immortal residence. Though no one saw him being slain by the sword devil, Sage Tsongli disappeared without a trace afterward, and no one ever saw him again. Eventually, people discovered that everyone who entered the immortal residence, even if not slain publicly, was later found dead, all at the hands of the sword devil, including Sage Tsongli. By a stroke of luck, we discovered this cave dwelling and, after extensive investigation, confirmed it belonged to Sage Tsongli. Unfortunately, the barriers around the cave dwelling were too strong for us to break through, so we had no choice but to seek Senior Qin's help. Lu Xing looked at Qin Sang with anticipation. "As long as Senior Qin agrees, we'll leave this route here with Granny Jing, and once the cave dwelling's barriers are broken, the route will be yours." Qin Sang remained noncommittal and, after some thought, said, "Since you two discovered the cave dwelling, you must have already tried to break in. What kind of barrier is it? How powerful? Can you give me some details?" "Of course." Seeing Qin Sang's interest, Lu Xing replied with a hint of excitement. "Sage Tsongli's cave dwelling is very well hidden, located in the depths of the water. If not for an accidental discovery, we wouldn't have found it. His cave dwelling is built on an underwater hill and is surrounded by a water-based barrier. This barrier is not only extremely sturdy, but also has a fierce counterattack mechanism, which only foundation-building cultivators can withstand. We've made several attempts, but were unsuccessful, losing 2 defensive artifacts in the process and nearly losing our lives to the barrier. However, we did gain some insights. From our observations, it appears that Sage Tsongli's cave dwelling only has this single-layer protective barrier. Once it's broken, there shouldn't be any additional dangers inside." Southwest of Shaohua Mountain, in the middle of a tranquil water expanse, the horizon stretched seamlessly in every direction, east, south, west, and north, where the sky met the water. The view was vast and unbroken, with no sign of even a small island, making it seem particularly desolate. A gentle breeze stirred, rippling the water's surface, lending a peaceful, unthreatening appearance to the place. Suddenly, subtle ripples appeared in the air above the water, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. A moment later, 3 figures materialized out of thin air: Qin Sang and the Lu sisters, who had stealthily arrived. "Senior Qin, Sage Tsongli's cave dwelling lies right below here," Lu Xing and Lu Ro remarked softly, pointing toward a specific spot in the water. They had struck a deal in Granny Jing's presence, leaving the tree root at the secret shop. Qin Sang's task was to dismantle the barrier around Sage Songli's cave dwelling, and then the items would be theirs. Qin Sang scanned the surroundings. Not only was there no sign of an island within sight, but the area within hundreds of li was utterly remote. Testing the water's depth with his spiritual consciousness, he found it so deep he couldn't reach the bottom. The trio activated their water-evading method and dove in, descending toward the lake's depths. The Lu sisters led the way, clearly well acquainted with the location, likely having visited multiple times before. At last, they reached the lake bed, where the water was clear, silt settled cleanly, and vibrant aquatic plants flourished, with fish and shrimp gliding through the underwater greenery. The scene exuded an almost idyllic serenity, reminiscent of a hidden paradise. Qin Sang expanded his spiritual consciousness and detected a few demonic beasts lurking in the silt. They were weak, not worth any significant effort, though he did spot a few spirit herbs growing in the cracks between stones, flourishing well. For cultivators of lower levels, harvesting these periodically could yield decent gains. Stronger cultivators rarely lingered in such barren places, nor would they expect a foundation-building cultivator's cave dwelling to exist here. Sage Tsongli had indeed chosen an excellent hideaway. Is Sage Tsongli's cave dwelling really here? Qin Sang asked, standing on a dark stone at the lake bed, glancing questioningly at the Lu sisters. Before them, the underwater terrain stretched out like a vast hilly region, scattered with mounds of varying sizes, some covered with aquatic plants, others bare. There were no deep chasms or perilous peaks, just an expanse that appeared unremarkably ordinary. Qin Sang circled the area, scanning the mounds with his spiritual consciousness. But after searching for a long while, he found nothing out of the ordinary, let alone any traces of a cave dwelling. The Lu sisters exchanged a quick, knowing glance and explained with a smile. Senior Qin, the reason we can't see Sage Songli's cave dwelling is due to the terrain here. There's a natural illusion array that conceals not only his cave dwelling, but also the spirit vein beneath it. We stumbled upon this place by accident while gathering herbs nearby and happened to break into the illusion array, discovering its secret. Otherwise, Sage Songli's cave dwelling would have long fallen into someone else's hands. The illusion array is hard to detect, but breaking through it isn't too challenging. Follow the right path, and you can walk straight in. Please follow us. Qin Sang marveled silently. Strange phenomena abound in the world. Naturally occurring illusion arrays weren't unheard of, but one that happened to form over such an ideal cave dwelling location was truly a marvel. Lu Xing hesitated briefly before adding, somewhat bashfully, Senior Qin, we have a small request. When breaking the barrier, could you, if possible, not destroy this illusion array? Qin Sang immediately understood Lu Xing's intent. The Lu sisters likely didn't have the resources or connections to acquire a Xianming tortoiseshell array. This illusion array might be the only future protection their cave dwelling would have. It was a reasonable request, and Qin Sang had no intention of being difficult over something within his means. Seeing Qin Sang agree, the sisters beamed and led the way, with Qin Sang following close behind. They moved quickly through the water until they reached the central area of the mounds and stopped atop a hill covered in aquatic plants. The Lu sisters stepped onto the solid ground and turned to him, saying, Please walk alongside us, Senior Qin, and refrain from using any evading methods. Be careful not to stray. This natural illusion array has no fixed form and changes constantly. If the array is accidentally triggered, it could trap us inside, and it would take ages to find our way out. Qin Sang accepted their advice, knowing that although the Jade Buddha could help him avoid disorientating arrays, it would be useless against illusion arrays. The Lu sisters stepped forward, and their figures immediately vanished without a trace. Qin Sang activated the Heavenly Star tier for protection, preparing himself as he took a step forward. The scenery around him abruptly shifted. The landscape remained hilly, but the lake water had vanished, and his vision was obscured by a thick fog. He could only see about a zhang ahead. The Lu sisters waited just in front of him, visibly relieved when he appeared. They nodded at him and continued forward. Passing through the fog-laden miasma, they twisted and turned along the path. Before long, the dense mist abruptly parted to reveal a barren hill at the center of the fog. As they stepped closer, they were immediately immersed in a concentrated field of spiritual power, comparable to that on Qilong Island, where the Lu brothers resided. Below lay a spirit vein, completely hidden by the illusion array, without the faintest leak of energy. The hill was strewn with white stones, entirely barren, devoid of any aquatic plants. At its base, a simple stone door stood, framed by a few crude stone pillars. At the top, the character Tsangli were boldly inscribed in a flourish, with no other adornments, unmistakably the cave dwelling of a dedicated ascetic. Encircling the hill was a pale blue water barrier, the primary challenge of their venture. Senior Qin, this water barrier is the cave dwelling's barrier. The moment it's triggered, a torrent of ice blades and water arrows will rain down. The stronger the force used to break it, the fiercer the counterattack. So please be cautious, Li Xing warned, her face paling slightly, recalling her own previous close call. Qin Sang nodded slightly, eyes fixed on the water barrier, but after a long look, he hadn't discerned any clues. Among Qingting's belongings, there had been a set of insights on arrays and barriers. When he returned her possessions to her family, he made a copy of her notes, though he had never found the time to study them. Not only had he left those insights untouched, but he had also postponed many tasks. The golden thread cedar wood was yet to be melted into the ebony sword, and the 1,000-mechanism sword array he obtained from Wu Yueshing still lay and used in his mustard seed pouch. Before coming here, Qin Sang had decided that if the barrier proved too strong, he would seek help from Senior Brother One and others. If the barrier was manageable, he could take the opportunity to study Qingting's notes, achieving two goals at once. The Lu sisters, being of low cultivation level, hadn't been able to gauge the full strength of the barrier. Qin Sang raised his hand, summoning the 5-elemental breaking sword, which whistled forth, then withdrew a transparent fire shield from his mustard seed pouch, encasing the Lu sisters beneath it. This shield, named the Divine Fire Shield, was an item Qin Sang found among the relics of Hermit Baiyan. It was a common protective tool, with decent strength and affordable materials, making it popular among rogue cultivators. After securing the Lu sisters and himself, Qin Sang extended his finger, and 5 sword lights shot toward the barrier in unison. Boom! The water barrier surged with intense blue light, churning out massive waves that splashed violently, each wave imbued with a fierce power of water essence, crashing down on the intruders with unstoppable momentum. It was the 3rd day since they had entered the illusion array. The barrier over the dark iron gate in the Heavenly Corpse Sex branch was likely stronger than this water barrier. However, due to the passage of time and loss of energy, that one had weakened enough to make it easier to breach. This water barrier, on the other hand, was far from simple. On the first day, the Divine Fire Shield had nearly been destroyed by the barrier's counterattack, forcing Qin Sang to retract it. In the face of the massive wave, Qin Sang and the 2 sisters seemed so small, as if they would be crushed in the next instant. Qin Sang sat cross-legged on the ground, then suddenly raised his hand, drawing the 5-elemental breaking sword into his palm. Activating the Heavenly Star Tier, he expanded its protective light barrier to shield both himself and the Lu sisters. At the same time, a flash of light flickered between Qin Sang's brows as the ebony sword released a torrent of sword chi, stretching several dozen zhang long, which cleaved fiercely into the oncoming wave. Splash! Though the wave wasn't entirely split open by the sword chi, the strike greatly diminished its force, allowing the Heavenly Star Tier to withstand it completely. The Lu sisters clung tightly together behind Qin Sang. Although they had witnessed such scenes before, they couldn't help but display expressions of terror. Observing Qin Sang's progress in breaking the barrier, they realized that Sage Tsongli's cave-dwelling barrier was far more formidable than expected. Even if they managed to reach the foundation building realm, They had no confidence in breaking through it themselves, which made them even more grateful to have invited Qin Sang. From their observations, Qin Sang had failed countless times, but each attempt had shown new adaptations. Now, he looked even more composed and assured. Indeed, they weren't wrong. After 3 days of probing, Qin Sang had gained a thorough understanding of the barrier. If he wanted to break it now, he had a fair chance of succeeding. However, he was using this rare opportunity to comprehend his senior sister Qingting's insights on arrays and barriers, so he hadn't yet made a full effort. Another day passed. The Lu sisters grew anxious, but Qin Sang remained calm. After dispelling yet another counterattack from a barrier, his eyes flashed with determination. He had gained all he could from the barrier and was ready to break it. Qin Sang retrieved the divine fire shield and tossed it to the Lu sisters, reminding them, "I'm going to put all my effort into breaking the barrier now, and I may not be able to protect you entirely. The two of you should use the divine fire shield together to defend yourselves." With that, Qin Sang extended a finger, causing the 5-elemental breaking sword to separate, each segment aligning with a specific point on the water barrier. The weakest point Qin Sang had carefully identified. Positioned directly atop the spirit vein, this location was saturated with spiritual power. The 5-elemental breaking sword harnessed the ambient spiritual energy, transforming into 5 azure dragons that surged with even greater might. The Lu sisters combined their efforts to activate the divine fire shield, their expressions a mixture of anticipation and apprehension. Then, with the 5-elemental breaking sword pushed to its utmost potential, the swords suddenly vanished from sight. In the next moment, they had already reappeared before the water barrier, with their tips deeply embedded into its surface. Whoosh! The spiritual power in the area surged chaotically, drawn by the 5 azure dragons. The 5-elemental breaking sword greedily absorbed the 5-elemental spiritual energy, trembling as it emitted a resonant sword hum. The swords disappeared from view, leaving behind 5 blinding dots of light. Break! With a powerful shout from Qin Sang, the entire space dimmed momentarily. The 5 dots of light exploded, and the force of the blast was fully absorbed by the water barrier, which was instantly riddled with large cracks. Yet, the barrier continued to resist, unleashing a terrifying torrent of ice blades, icy swords, massive waves, and raging tides. The Lu sisters' faces turned deathly pale as they desperately maintained the divine fire shield, praying that Qin Sang would succeed in shattering the barrier quickly. Qin Sang had anticipated the barrier's counterattack. Before it could reach him, he targeted the point where the cracks converged and silently activated the ebony sword. A flash of sword light swept by, and the ebony sword effortlessly pierced through the water barrier. Where the sword penetrated, a large hole formed in the barrier, which then swiftly began to collapse along the cracks, with the 5-elemental breaking sword following suit. With a crisp sound, the water barrier shattered completely like glass. Qin Sang swiftly gathered the Lu sisters and maneuvered through the flurry of ice shards, landing unharmed in front of the stone door. He then put away both artifacts. Rumble. The aftershocks of the barrier's counterattack continued to ripple at the edge of the space. The Lu sisters, still shaken, returned the divine fire shield to Qin Sang with renewed respect, saying, "Thank you, Senior, for spending so much time to assist us." Ignoring the residual effects of the barrier, Qin Sang turned toward the tightly shut stone door and said, "There may be more barriers and traps inside the cave dwelling, so proceed with caution." The sisters, now entirely convinced of Qin Sang's abilities, replied in unison, "We'll follow your lead." Qin Sang nodded, then stood still as he transformed his spiritual power into a hand that pushed against the stone door. To his surprise, the door opened smoothly with minimal resistance, revealing a rough passageway behind it that appeared unthreatening. The three moved forward cautiously and discovered that beyond the external water barrier, there were no further defenses. At the end of the passageway was a stone chamber about the size of 2 rooms, furnished sparsely in a style similar to Qin Sang's own cave dwelling. This was indeed Sage Songli's cave dwelling. Although it lacked a spiritual eye, the spiritual power within was remarkably dense, enough to satisfy any foundation-building cultivator. It's wonderful. We finally have our own cave dwelling. Lu Rou hugged her elder sister Lu Xing, bursting into tears of joy. Qin Sang, however, remained unmoved by the scene. Standing still, his gaze fixed on the stone bed at the back of the cave dwelling, his eyes reflecting surprise and curiosity. Lu Xing, calmer than her younger sister, comforted the excited Lu Rou. Noticing Qin Sang's focused expression, she followed his gaze but saw nothing unusual about the stone bed. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, "Senior Qin, what are you looking at?" Before she could finish speaking, Lu Rou suddenly let out a pained scream and collapsed to the ground. Lu Xing's face paled as she hurriedly held her sister. Lu Rou's face was twisted in agony, her breathing erratic, and her unfocused eyes filled with terror. Her entire body trembled violently, as if she'd seen something horrific. Snapping out of his trance at Lu Rou's scream, Qin Sang rushed over, pressing a finger firmly on her biweek acupoint to make her fall unconscious. He then took out a spiritual pill and fed it to her. Desperately worried, Lu Xing asked repeatedly, "Senior Qin, what happened? What's in the cave dwelling? Why did my sister suddenly become like this?" "Do not use your spiritual consciousness to touch the sword mark on the stone bed," Qin Sang said sternly. "Sword mark." Lu Xing paused, turning to look at the crack in the middle of the stone bed, which she had assumed was just a fissure. "It's actually a sword mark." Qin Sang sensed Lu Rou's emotions gradually calming down, nodded, and reassured Lu Xing, "Don't worry. Your sister's spiritual consciousness directly touched the sword mark, and the residual killing intent within it impacted her mind, making it difficult to shake off. Fortunately, she wasn't harmed. After a good sleep, she'll be fine." Upon hearing Qin Sang's explanation, Lu Xing forced herself to suppress her worry as she held the still slightly trembling Lu Rou tightly, casting a fearful glance at that sword mark. What kind of person left such a dangerous mark that even you can't even touch with spiritual consciousness? She held her own spiritual consciousness tightly within her primordial spirit space, not daring to let a sliver slip out. Qin Sang turned and raised his head, and, just as he suspected, he found an almost imperceptible fissure in the ceiling of the cave dwelling. One could imagine someone standing above the cave dwelling, perhaps even on the water's surface, and with a light stroke of their sword, sending sword chi piercing down through the lake, disregarding the illusion array and barrier, stabbing through the cave dwelling, and leaving a perfect sword mark right on the stone bed. It was likely that Sage Tsongli hadn't been in the cave dwelling at that time. Otherwise, he would have been split in half with a single strike. However, he was ultimately still dragged out and couldn't escape his fate. Now, Qin Sang was certain that only Senior Qingzhu could have left such a sword mark. Only someone who had cultivated the primordial spirit, sword nourishment, could sense the distinctiveness of the residual sword chi in the mark. The killing intent within the sword chi shared the same origin as the killing symbol in the primordial spirit, sword nourishment. As far as Qin Sang knew, on Shaohua Mountain, Senior Qingzhu was the only one who had truly cultivated the primordial spirit, sword nourishment, to completion, maintaining his sanity against the corrosion of killing intent and even reaching the Golden Core realm. This was a sword mark left by a Golden Core master. Had it not been for the fact that this sword mark had been around for a long time, with more than 90% of its sword chi and killing intent dissipated, Lu Rou's spiritual consciousness would have been shattered by the killing intent upon contact with the mark, her primordial spirit withering to death. But what surprised and shocked Qin Sang even more was the purity of the killing intent in this sword mark, even purer and more extreme than the fifth killing symbol. Qin Sang had assumed that Senior Qingzhu had since switched to another cultivation art, but it now appeared he had pursued the path of slaughter relentlessly. Could it be that he discovered something beyond the fifth stage? Why was it never stored in the treasure tower peak? Sitting cross-legged before the stone bed, Qin Sang released his spiritual consciousness, allowing it to make contact with the sword mark. Being a foundation-building cultivator, he didn't have to fear an ancient sword mark, and he had also practiced the primordial spirit sword nourishment, so there was no need for trepidation. Qin Sang sat still, like a withered tree. Lu Xing didn't dare disturb him, worried about both Lu Ro's state and whether they would still be able to use this cave dwelling after the sword mark had compromised it. After a while, Lu Ro stirred and slowly awakened. Lu Xing's face lit up with joy, and she urgently whispered, "How do you feel now? Are you hurt anywhere?" "My head hurts." Lu Ro held her head, her eyes dazed, still disoriented. When her gaze fell upon the stone bed, her eyes filled with intense fear, and she shrank back into Lu Xing's arms, her voice trembling. "That crack inside, it's terrifying. What did you see?" Lu Xing asked curiously. It felt like I'd fallen into a sea of corpses and blood." Phew! Several hours later, Qin Sang finally opened his eyes. After carefully contemplating the experience, his earlier suspicions were confirmed. Senior Qingzhu had progressed to a higher stage in the Tao of Slaughter. Even if he hadn't uncovered the primordial spirit sword nourishment beyond the 5th stage, he had certainly acquired a new secret art aligned with that path. After a moment of thought, Qin Sang summoned his ebony sword, visualized the killing symbol, and released a strand of sword qi, which landed squarely on the sword mark. A faint glimmer of sword light flickered, neutralizing the remaining sword qi within the mark. "I've cleared the residual sword qi on the mark. You needn't fear it any longer." Qin Sang sheathed his ebony sword, but before the Lu sisters could express their relief, he continued firmly, "Now, shouldn't you both fulfill your promise?" Lu Xing suppressed her excitement. "We'll follow you back to Wenyuan Market and hand over the spiritual spring objects as agreed." Although the barrier had been breached, the naturally formed illusion array remained undamaged. As long as the Lu sisters were careful, they didn't need to worry about others seizing their cave dwelling. The three quickly returned to Wenyuan Market, where, with the Lu sisters' confirmation, they retrieved the tree root from Granny Jing. Acting as a witness, Granny Jing only required Qin Sang and the sisters to buy a carving from her shop as compensation. Qin Sang selected a peachwood sword before promptly taking his leave, heading straight for Tianen House. After researching the case records there, he returned to Shaohua Mountain to consult with Senior Brother One and a few other familiar sect members. He then made his way to Treasure Tower Peak, meticulously combing through various records. Back in his cave dwelling, Qin Sang pondered the findings of his recent investigation. He was now nearly certain that Senior Qingzhu was indeed the sword demon. From the emergence of the immortal residence to Senior Qingzhu's defection from Shaohua Mountain, a decade or so had passed, during which he had been in seclusion. When he had finally split the mountain and left, the sect had deliberately suppressed news of it, avoiding any external uproar. The so-called case only became public knowledge after the sword demon assaulted the Yuanshan sect, with bodies, each confirmed to have come from the immortal residence, found in succession. Rumors circulated linking the sword demon to Senior Qingzhu, though none were verified. Some of Qin Sang's fellow disciples had heard whispers of this, but Shaohua Mountain had erased all traces of Senior Qingzhu, while both major sects seemed to have intentionally downplayed the matter. Given how much time had passed, no one had cared enough to pursue further investigation, treating it as little more than a legend. Following the sword demon's assault on the Yuanshan sect, he vanished without a trace. Some believed he had perished in a siege by the Yuanshan sect, while others speculated he had escaped the small cold domain unscathed. Theories abounded, but all were mere conjectures. There was one lead on Senior Qingzhu's whereabouts. A Shaohua Mountain disciple was said to have encountered him on the ancient immortal battlefield and even been saved by him, though that disciple had long since passed away. No one knew if Senior Qingzhu was still alive. If he hadn't broken through to the spiritual infant realm, his lifespan would have nearly run its course. Qin Sang's concern with Senior Qingzhu was due to the primordial spirit sword nourishment. Treasure Tower Peak held only a fragment of it, Senior Qin Zhu might have uncovered the remaining sections. If possible, Qin Sang didn't want to switch to a different cultivation art. This one was among the best suited for him, not only accelerating his cultivation speed, but also allowing him an additional life-bound Astra once he reached the Golden Core realm, which would give him a significant edge in combat. Of course, that depended on his ability to form a Golden Core. For now, such goals felt distant, and there was no need to rush. Once he entered the ancient immortal battlefield, he could investigate slowly. Even if Senior Qing Zhu had perished there, finding his remains or relics would be just as valuable. Qin Sang understood that searching for Senior Qing Zhu would be like finding a needle in a haystack. Whether he succeeded depended entirely on luck, and he couldn't afford to expend too much effort on it. His top priority now was to cultivate earnestly. Suppressing his wandering thoughts, Qin Sang walked to the pool. Seeing the clear spring water and the blossoms in full bloom, he took out the tree root and placed it on the spring's mouth, allowing it to be bathed in the spiritual spring. Whether it would work was uncertain, so he could only wait for the results. Even if the root could accelerate the spiritual spring, it wouldn't show immediate results. Qin Sang resealed the barrier around the pool and left it alone. He then sat cross-legged on the stone bed and brought out a piece of golden thread cedar wood. When fusing golden thread cedar wood with the ebony sword, Qin Sang's help was only required while it absorbed the spiritual wood. The subsequent refining could be conducted by the ebony sword itself through its power of primordial spirit and intent of slaughter. Qin Sang merely needed to anchor it within his primordial spirit. The time required for this process depended on Qin Sang's cultivation level and the quality of the spiritual wood. As his cultivation improved, the process would become increasingly faster. The higher the quality of the spiritual wood, the longer the refinement would take. Naturally, once the spiritual sword took form, its power would be significantly stronger. However, until it was fully refined, it was best not to use the spiritual sword in battle. In its incomplete state, the sword's power would be greatly reduced, and any serious damage could lead to its destruction, wasting all of his hard work. Golden thread cedar wood was considered low-grade spiritual wood in the world of immortal cultivation, so it could be fully refined within a month. If it were one of the 10 legendary divine woods, the process might take decades and would be far more intricate. With all external matters settled, Qin Sang decided to remain in seclusion during this period and complete the refinement of the golden thread cedar wood. A glimmer of sword light flashed. Qin Sang summoned the ebony sword, which hovered before him. Holding the golden thread cedar wood in his hand, he examined its grain, and his spiritual consciousness enveloped the piece of spiritual wood, analyzing the distribution of its wood elemental energy. This was a meticulous process that required precision and no margin for error. Such tasks were second nature to artifact refiners and alchemists. Qin Sang had also read some notes on artifact refinement borrowed from shopkeeper Wu, making the task fairly approachable. He quickly became adept at it. An hour later, Qin Sang had thoroughly understood the golden thread cedar wood. At his command, the ebony sword trembled slightly, rising above the golden thread cedar wood. The sword talisman engraved on the blade suddenly shone, releasing a surge of sword chi that enveloped the cedar wood. Under Qin Sang's spiritual control, the sword chi split into countless threads, some thick, some thin, forming an intricate web that, like a spider's web, entered the spiritual wood under Qin Sang's guidance. The sword chi intensified, eventually slicing the golden thread cedar wood into countless fragments. Yet, each piece of wood retained its wood elemental energy, completely pure and untainted. The useless wood shavings were purged, drifting down as green luminescent specks floated in the air like fireflies. Qin Sang nodded in satisfaction and lightly tapped the ebony sword. Swoosh! The ebony sword instantly emitted a powerful suction, drawing all the green luminescent specks into its blade. As the specks were absorbed, the slender ebony sword began to expand and contract, its shape fluctuating erratically. Qin Sang immediately infused spiritual power into the blade. Activating the sword talisman, to help the ebony sword absorb the wood elemental energy. In no time, the ebony sword gradually stabilized. Qin Sang smiled and returned it to his primordial spirit for nourishment. With the full refinement of the golden thread cedar wood, the sword would soon regain its complete form. With that task completed, Qin Sang meditated briefly to restore his spiritual consciousness and spiritual power. Then, he lightly brushed his fingers over his mustard seed pouch. One item after another floated out, arranging themselves neatly before him. Hermit Baiyun's body was sealed in an ice coffin, with strands of silver hair still gleaming as if he had just died. On his chest was a wound left by the five-elemental breaking sword. Even more horrifying was his complexion. Before his death, he had been struck by a poisoned needle, and the snake venom coursed through him, giving his entire body an eerie shade of dark green. However, as long as the Dantian area remained undamaged and the body was intact, it wouldn't affect the refinement of the malevolent corpse. In the lesser magnetic bottles, the energy of Earth malevolent Qi was stored, and this was Qin Sang's first attempt at refining a malevolent corpse, so he prepared 2 bottles as a backup. Next came the 5 elemental objects. There was the 9-orifice stone, a porous stone, a small piece of blue nether gold, shimmering in blue. Spirit water, contained in a jade vial, pure as the bright moonlight. A segment of moon pagoda tree's core about the length of a forearm exuded a calming aura. The last item was the ghost feather, with the fire within it burning fiercely and radiating a chill. Then, Qin Sang took out a mass of grayish-white aura from the corpse puppet pouch. This was the collected souls of demonic beasts, gathered into a single ball. With all the materials required for refining the malevolent corpse ready, Qin Sang didn't rush to begin. He calmed his mind and carefully recalled the heavenly corpse art several times, ensuring that no details were overlooked. He then reached out toward the ice coffin. Bang! The ice coffin shattered into pieces, and Hermit Baiyun's body tilted and stood upright before Qin Sang. Qin Sang's expression darkened slightly as his spiritual consciousness spread out, enveloping Hermit Baiyun's body. The two faced each other, and an eerie silence fell over the cave dwelling. After a long while, Qin Sang suddenly raised his hands. His handprints shifted as his spiritual consciousness intertwined with his spiritual power, forming a peculiar barrier rapidly in his palms, which he then directed at Hermit Baiyun's left arm. The barrier sank into the corpse and vanished, yet Hermit Baiyun showed no sign of change. On the other hand, Qin Sang's movements grew increasingly swift. His fingers flickered rapidly, creating a series of illusions difficult to discern with the naked eye. Barriers formed quickly in his hands and flew into various parts of Hermit Baiyun's body. As time passed, the number of barriers increased, and Hermit Baiyun's body finally began to transform. The qi and blood within him was condensed by the barriers, turning into the corpse qi, causing him to appear significantly emaciated. Next, his features slowly sank, revealing 2 fangs that began to grow from his exposed gums. His fingernails also grew rapidly, becoming sharp as knives. During this process, a dense corpse qi emanated from Hermit Baiyun. The fangs and nails, influenced by the corpse qi, were suffused with a dark green venomous qi. Simultaneously, as the barriers sank into his body, Hermit Baiyun's bones and skin began to change rapidly, hardening as if they were being forged into artifacts. While his appearance still bore some resemblance to Hermit Baiyun, he looked more like a mummified corpse than a living human. Hermit Baiyun was slowly transforming into a zombie. If he were placed in a location rich in energy, he could absorb it over the years, gaining intelligence and eventually evolving into a malevolent corpse. Within the demonic sect, there were methods for corpse refinement that could accelerate this process. However, according to the steps outlined in the Heavenly corpse art, this was merely the beginning. As Hermit Baiyun's transformation made him look more and more like a zombie, Qin Sang suddenly stopped and interrupted the technique. He shifted his gaze to the corpse puppet pouch. With a quick gesture, he summoned the grayish-white qi composed of assembled demonic souls into his hand. With a slight movement of his spiritual consciousness, he drew out a demonic soul from within. The demonic soul twisted in Qin Sang's grasp, at times taking on the form of a fish, the soul of a fish demon. The creatures Qin Sang hunted were all low-level demons in the ordinary demon realm, lacking intelligence. Their resistance was weak, posing no trouble during the corpse refinement process. However, as a result, he required a greater number of demonic souls, which prolonged the refinement process. Since it was Qin Sang's first attempt at corpse refinement, he had chosen to proceed cautiously. Now came the second step of corpse refinement, infusing these souls directly into the refined corpse, skipping the lengthy process of nourishing it with yin qi and forcibly granting it a semblance of spiritual awareness. Holding the demonic soul in his grip, Qin Sang formed a hand seal. This time, the barrier he created differed significantly from the previous one. As it took shape, the demonic soul was gradually encased by it, until it finally dissolved, merging entirely with the barrier. With a flick of his finger, Qin Sang released the transparent barrier, which hovered in front of him, a faint wisp of gray-white qi drifting within. Unexpectedly, he succeeded on the first attempt. Encouraged, Qin Sang quickly seized another demon soul and repeated the process. But just as the barrier was about to solidify, the demonic soul shattered. Frowning slightly, Qin Sang casually waved away the broken soul and summoned another one. Success wasn't guaranteed every time, but given his strong spiritual consciousness and growing familiarity with the secret art, he estimated a roughly 70% success rate, an acceptable efficiency. Time passed unnoticed in the cave, dwelling, as Qin Sang focused intently on refining the barriers. Eventually, the mass of gray-white qi was nearly depleted, leaving a dense collection of tiny barriers floating before him. At last, he completed the final barrier. Qin Sang clenched his hand, causing the barriers to coalesce in a brief moment of disorder before they arranged themselves in an orderly manner, forming a faint, humanoid shape in midair. The next step involved splitting off a strand of his soul, which, following the heavenly yin corpse art, would forge a soul imprint that would grant him control over the refined corpse. This imprint would fuse with the barrier and be engraved onto the corpse. Once the refinement succeeded, he would use the soul imprint to command the refined corpse, deploying it to fend off foes. Although splitting his soul would slightly harm his primordial spirit, a few days of meditation would restore it. Qin Sang had long since grown accustomed to the devouring pain of sword qi, so this minor discomfort was negligible. Quickly, he split off a wisp of his soul and concentrated on forming the soul imprint. Once it was completed, Qin Sang embedded the soul imprint onto the humanoid barrier before engraving it onto Hermit Baiyun. As the barrier merged, Hermit Baiyun began to undergo new changes. His once closed eyes opened, revealing pitch-black pupils without a trace of white, which moved with unsettling agility. His deep, black pupils stared straight ahead, brimming with an intense hatred of the living and an insatiable lust for killing, a disturbing sight. At this point, he had fully transformed into a zombie. After gathering the remaining demon souls back into the corpse puppet pouch, Qin Sang cast a glance at Hermit Baiyun. Pausing for a moment, he commanded it to move. Hermit Baiyun obeyed without hesitation. Qin Sang instructed him to turn left, then right, and each time he followed the command precisely, showing no signs of struggle or resistance. Thud! Hermit Baiyun clawed a chunk of stone from the wall and, on Qin Sang's command, handed it over, standing perfectly still before him. Qin Sang's expression grew more and more astonished, as this behavior deviated entirely from what was described in the heavenly yin corpse art. The heavenly yin corpse art warned corpse refiners that the newly refined corpse, having just acquired intelligence, would instinctively resist its controller, sometimes even attacking. At that stage, refiners were to stabilize the soul imprint on the corpse and subdue it, remaining wary of sudden attacks until full control was achieved. Many had died to corpses they had refined caught off guard despite their success. Though Qin Sang did not fear an ordinary zombie, he had planned to proceed with the usual precautions. Yet, before he had even begun to act, Hermit Baiyun displayed complete obedience, showing not the slightest hint of rebellion. This unexpected development left Qin Sang both surprised and thoughtful as he pondered the possible reasons. The Heavenly Yin Corpse art was the secret art passed down through the Heavenly Corpse sect, a method refined and verified countless times, leaving little room for error. The art clearly stated that a refined corpse's resistance to its controller stemmed from instinct and was unaffected by the controller's cultivation level. Even a cultivator of higher standing could, at best, only subdue the refined corpse momentarily. Yet, somehow, his own process had produced an anomaly. Aside from the Jade Buddha, Qin Sang didn't consider himself particularly unique compared to others. The soul imprint was merely a fragment split from the primordial spirit. Could it be that this fragment also inherited the Jade Buddha's abilities, becoming as unshakable as his original primordial spirit? Could it mean that anyone, once under his control, would be unable to resist, destined only for servitude? Qin Sang's eyes lit up, and a sudden surge of excitement arose within him, as though a path to transcendence lay right before him. In the world of immortal cultivation, corpse refinement wasn't the only art of control. The Yuling sect had methods to command demonic beasts, and even the demonic sects possessed sinister arts to enslave cultivators directly. With the Jade Buddha's boundless mystery, if I can find a similar secret art, one aligned with enslavement, I can seize control of a cultivator in the Golden Core realm. With such a servant, I will have access to limitless spiritual pills, astras, and cultivation arts. No, wait. A flicker of excitement had just crossed Qin Sang's face when it quickly vanished. He carefully inspected the soul imprint, noticing a faint layer of yellow light on its surface, weak, almost indiscernible unless closely observed. And unlike the Jade Buddha itself, this glow lacked the same indomitable quality. Seeing this, Qin Sang began to contemplate. It seemed that the strength of the soul imprint had its limits. Hermit Baiyun had only just become a zombie and had yet to be infused with malevolent qi, meaning his power was roughly equivalent to that of a cultivator in the qi refining realm, leaving him unable to resist. As Qin Sang understood it, the Yuling sect's beast-taming art required that the demonic beast's power not exceed the controller's by too great a margin. Otherwise, the beast would turn on its master. He couldn't yet determine the exact strength limit of his soul imprint, but he was certain it surpassed what others could achieve. Qin Sang felt quite confident about the Jade Buddha's capabilities. Additionally, his thoughts drifted back to the time he'd been at the Heavenly Corpse Sect's branch, where he had attempted to forcefully subdue a living corpse through secret arts and had failed. Clearly, the Jade Buddha could indeed enhance the strength of the soul imprint, but only if he could first mark his target with it, a feat that was often the most challenging step. Though not as overwhelmingly powerful as he'd first imagined, it was still a pleasant surprise. Enslavement would not last forever. As long as one had intelligence and instincts, few would willingly accept servitude. It was said that higher-level astras could give birth to artifact spirits, but the relationship between an artifact spirit and its owner was closer to that of family or companions, fundamentally different from enslavement. Once those enslaved gained the power to break free, they would inevitably turn on their master. This was also true for the living corpses refined using the Heavenly Yin Corpse art. According to the secret art, it was best for the one refining corpses to use a cultivator at the same level to create a living corpse. If a refiner in the early stage of the foundation building realm used a cultivator from the middle stage of foundation building realm as the corpse, they would need to be cautious when controlling the corpse in battle. A single stage difference wasn't too significant and could generally still be suppressed under normal circumstances. But if a late-stage foundation building cultivator was turned into a living corpse, the refiner would be better off abandoning control entirely to avoid backlash and focus on escaping. With the assistance of the Jade Buddha, I might be able to surpass this limitation. Qin Sang mused. However, refining a living corpse was the most challenging step, as it required not only defeating the opponent, but also capturing them alive and imprisoning their primordial spirit. Since he couldn't even handle a middle-stage foundation-building cultivator on his own and lacked the help of a teacher, refining a late-stage foundation-building cultivator into a living corpse was out of the question. With this thought, Qin Sang shook his head, dismissing the idle notions from his mind. He fixed his gaze on Hermit Baiyun and recalled the instructions in the Heavenly Yin corpse art. Once refined into a zombie, 2 additional steps remained. The first was to build a foundation using the 5 elemental Yin objects, and then to channel Earth malevolent Qi into the body, transforming Hermit Baiyun into a full-fledged malevolent corpse. Ordinary corpse refinement arts didn't require the step of using the 5 elements as a foundation. As long as a cultivator's dantian wasn't damaged before death, it could absorb malevolent Yin Qi, forming a Qi of Yin Qi within the dantian to transform into a malevolent corpse. Even corpses with a destroyed dantian could eventually metamorphose into malevolent corpses if left in a highly concentrated Yin environment for long enough. But such corpses could no longer be refined. Earth malevolent Qi was far more violent than Yin Qi, so the 5 elemental Yin objects were essential to stabilize the dantian and prevent the malevolent corpse from being destroyed. Moreover, the 5 elemental Yin objects were the key to concentrating Earth malevolent Qi. They would allow the Heavenly Yin corpse art's barrier to merge with Hermit Baiyun and suppress Earth malevolent Qi. In life, Hermit Baiyun had cultivated a wood-based art. Qin Sang's eyes flashed as he focused on the core of the moon pagoda tree before him, pulling it into his palm. The core was pure white, radiating a tranquil aura. This core, the essence of a 600-year-old moon pagoda tree, was the most refined part of the tree. Forming a blade with his spiritual power, Qin Sang carefully sliced a piece from the moon pagoda tree's core, which then floated in the air before him. He cast several barriers over it. Before long, the core began to melt like ice, and eventually, only a small, liquid-like remnant of the purest moon pagoda essence remained. Go! Qin Sang aimed at Hermit Baiyun's dantian and flicked his finger, sending the moon pagoda tree's core shooting into Hermit Baiyun's dantian. Immediately, Hermit Baiyun's aura rippled. Under Qin Sang's control, the essence of the moon pagoda tree's core quickly spread throughout Hermit Baiyun's dantian, nourishing the withered dantian. The once depleted Qi seemed to regain a glimmer of vitality. Without missing a beat, Qin Sang proceeded according to the generative cycle of the 5 elements. Next, he summoned a ghost feather. Enveloping it in spiritual power, he meticulously extracted a cluster of Yin fire from within the feather. As the Yin fire was forcibly extracted, the ghost feather shattered into fragments, destroying valuable spiritual material. Qin Sang, however, didn't give it a second glance. His focus locked on the Yin fire, continuing to refine it with barriers. Then came the 9 orifice stone, the blue nether gold, and finally the Yin spirit water. One by one, he embedded each of the 5 elemental Yin objects in a Hermit Baiyun's body. Their essences fused within, fortifying his dantian and building layer upon layer of barriers. Now, the true challenge awaited. Qin Sang exhaled deeply, adjusted his state, and picked up a lesser Yin magnetic bottle. Opening the lid, a wave of intense chill immediately poured out. Qin Sang carefully extracted a wisp of earth malevolent Qi, ignoring the biting cold, and fully suppressed the wisp of earth malevolent Qi until it settled. Then, he gradually directed it into Hermit Baiyun's dantian. Boom! As soon as the earth malevolent Qi entered, Hermit Baiyun's dantian surged as if an explosion had erupted. Drawn by the Qi fluctuations, Hermit Baiyun's body began to tremble violently. Qin Sang focused on stabilizing Hermit Baiyun's physical form, not daring to hesitate, and quickly activated the barriers he had placed in the dantian, refining the strand of earth malevolent Qi. Puff! A cloud of black Qi erupted from Hermit Baiyun's dantian, generating violent tremors that seemed about to burst. Qin Sang's face darkened slightly, and he waved his hand to release a surge of spiritual power, silently dispersing the black qi. As expected, the first attempt failed, but this was anticipated. Unfazed, Qin Sang took a brief rest before seizing another wisp of earth malevolent qi. He repeated this process, failing several times, until nearly half of the earth malevolent qi in the bottle was consumed. Then, a flicker of excitement crossed Qin Sang's face as his spiritual consciousness detected a wisp of black qi, moving like a fish through Hermit Bayun's dantian, finally subdued. The first step was always the hardest. After this breakthrough, each subsequent attempt became easier, and by the time the malevolent corpse refinement was complete, he hadn't even used the entire bottle of earth malevolent qi. Qin Sang let out a long breath, waved his hand to return the spiritual items to his mustard seed pouch, and looked at Hermit Bayun with satisfaction. Compared to the previous zombie state, Hermit Bayun's outward appearance hadn't changed much. Only a faint layer of black qi now shrouded his body. At this stage, it was still not a true malevolent corpse. It required time for the earth malevolent qi within it to seep throughout its body, gradually refining and fortifying its flesh with the help of the barriers. Once Hermit Bayun and the earth malevolent qi fully fused, becoming inseparable, his entire body would be enveloped in black qi, transforming him into a malevolent corpse as fearsome as an evil spirit, with strength reaching its peak. Qin Sang didn't need to intervene further. He placed Hermit Bayun into the corpse puppet pouch, letting it metamorphose slowly on its own, a process that wouldn't take too long. Bang! The malevolent corpse vanished, only to reappear immediately before Qin Sang, throwing a heavy punch his way. Qin Sang easily caught the blow, assessing the strength of the malevolent corpse. Although it was newly refined and still slightly weaker in speed and power compared to a cultivator at the 13th stage of the qi refining realm, its strength would certainly surpass that once metamorphosis was complete. Qin Sang conducted several additional tests. The malevolent corpse could indeed move freely and could be controlled with a split focus. If well manipulated, it would be highly effective. However, the limitations were clear. When Qin Sang exited his cave, dwelling to test it, he found that if the malevolent corpse strayed too far, the connection with his soul imprint weakened significantly. Not only did he lose control over it, but even sensing its presence became difficult, leaving it to act autonomously. This discovery dashed his hopes of using the malevolent corpse to scout dangerous areas ahead. After refining the malevolent corpse, its face turned greenish-blue, its fangs elongated, and an overwhelming aura of malevolent qi rolled off its body. It was unmistakably a refined corpse and best avoided in front of righteous cultivators. Once Qin Sang mastered controlling the malevolent corpse, he stored it in the corpse puppet pouch to let it cultivate autonomously, then returned to his cave dwelling. Though corpse refinement seemed complicated, it actually took less than 5 days. Glancing at the unchanged pool, Qin Sang dismissed it and sat cross-legged. After a moment's thought, he took out the spoils he'd acquired from the Heavenly Corpse Sex branch, organizing them while also assessing his own state to prepare for his journey to the ancient immortal battlefield. First was the talisman Astra given to him by Senior Sister Qingting. Although a crack marred its surface, it still retained considerable power and could be used a few more times if not wasted, a valuable trump card to safeguard carefully. The cracked iron stake had been examined by a shopkeeper Wu, who couldn't discern much about it, but speculated it might be some kind of array artifact, crafted from premium spiritual. Qin Sang recalled the scene when he first encountered the skeleton. Shattered spirit stones littered around the cracked iron stake, and the items on the skeleton hadn't been scavenged. Shopkeeper Wu's assessment was likely correct. The stake was probably used for setting up a hidden spiritual array, but the owner, gravely injured, couldn't avoid death in the end. As the stake was already damaged, it was essentially useless. Then there was Hermit Bayun's dragon-subduing staff and the spiritual sword he'd acquired from Wu Yuesheng, named the Yanli Sword. Though not as refined as the Crimson Flame Sword, These two artifacts were both high-grade, and some of the finest beyond their primary wielder's main artifacts. The Yanli sword spoke for itself, and the dragon-subduing staff had numerous ingenious uses for handling complex situations. When he entered the ancient immortal battlefield, Qin Sang intended to rely on these two artifacts, with the ebony sword for covert strikes and the Yin Luo banner of 10 directions, or the talisman astra for added support as needed. Combined with the malevolent corpse, profound thunderbolts, and 2 essence-devouring spikes, Qin Sang found he had a decent set of defensive means. As long as he didn't court death, he should be able to preserve his life. It was a pity that his most effective artifact, the falling cloud wings, was a malevolent artifact and couldn't be used indefinitely. Initially, he had taken a liking to Wu Yuesheng's evasion technique, but neither his mustard seed pouch nor the treasure tower peak contained a similar spell. It was likely his supernatural ability tied to Wu Yuesheng's cultivation art and inaccessible to those without that specific training. Though he hadn't found an evasion technique, Qin Sang did come across the 1,000 mechanism sword array. After breaking through to the foundation building realm, the Zhishuan sword art had started to feel limited, and Qin Sang had intended to upgrade his sword art. However, the primordial spirit sword nourishment took precedence, leaving him unable to focus on both. The treasure tower peak held countless sword arts, dozens accessible even to foundation building cultivators, varying in strength and each with its unique features. The top 5 sword arts, however, not only required difficult training, but were also so expensive they nearly equaled a top-grade artifact in cost. Without a master or sufficient resources, few foundation-building disciples would choose these 5 arts. A handy artifact was often a more practical investment. Moreover, without guidance from a master, achieving high mastery in the sword Dao would demand an immense amount of time and energy, inevitably conflicting with other aspects of cultivation. Qin Sang directed his spiritual consciousness into the jade slip, examining the 1,000 mechanism sword array in depth. His eyes gleamed with excitement. Though it didn't match the top 5 arts, the 1,000 mechanism sword array had its unique strengths. The core of this art lay in splitting sword chi, causing the sword chi strands to draw on each other to form the 1,000 mechanism sword array, maximizing the power of each strand of sword chi. Sword chi splitting and sword light division were entirely different. Sword light division was a far more advanced realm of the sword Dao, said to require at least the golden core realm and exceptional talent in the sword path to comprehend. The primordial spirit sword nourishment confirmed this. Upon reaching its 5th stage, corresponding to the golden core realm, the talent-derived supernatural ability granted was sword light division, allowing the life-bound spiritual sword to split off a strand of sword light. Sword light division has boundless utility, with its greatest advantage being its connection to the wielder's intent, allowing for the formation of exquisitely intricate sword arrays. However, just splitting off a few strands of sword light doesn't make one invincible. Otherwise, everyone would be using spiritual swords as their artifacts. Unfortunately, the primordial spirit sword nourishment lacks further stages, so it's unclear what supernatural abilities the later phases of this art might unlock in terms of sword arrays. Furthermore, merely 2 strands of sword light are far from sufficient to form an array. The creator of the 1,000 mechanism sword array drew inspiration from the technique of sword light division, developing this art by splitting sword chi into an array, unrestricted by one's cultivation level. Any cultivator who can channel sword chi is capable of practicing it. The higher a cultivator's level and the stronger their spiritual consciousness, the more sword chi they can control. The sword chi split by the 1,000 mechanism sword array each inherits only a small fraction of the spiritual sword's power, making each individual strand seem weak. Yet, once they form a sword array, the combined linkage of all sword chi strands becomes formidable, surpassing the power of the original spiritual sword. As one's expertise in swordsmanship grows, so too does the might of the sword array. In the cavern, Qin Sang had not witnessed Wu Yuesheng fully deploying the sword array, but from the aura when the array began to form, He knew it was anything but weak. Had the three of them not harbored their own agendas, they could have easily slain the living corpse. Additionally, cultivating this sword art isn't as demanding as the 5 sword arts from Shaohua Mountain. By splitting off 2 strands of sword chi to combine with the spiritual sword itself, one can create a small-scale sword array. With time, the cultivator can further comprehend the art, where each new strand of sword chi becomes a visible enhancement. After seeing the 1,000 mechanism sword array, Qin Sang decided almost instantly to adopt it as his main sword art, not merely to save the spirit stones needed to exchange for a sword art. Whoosh! The Yanli sword flew from Qin Sang's palm, releasing sharp sword chi as it circled around him. With the ebony sword still nurtured in his primordial spirit, he would use the Yanli sword to practice his understanding of the sword art. After refining it for a while, Qin Sang claimed the Yanli sword as his own, then closed his eyes and immersed his spiritual consciousness into the jade slip, wholly focused on comprehending the 1,000 mechanism sword array. The Yanli sword's glow softened as it rested horizontally on Qin Sang's lap, casting the cave dwelling into stillness. The spring water remained clear, orchids bloomed in silence, while the exotic fragrance of the divine flowers was tightly sealed above the pool by a barrier. A pity, truly. Days passed, and Qin Sang seemed like a statue. In the blink of an eye, a month had flown by. On this day, a prolonged sword hum suddenly resonated through the cave dwelling. The Yanli sword, which had rested motionless on Qin Sang's lap, without warning, flew up to hover above his head. Qin Sang's eyes shot open, a sharp gleam in his gaze as he focused intently on the Yanli sword. The insights he had gained from the 1,000 mechanism sword array flashed through his mind, and he felt ready to attempt splitting sword chi. Without hesitation, he channeled his spiritual power into the Yanli sword. The Yanli sword radiated intense sword chi. 1. This refers to the way of the sword. The Yanli sword's blazing red sword chi, compressed by Qin Sang to a mere zhang in length, initially appeared somewhat illusory, flickering with a restless quality. Yet under Qin Sang's meticulous control, it grew increasingly solid. Once the sword chi stabilized, Qin Sang's gaze sharpened, focusing on the Yanli sword for a long moment before he finally called out in a low voice, "Open." The sword hummed in response, resonating with a high-pitched sound. The Yanli sword suddenly trembled, and its sword chi surged turbulently, like clouds caught in a fierce wind. A crack emerged within the sword chi, widening progressively. The sword chi then began to peel away from the spiritual sword, transforming into a dense, fiery aura that burned like an intense flame, only to dissipate at a speed visible to the naked eye. Qin Sang acted quickly, knowing he couldn't afford to let his guard down. Following the techniques laid out in the 1,000 mechanism sword array, he poured his full spiritual consciousness and spiritual power into containing the detached sword chi, preventing it from scattering completely. Once he managed to stabilize the sword chi, he inserted a strand of his spiritual consciousness into it, attempting to refine it according to the sword art's teachings. As Qin Sang's refining progressed, the sword chi fluctuated wildly, alternately compressing and stretching, slowly molding itself into the shape of a spiritual sword. Though it could barely maintain this shape, it was still far from meeting the 1,000 mechanism sword array's exacting standards. The moment Qin Sang released his restraint, the sword chi would dissipate instantly. Only by refining it to a level where it could retain the sword's form independently could he consider a success. This was the primary challenge of the 1,000 mechanism sword array. Just as Qin Sang was about to press on, pop! Without warning, the sword chi exploded, with needle-like fragments shooting outward in all directions, threatening to riddle the cave, dwelling like a beehive. Qin Sang's expression darkened. He swiftly withdrew his spiritual consciousness from the sword chi, dispersing it with a wave of his hand. After pondering for a moment with furrowed brows, he stood up. The cave dwelling was too small. If he lost control of the sword chi again, a resulting explosion could lead to a cave collapse, and damaging the spirit vein would be disastrous. With that thought, Qin Sheng stowed away the Yanli sword, tidied up the few items lying around, sealed the cave, and soared towards Xianglong Mountain on his sword. At Huilong Temple, everything was as before. Since Qin Sheng took residence, he'd sealed it with a veil of mist, keeping his presence hidden from view. The mortals at the foot of the mountain gradually grew accustomed to the mystery. Inside, a sound transmission talisman awaited him from Senior Brother One, who reported that he had yet to find any dried-up spiritual spring objects. Qin Sheng realized he had forgotten to follow up on this matter last time, and quickly sent a reply, also raising a few additional questions. The Huilong Temple, which Gu Tianan and his disciple had used as their cave dwelling, held sufficient spiritual power, and cultivating sword art here didn't demand an excessive amount of spiritual energy. Settling cross-legged in the courtyard, Qin Sheng decided not to use the Yanli sword this time. Instead, he summoned his ebony sword. After a month of nurturing, the ebony sword had fully merged with the golden thread cedar wood, its blade now carrying a hint of purity and a delicate green tint. Whether it could withstand a second killing symbol remained uncertain, but Qin Sheng knew he had to gather as much spiritual wood as possible to enhance the ebony sword's strength, ensuring it wouldn't limit his cultivation progress. Being his life-bound spiritual sword, the ebony sword was far more responsive to his control than the Yanli sword. Qin Sheng easily advanced to the previous critical stage, analyzing his earlier failure. The scorching summer days had finally passed, giving way to the harvest season. As the villagers below Xianglong Mountain worked, they couldn't resist glancing up at the mountain's mysterious peak, speaking excitedly whenever they mentioned it, unable to stop. Shrouded in mist that never dispersed, the mountain held a solitary Taoist temple rumored to house immortals. In just a few short years, countless people seeking immortality had come in admiration of a legend. Some even set up humble huts outside the mist, kneeling daily without ever receiving a response, yet refusing to give up, believing that the immortal was testing their sincerity and commitment to the Tao. Others risked their lives to venture into the mist, wandering dazedly for days, only to awaken at the base of the mountain, stomachs growling with hunger. Among them were high-ranking officials, aristocrats, and renowned martial artists. As more immortality seekers gathered, housing prices in the village surged, and it gradually developed into a small town, thriving with prosperity. The villagers profited, many seizing the opportunity to explore new livelihoods beyond farming. They revered the immortal on the mountain, worshipping even more fervently than the seekers. Unbeknownst to them, there was no immortal in the mountain temple, only a lone cultivator on the arduous path to immortality. Qin Sheng sat alone in the courtyard, motionless for 2 months, his silhouette exuding a deep solitude. He was oblivious to the happenings below, his body blanketed with fallen leaves and dust, his mind entirely absorbed in the spiritual sword. Swoosh! A streak of blood-red light shot into the sky, then returned, hovering alongside the ebony sword. It was a small, blood-colored sword that, upon closer inspection, seemed slightly illusory, surprisingly formed entirely of sword chi. Qin Sheng opened his eyes, looking at the blood-colored sword with a spark of excitement. After 3 months of grueling practice, he had finally mastered this sword art. However, a single sword chi carried very limited power and was insufficient to form a sword array. He immediately sank his focus back into the blood-colored sword. 10 days later, the small sword trembled lightly and then split into 2 strands of sword chi, both faint and barely able to hold their shape. Qin Sheng tensed, concentrating all his strength to keep the sword chi from collapsing. Before long, the 2 strands of sword chi solidified into a small sword. Qin Sheng smiled slightly, raising the ebony sword alongside it. The 3 small swords pointed toward the center in a triangular formation. With more divided strands of sword chi, it would eventually form a circular disc like the one Wu Yuesheng had used in battle. At its peak, the 1,000-mechanism sword array could produce 64 strands of sword chi, combining with the ebony sword to form an array. However, The more strands one created, the greater the challenge for the cultivator. Qin Sang could feel the intricate energy linkage between the ebony sword and the sword chi, requiring only his focused control of the ebony sword to command the entire array. What thrilled Qin Sang the most was that the intent of slaughter imbued in the sword chi within the array grew in intensity, delivering an even more powerful impact on his enemy's spirits. Swoosh! The sword chi retracted, and the ebony sword returned to Qin Sang's forehead. 2 strands of sword chi would suffice for now. He could refine more over time. He had spent over 3 months at Huilong Temple. He wondered how the cave dwelling was faring, and whether the piece of tree root had indeed accelerated the growth of the spiritual spring. Qin Sang stood up, a flash of light dusting away the leaves and dirt on his robe. He glanced around and summoned the sound transmission talisman from Senior Brother Wen. After reviewing its contents, he pondered for a moment before flying directly to the cave dwelling. The entire time, he did not cast a single glance toward the foot of the mountain. He slipped quietly into the water, activated the Xianming tortoise shell array, and quickly made his way into the cave dwelling. As he stepped inside, his face broke into an expression of sheer delight. The spiritual power in the cave was now twice as dense as it had been when he left. Qin Sang immediately moved to the edge of the pool, setting his gaze upon the spiritual spring. The orchid appeared even more delicate than before, swaying happily in the pool, warmly welcoming Qin Sang's arrival. In only 2 short months, the pool's spring water had nearly overflowed. The most remarkable transformation, however, was in the tree root, which now extended countless tendrils that embraced the spiritual spring, piercing deeply into the pool and merging with it, making the root seem alive. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that these tendrils weren't truly part of the tree root. Rather, they were strange feelers born from the fusion between the pool and the root, as though the two were combining into a single entity. What thrilled Qin Sang most was the spiritual spring itself. Once, it had only revealed a faint phantom of a spring source. Now, its outline had taken shape. Recalling the records on spiritual springs he had studied, Qin Sang estimated that, if the pool and the roots successfully fused to create a spiritual spring, it might take less than a year for it to fully form. Perhaps he would still have time to join the Shangyuan Tranquility Palace's teleportation array to instantly reach the ancient immortal battlefield. Shaohua Mountain and the ancient immortal battlefield lay at opposite extremes, one at the southernmost tip of the small cold domain and the other at the far north. Between them spanned both the densely populated mortal realm and a vast, rarely trodden expanse of northern ice plains, stretching over hundreds of thousands of li. Even a foundation building cultivator flying without rest would require a lengthy journey. However, with the ancient teleportation array, the journey could be made in a single instant. Today, such ancient teleportation arrays were exceedingly rare in the cultivation world. Whatever might exist in other areas, only a handful remained in the small cold domain, and only Shangyuan Tranquility Palace possessed one that reached the ancient immortal battlefield's outskirts. Shaohua Mountain lacked such a passage. If he wished to avoid making the journey by air, his only option was to go through Shangyuan Tranquility Palace. This scarcity stemmed from the fact that the knowledge to build these ancient arrays, like many ancient techniques, had long been lost. Additionally, many of the spiritual materials essential for constructing these arrays were now extinct within the cultivation world. Even Yuanshan's sect, renowned for its mastery of arrays, could not replicate these ancient arrays. The greatest feat they had achieved was the repair of a slightly damaged ancient teleportation array. Using such an array, cultivators faced spatial pressures during teleportation. For short distances, this posed minimal risk, but over extended distances, a cultivator without sufficient strength would be instantly crushed into dust by the spatial pressure. This was precisely why ancient arrays were unique. They could protect cultivators against immense spatial pressure, ensuring safe passage. This issue remained unresolved despite countless experiments by the major sects within the small cold domain. Any attempt to extend teleportation distances inevitably ended in the death of those who dared to enter. Modern teleportation arrays constructed in the cultivation world could cover a distance of at most 100 li, but these arrays were prohibitively expensive and required significant spiritual stone consumption with each use. For cultivators, such a limited range was hardly worth the cost, so sects generally reserved teleportation arrays for special purposes, rather than wasting resources to build many. Because ancient teleportation arrays were so few in number and could not be repaired if damaged, sects used them with great caution. Shan Tranquility Palace's array, for example, only activated once every decade and only for one-way transport. Rogue cultivators and members of smaller sects had to pay a steep fee in spiritual stones to use these ancient arrays. Shaohua Mountain and Shangyuan Tranquility Palace jointly guarded Xuanlu Stronghold, obligating them to aid each other, and thus disciples of either sect could use the array without charge. Qin Sang had inquired about the next array activation from Senior Uncle 1 via sound transmission talisman and learned that it would be less than a year away. If the spiritual spring formed swiftly, he would still have time. Regardless of the timing, Qin Sang was determined to reach the ancient immortal battlefield. Seeing the secret dragon-searching techniques successfully take effect, Qin Sang was elated and began to refine his plans. With less than a year remaining, his top priority was to find an extremely secluded spirit vein. Only by relocating the spiritual spring to this hidden vein after it formed could he focus on his battles within the ancient immortal battlefield. The outer edges of Yunsong marshlands teemed with cultivators, so placing the spiritual spring deep within the marsh would be ideal. With this in mind, Qin Sang abandoned his plan for secluded cultivation. He once again sealed his cave dwelling and flew toward Shaohua Mountain on his sword. For now, he had no intention of bringing the 9 illusion heavenly orchid or the spiritual spring into the ancient immortal battlefield. Firstly, he was unfamiliar with the chaotic and tumultuous environment within the battlefield, which would make securing a stable area extremely difficult. Secondly, he had not yet reached a stage where he required a spiritual spring or cave dwelling for cultivation. The battlefield itself was rich in spiritual power, and his sect would arrange suitable cultivation spots. This was the benefit of belonging to an established cultivation sect. At sect leader peak, Qin Sang reported to sect leader Yu about his intention to journey to the ancient immortal battlefield and to travel through the ancient teleportation array. He borrowed 2 spirit beasts capable of tracking spirit veins and received an assignment to manage affairs in the depths of the Yunsong marshlands. Without delay, Qin Sang left the sect and headed directly into the heart of Yunsong marshlands. Time flew by, and half a year passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Qin Sang had been exceptionally busy traversing the marshes. He made some new friends, handled minor sect affairs, hunted demonic beasts alongside fellow cultivators, and even explored an ancient cultivator's hidden estate. Unfortunately, the estate was not well hidden and had long since been plundered. His gains were disproportionate to the effort expended. However, Qin Sang successfully located a highly concealed spirit vein, making the journey worthwhile. Although not particularly large, the spirit vein was extremely well hidden, nestled deep within the vast marshes, with no valuable spiritual herbs or materials nearby. With the Xianming tortoise shell array, he could seal it safely without any worries. Half a year later, a dust-covered Qin Sang returned to the sect, collected his rewards, and went to Wenyuan Market, where he handed over all the spiritual materials he had gathered to shopkeeper Wu. Qin Sang had only managed to encounter 1 demonic spirit realm beast, and even then, it was slain alongside numerous other cultivators, leaving him with only a small portion of the corpse. Unable to refine an essence-devouring spike, he chose a few artifacts with unique uses and asked shopkeeper Wu to help him refine them. Returning to his cave, dwelling with both anticipation and nervousness, Qin Sang's eyes lit up at what he saw. The spiritual spring within the pool had transformed dramatically. The tree root had fully intertwined with a piece of jade, forming a unique shape. At the point where they merged was a small indentation, from which the spring's source emanated. A steady flow of water trickled from the spring, releasing an intense concentration of spiritual power that invigorated him. The nine-illusion heavenly orchid in the pool looked more vibrant than ever. It seemed that in less than a month, the spiritual spring would be fully formed. 1 month later, Qin Sang emerged from his meditation, refreshed and clear-eyed as he gazed at the completed spiritual spring. With a slight smile, he took out a jade box, carefully uprooted the nine-illusion heavenly orchid, and then extracted the spiritual spring. The tree root and jade had fused into a single, crystalline entity, with a vortex-shaped spring continuously emanating dense spiritual qi. This was a remarkable treasure, born from the essence of heaven and earth, a stunning sight that mesmerized him. After stowing away both treasures and retrieving the array flags for the Xianming tortoise-shell array, Qin Sang took a moment to look around his cave dwelling, where he had spent so many years. Having nurtured a spiritual spring, the spirit vein here seemed to have fulfilled its purpose. With the spring removed, the vein would gradually wither away. Shaohua Mountain, Dao Peak. Qin Sang didn't have many acquaintances. After bidding farewell to shopkeeper Wu at Wenyuan Market, he headed to Dao Peak to say goodbye to Senior Brother Wen. To Qin Sang, Senior Brother Wen was both a mentor and a friend. Without a master and often lacking basic knowledge, Qin Sang had sought advice from Senior Brother Wen numerous times, always receiving helpful answers. It was amusing to think that their friendship had started over 2 middle-grade spirit stones. I never expected Junior Brother Qin, having just reached the foundation-building realm, to voluntarily enter the ancient immortal battlefield. Such courage is something I cannot compare to, Senior Brother Wen remarked. Raising his teacup, I toast you with tea, Junior Brother Qin, in honor of your bravery. Qin Sang smiled wryly. If his cultivation art didn't require it, if he could just increase his cultivation level by training quietly in his cave dwelling to reach core formation realm, he certainly wouldn't be venturing into such a dangerous place. After finishing the tea, Qin Sang cupped his hands in farewell to Senior Brother Wen and flew towards Sect Leader Peak. Several dozen cultivators had already gathered at Sect Leader Peak. Some are disciples of Shaohua Mountain, while others were members of immortal cultivation families affiliated with the mountain. The crowd was expected to grow, as it was still early and not everyone had arrived yet. Most of those present were at the Qi refining realm, with a few at the foundation building realm, all preparing for the journey to the ancient immortal battlefield. The Qi refining cultivators were mostly at the 10th stage, and many looked somewhat aged, at least in their 40s or 50s. These were people who hadn't reached the foundation-building realm before 50, or who, realizing they couldn't reach the foundation-building realm by then, still refused to give up and sought an opportunity at the ancient immortal battlefield, making one last attempt. There were also those who had already abandoned their path to immortality, now risking everything to secure cultivation resources for the next generation, hoping their descendants wouldn't follow in their footsteps. After all, while the ancient immortal battlefield was dangerous, it was also rich with opportunities, a place of countless tales of defying fate that circulated in the cultivation world. In comparison, Yunsong marshlands fell far short of the ancient immortal battlefield. Qin Sang descended, extinguished his sword light. Everyone turned to look. After scanning the crowd and not seeing anyone he recognized, Qin Sang walked over to a tree and sat down cross-legged, quietly entering meditation as he waited. His aloof demeanor discouraged several people who had intended to approach him from doing so. It was evident that as the moment approached, most people were struggling to maintain their composure. Small groups had formed here and there, murmuring to each other as they tried to alleviate their unease. Although Qin Sang appeared to be meditating, he was actually spreading out his spiritual consciousness to eavesdrop. Despite gathering as much information as possible about the ancient immortal battlefield, he knew there were likely gaps in his knowledge. Since the road ahead was uncertain, the more he could learn, the better. After listening for a while, Qin Sang shook his head. The discussions were mostly the same as the information he'd already gathered. That was to be expected. These people were either disciples of Shaohua Mountain or from families affiliated with it, all sourcing their information through the mountain, so the overlap wasn't surprising. Deciding not to waste any more energy, Qin Sang had just withdrawn his spiritual consciousness when he suddenly heard the sound of something cutting through the air. Looking up, he saw an evasion light swiftly approaching. Judging by its force, it was likely a foundation-building cultivator, and the light seemed vaguely familiar. Whoosh! The light stopped abruptly before sect leader Peak, landing on the stone path, revealing a middle-aged cultivator. Qin Sang was surprised. It was Yu Daiyue. After 3 fellow Foundation-building disciples unexpectedly died, they had both returned from the Heavenly Corpse sect branch and were then separated for questioning by the Hall of Discipline. Since then, Qin Sang hadn't seen Yu Daiyue. Seeing him again, Qin Sang noticed that Yu Daiyue's face looked considerably older than when they'd last parted, though it had only been a little over a year. For a Foundation-building cultivator, such a drastic change in appearance was unusual. Yu Daiyue's brows knitted unconsciously, a trace of worry flickering across his face as if something was weighing heavily on him. He walked over with heavy steps, giving only brief nods and half-hearted words of greeting to the few familiar people who acknowledged him. So, Yu Daiyue came to Sect Leader Peak too. Is he also planning to head to the ancient immortal battlefield? Qin Sang hadn't heard him mention it before. Since they had crossed paths, Qin Sang rose and greeted him. Senior brother Yu. Junior brother Qin? Yu Daiyue spotted Qin Sang, his surprise evident. Are you heading to the ancient immortal battlefield too? Qin Sang nodded, then asked in return, Senior brother Yu, you're also heading to the ancient immortal battlefield? It looks like we'll be traveling together again. Yu Daiyue looked slightly puzzled. If I recall, junior brother Qin, you're still quite young? Yes, I just turned 40. Then why would you? Yu Daiyue caught himself, remembering Qin Sang's talent and understanding that everyone had their own path. He changed his tone, saying, I've been stuck in the early stages of the foundation-building realm for too long, with no opportunity for advancement found in the caverns. If I don't make an effort in the ancient immortal battlefield, my path to cultivation might come to an end. It is a pleasant surprise that I can travel with you. Have you made any plans? Qin Sang answered uncertainly. I'm still undecided. What about you, senior brother? Xuanlu Stronghold was jointly controlled by Shaohua Mountain, the Tai Core sect, and the Shangyuan Tranquility Palace, with Shaohua Mountain holding a third of the influence. It was said that after entering Xuanlu Stronghold, disciples had 2 prime options. One option was to join the Xuanlu Stronghold Guard, protecting the stronghold. With Qin Sang's cultivation level, he would at least hold a minor leadership position. Joining the Guard came with many benefits. Although members often ventured into the ancient immortal battlefield to hunt cloud beasts or undertake similar tasks, each mission was done with a team, reducing the danger of facing threats alone. The sect also provided a free cave dwelling in the city and offered substantial compensation. The other option offered more freedom. Xuanlu Stronghold occasionally required certain covert tasks or deep exploration missions into the ancient immortal battlefield. These dangerous missions were reserved for a trusted group of disciples known as the Shadow Guards. Shadow Guards received no more than 1 assignment every 5 years. If there were no tasks within that time, they were completely free. However, once assigned, they could only refuse for a legitimate reason. Otherwise, it would be considered a betrayal of the sect. The sect took each Shadow Guard's abilities into account when assigning tasks, though ensuring absolute safety, especially in a perilous place like the ancient immortal battlefield, was impossible. The sect supported the Shadow Guards generously, but the rewards depended on the success and accomplishments of each mission. Of course, there was also the option of doing nothing, even avoiding any association with the sect, venturing into the battlefield alone like a rogue cultivator. However, without the sect's support, one could only rely on their own strength, which could make survival in the battlefield exceedingly difficult. Seeing is believing, Qin Sang thought. deciding to wait until he reached Xuanlu's stronghold to personally assess the situation before making his final decision. When Qin Sang posed his question, Yue hesitated briefly before responding. To be honest, junior brother Qin, this will also be my first time entering the ancient immortal battlefield, so I can't make any solid plans. But I came here seeking opportunities and won't stay holed up in the city indefinitely. Being a guard just isn't an option. If you're considering something similar, junior brother, why not join forces with me? Receiving Yue's invitation, Qin Sang didn't respond immediately, instead contemplating it quietly. Their venture into the cave had indeed built a level of trust between him and Yue, making him a decent companion to travel with. However, Yue was desperately seeking an opportunity for a breakthrough. His age was nearing the limit, and unless he advanced to the middle stage of foundation building soon, he would have no hope of reaching the core formation realm. This journey was one of sheer determination, his final gamble. The outer reaches of the ancient immortal battlefield might not offer what he sought, so he would undoubtedly venture into dangerous, hidden realms in search of medicinal pills and treasures. If Qin Sang accompanied him, he too would be swept into these dangers. Qin Sang, on the other hand, had only recently broken through to the foundation-building realm. He was still young. He had nearly 160 years left out of the 200-year lifespan for foundation establishment cultivators, meaning that he had at least 30 or 40 years to focus on early-stage foundation building without feeling pressed by time. Of course, this didn't mean he would slack off. The faster one advanced, the better. The sooner he reached the late stage of the foundation-building realm, the more time he'd have to attempt core formation, increasing his odds of success. Qin Sang had come to the ancient immortal battlefield to cultivate the primordial spirit, sword nourishment. All he needed was a secure cave dwelling where he could regularly hunt cloud beasts and train step by step without needing to throw caution to the wind. As for finding a remedy to restore his foundation, searching for traces of senior Qingzhu, and collecting spirit wood to enhance his ebony sword. These matters were important, yet not urgent. The damage to his foundation seemed, for now, to impact only his combat abilities, and after advancing to the foundation-building realm, he hadn't noticed any hindrance in his cultivation. He could confirm if any issues existed when he reached the middle stage. Similarly, tracking senior Qingzhu's whereabouts wasn't an immediate concern. Core formation realm remained a distant goal for him. As for the ebony sword, being crafted from astrograde material, it wouldn't be greatly weakened even if it couldn't handle a second killing symbol. Qin Sang could take his time acclimating to the ancient immortal battlefield, investigating and gathering materials as he trained. If opportunities arose safely, he'd seize them. If not, he'd focus on cultivation, waiting until he grew stronger before taking any risks. With this in mind, Qin Sang decided against traveling with Yue and said tactfully, "Senior brother Yu, the ancient immortal battlefield holds countless dangers, and I fear my limited strength would only weigh you down." His words were sincere. Yue knew him well enough to understand. Hearing Qin Sang's response, Yue didn't press further. The two continued conversing idly for a while before each sat cross-legged in silence, waiting quietly. Qin Sang withdrew his gaze discreetly, noting that Yue's brow held a faint but lingering sorrow. A moment earlier, Qin Sang had subtly guided the conversation toward the aftermath of the cave incident, but Yue had deliberately avoided the topic. Nonetheless, Qin Sang keenly sensed a trace of resentment in Yue's tone. Was Yue penalized due to Li Zai's death? This thought seemed plausible. Perhaps Qin Sang had been spared because, like Li Zai, he had been brought in by the organizers to lend support. If senior Uncle Feng Ming, Li Zai's master, demanded accountability, the organizers would certainly face consequences. With senior sister Qing Ting dead, the burden likely fell entirely on Yue. Without his master's favor and with no one to intercede for him, who could say what price Yue had paid to avoid repercussions? It was likely that his current circumstances were exceptionally difficult. Casting all caution aside, to enter the ancient immortal battlefield seemed like a last resort. Qin Sang sighed inwardly. In a world of immortal cultivation, strength was the ultimate currency. Yet, with an uncertain path ahead of him, there was little he could do to help Yue. And so, he pushed these thoughts aside, feigning ignorance as he closed his eyes and resumed his meditative stance. "Greetings, Senior Uncle Che. Greetings, Grandmaster." The loud voices jolted Qin Sang awake. He opened his eyes after coming out of meditation to find the small square in front of the sect leader's hall already filled with people. Earlier, sect leader Yu had arrived to perform a head count and announce some important matters regarding their entry into Xuanlu Stronghold. Now, however, an unfamiliar cultivator had appeared at some point and was standing before the sect leader's hall, hands clasped behind his back. Sect leader Yu stood respectfully at his side. The man looked young, around 30 years old, with distinct, almost foreign features, a high nose and deep-set eyes. Dressed in a moon-white Taoist robe, he wore a palm-sized red gourd at his waist. Standing there, he radiated an ethereal, otherworldly aura, yet there was also a faint, compelling pressure about him, stirring a reverence in all who beheld him. Qin Sang sensed not the slightest hint of spiritual energy from this man. To the naked eye, he seemed like a mere mortal. However, the people in front of Qin Sang had already fallen to their knees in a wave, including the foundation-building cultivators. Senior Uncle Che, Qin Sang's heart skipped a beat as his gaze fell upon the red gourd. No wonder it looked familiar. Isn't it the red dust gourd? I have once ventured inside it himself. This person was Che Yutao, the esteemed golden core cultivator of Shaohua Mountain. He's even hanging his astra openly on his waist. Qin Sang muttered silently to himself, but quickly paid his respects to Che Yutao, addressing him as senior uncle. To guard Xuanlu's stronghold, the presence of only foundation-building cultivators wasn't sufficient. It was said that golden core cultivators from Shaohua Mountain would take turns stationed there, and it seemed Che Yutao was now among them. With a golden core cultivator leading the way, this journey would certainly be secure. Without any visible change in his expression, Che Yutao regarded the crowd with a calm, sweeping glance and said indifferently, "The time has come. Those of you heading to the ancient immortal battlefield, board the treasure ship now. I will escort you to Shangyuan Tranquility Palace." Before his words even settled, a vast shadow enveloped the crowd, and they looked up in astonishment. Overhead, a massive treasure ship had appeared, floating silently in midair. The ship resembled a grand mortal vessel, with both ends curving upward, a dragon head carved at the prow. It exuded an imposing grandeur, with intricate hanging tassels swaying and 1,000 resplendent hues emanating from it. It was an astra. Even their standard transport vessel is an astra. Is this the power of a golden core master? Qin Sang looked up with envy, his yearning to pursue a higher realm growing even stronger. When Che Yutao finished speaking, several cloud-like steps extended down from the ship. A buzz of excitement swept through the crowd as they each took to the steps and entered the treasure ship, with Qin Sang following closely behind. Once everyone was aboard, Che Yutao's figure suddenly faded and vanished without a trace. The treasure ship trembled slightly, then shrank rapidly, transforming to the size of a flying shuttle before it silently streaked away, leaving only a gentle breeze to stir the treetops. Sect leader Yu remained standing in respectful silence for a long moment before he finally straightened up. Upon entering the treasure ship, Qin Sang was assigned a small, narrow room, surrounded on all sides by solid wooden walls. It was just spacious enough for one person to sit in meditation. He could hardly imagine how much space the ship had to contain so many people. Shangyuan Tranquility Palace was located north of Shaohua Mountain, with the two sects not far from each other. Northeast of Shangyuan Tranquility Palace, near the Tianwan Mountains, was the stronghold of the Quniang sect. Powerful and formidable, the Quniang sect had vanquished the Blood God sect, a major demonic sect, and blocked off the Tianwan Mountains. This prevented the demonic sect from pushing south, effectively reclaiming the southern area of the Tianduan Mountains from its control. After Qin Sang obtained the geomantic map of the entire small cold domain, he noticed that the Dazue Kingdom lay northwest of the Cunniong sect's mountain gate and within its sphere of influence. It was likely that immortal Master Han's family was a cultivation clan affiliated with the Cunniong sect, tasked with controlling great sway and surrounding territories for the sect. The Cunniong sect possessed an ancient teleportation array. While it couldn't transport them directly to the ancient immortal battlefield, it could take them close to the frozen plains. However, the Cunniong sect guarded Chang'an City, separate from Shangyuan Tranquility Palace, so they would not be joining them. Additionally, the Tai Core sect, located on the far northwest edge of the righteous sect's territory, bordered the heavenly Demon Hill to the west and the extreme northern frozen plains. They had direct access to the ancient immortal battlefield. The speed of flight for a Golden Core cultivator was unimaginable. Inside the room, Qin Sang could see nothing outside, and after several hours, the treasure ship shuddered slightly. Suddenly, he felt himself lifted and thrown out of the ship. Immediately, he heard a chorus of astonished exclamations. When his vision cleared, Qin Sang looked around and realized he was no longer amidst Shao Mountain's vast lakes and towering peaks, but rather in a heavenly palace floating above the clouds. They were standing atop a large mountain. Its summit had been artificially leveled into a massive platform, surrounded by an expanse of mountains covered in towering ancient trees. The calls of beasts and birds echoed in waves. In the distant horizon lay a boundless sea of clouds. Peaks reached into the sky, sprouting from the cloud sea like isolated islands, each one shrouded in mist. Numerous palaces, adorned with intricate carvings, adorned the mountaintops. Cultivators soared through the air, gliding among the clouds. This palace above the clouds felt like an ethereal realm, a true paradise. This was Shangyuan Tranquility Palace, one of the 8 major sects of the righteous path. Admiring the grandeur before him, Qin Sang felt a stirring in his heart. He lowered his gaze, scanned his surroundings, and walked to the edge of the platform, stepping out onto it. Looking up, he saw the blue sky and the blazing sun, not a cloud in sight. He wondered why Senior Uncle Che had left them here. Qin Sang quietly observed his surroundings, but saw no ancient teleportation array, nor any cultivators from Shangyuan Tranquility Palace arriving to greet them. As Qin Sang grew increasingly puzzled, Che Yutao, standing at the forefront, suddenly looked up, his gaze sharp as lightning. From deep within the cloud sea, a figure in a green Taoist robe gradually appeared. Though still far away, the sound of hearty laughter reached them first. "Old Che, I didn't expect you'd personally escort them. To think I'll have to share the burden of guarding Xuanlu's stronghold with someone as tedious as you. These coming decades will be insufferable." Che Yutao clearly knew this man well and chuckled lightly, retorting, "I'd say, old geezer, that you're running out of time. You probably won't last another 20 years. After you ascend, rest assured, I'll personally see that your remains are delivered back intact. Don't worry, don't worry." The next moment, the old Taoist was already standing on the platform, shaking his head at Che Yutao's jibes and playfully scolding him. Che Yutao then turned to the crowd, adopting a more serious tone. "This is Taoist Master Xuanyu of Shangyuan Tranquility Palace. You may address him as Senior Uncle." His words were primarily directed at Qin Sang and the other foundation-building cultivators. Shangyuan Tranquility Palace and Shaohua Mountain shared close ties, and disciples of both sects were on friendly terms, often using common terms of address. Taoist Master Xuanyu was also a Golden Core cultivator, so calling him Senior Uncle was appropriate. Everyone promptly paid their respects. Taoist Master Xuanyu smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. "Senior Brother Du has gone to prepare the ancient teleportation array. I'll first bring up the rogue cultivators and family disciples. As for you, my friend, just take them over directly." "Understood." Everyone employed their skills, following Che Yutao as they flew toward the sea of clouds. As they neared its edge, Qin Sang sensed an invisible barrier silently open. A protective layer likely part of Shangyuan Tranquility Palace's Sector A. Che Yutao seemed very familiar with Shangyuan Tranquility Palace, passing smoothly through each area. Along the way, they encountered several disciples of Shangyuan Tranquility Palace who curiously eyed the group. They traveled through several isolated cloud islands before finally arriving deep within Shangyuan Tranquility Palace at the front of a sizable island. This entire island was covered by a grand hall. At its entrance stood a foundation-building cultivator who respectfully stepped forward as they approached and said, "Senior Uncle Che, Senior Uncle Du is preparing to activate the ancient teleportation array. Please follow me." Following him into the grand hall, Qin Sang noticed how vast and empty the interior was. At the back of the hall, for teleportation arrays were set up in a row, one large and three small, with considerable space separating them. Qin Sang finally saw the legendary teleportation array. He studied it with keen interest. The largest array was likely the ancient teleportation array that led directly to the ancient immortal battlefield, while the other three were smaller arrays built by Shangyuan Tranquility Palace. The differences between them were significant. In terms of size alone, the ancient teleportation array was several times larger than the smaller ones. Its octagonal base was impressively simple yet profound, aligned with the 8 trigrams. The array was inscribed with dense ancient runes and barriers, creating a dizzying visual effect. Even a brief glance at one small segment of the barrier made Qin Sang feel slightly disoriented, leaving him in awe. How are such intricate spiritual arrays ever constructed? In contrast, the 3 smaller arrays, both in their structure and the symbols and barriers inscribed upon them, appeared far simpler and cruder than the ancient teleportation array. These smaller arrays not only had a limited range, but could also be rendered useless if the enemy had any means of spatial interference. Shangyuan Tranquility Palace must have constructed the 3 for specific purposes. Behind the ancient teleportation array stood a stern-faced, middle-aged man, presumably the cultivator surnamed Du, with his palm pressed against the array's core barrier. He channeled spiritual power to activate it. The power required to activate the array wasn't much, so after a brief wait, they watched as the ancient barrier began to whirl wildly atop the teleportation array. This spiritual array, existing for who knows how many years, emitted a low humming sound as the entire hall seemed to tremble. Then, the cultivator surnamed Du spread his other hand, revealing 8 middle-grade spirit stones in his palm. With a wave of his hand, he placed each of the spirit stones into the 8 corners of the array. Boom! Suddenly, a massive, blinding beam of light shot out from the array's base, only to be instantly confined by the array's own barrier. The divine light swirled, forming a mystical, ancient portal-like glow that radiated an aura of mystery. The fact that so many middle-grade spirit stones were needed to activate the teleportation left Qin Sang stunned. Retracting his hand, the cultivator looked toward the group. Senior Brother Du, Che Yutao, not as casual as with Taoist Master Xuanyu, cupped his hands respectfully. Junior Brother Che, the cultivator, surnamed Du, nodded in greeting and glanced outside the grand hall. Junior Brother Xuanyu will be here shortly with the others. The array has been activated, so feel free to go on ahead, Junior Brother Che. 2 steep cliffs framed a vast, flat stone valley. Beneath the eastern cliff lay a stone hall, its hollowed-out structure merging almost seamlessly with the dark rock, exuding an ancient aura of unknown age. Several cultivators dressed in the robes of the Shangyuan Tranquility Palace bustled in and out of the stone hall, their expressions tense, moving with haste as if awaiting something. Suddenly, the stone hall trembled faintly, and everyone stopped in their tracks. A foundation-building realm cultivator said in a low voice, "The teleportation has started. Stand ready." Everyone quickly lined up on either side of the hall's entrance, standing respectfully with hands clasped, waiting in silence. Inside, faint lights flickered illuminating the vast hall where a single ancient teleportation array stood. The light grew increasingly bright, nearly blinding. Then, as the light pulsed, a person in a pale blue Taoist robe emerged, wearing a relaxed expression and walking steadily. Seeing the newcomer, the cultivators standing respectfully outside the hall exchanged glances. To use an ancient teleportation array and remain so at ease, this must be a golden core cultivator. Yet they didn't recognize this person from their own sex golden core seniors. Could this be a newly advanced senior? The leading foundation-building cultivator acted quickly, bowing deeply without hesitation. Disciple Chao Yu of Shangyuan Tranquility Palace greets the senior. The others soon followed, bowing respectfully. Whoever was capable of crossing over through the array, if not a senior of their sect, must be an esteemed ally, and calling them senior couldn't go wrong. Che Yutao gave a slight nod and, with a flash, entered the valley to wait for the others to emerge. Soon, more people began filing out of the hall, and upon seeing their robes, the disciples of Shangyuan Tranquility Palace realized that these were senior uncles and senior aunts from Shaohua Mountain. Yet, as the Shaohua Mountain disciples emerged from the ancient teleportation array, it made for an almost comedic sight. Foundation-building cultivators fared somewhat better, though they wore strained expressions and staggered slightly. Once they entered the valley, they each hurried to sit cross-legged and meditated briefly to ease the discomfort caused by the teleportation. The Qi-refining realm disciples, however, were worse off. Their faces were deathly pale, their eyes dazed, and they stumbled, barely able to hold themselves upright. Those managing to remain steady showed remarkable willpower. Some found their legs giving out, collapsing to the ground with a thud, then lying there, vomiting from the sheer strain of the journey. Qin Sang exited last, feeling better than the others. The Jade Buddha protected his soul, lessening the impact of the teleportation, though his body still ached from the spatial pressure. Recalling the dizzying chaos of the teleportation, he felt a lingering unease. This array had only spanned the small cold domain. It was said that ancient teleportation arrays once crossed the entire immortal cultivation realm, likely causing even greater discomfort. Qin Sang walked briskly to the edge of the valley, found a clean corner, cycled through his cultivation art twice, and restored himself. Only then did he look up with curiosity. This was the ancient immortal battlefield. The ancient teleportation array of Shangyuan Tranquility Palace was positioned in a hidden realm on the outskirts of the battlefield. This realm had been fully explored, its dangers removed, and its barriers controlled by the Shangyuan Tranquility Palace. In the ancient immortal battlefield, there were numerous such hidden realms and relic sites. Many sects chose not to destroy these realms after exploring them, but instead controlled the barriers, claiming these ancient sites as assets. Each hidden realm offered unique benefits. Even those with sparse spiritual power, though seemingly of little use, could serve as sanctuaries for disciples entering the battlefield. Some hidden realms preserved the environment of the ancient immortal cultivation realm. After various sects claimed these realms, they cultivated spiritual herbs within, allowing them to grow faster than they would outside. Not to mention, many of these relic sites contained herb gardens originally tended by ancient cultivators. The dragon ginseng that Qin Sang had used to advance to foundation building was discovered in one such herb garden. The cliffs on either side blocked his view. Qin Sang was curious about what the ancient immortal battlefield truly looked like and considered flying up for a better look. But when he saw Che Yutao standing motionless nearby, he decided against it. Even so, the peculiar sight in that narrow strip of sky hinted at the mysteries of the ancient immortal battlefield. On the left side of the sky, snowflakes swirled in a vast white expanse, while on the right, yellow sandstorms raged. The blizzards and sandstorms collided along a distinct boundary line in the sky, each surging endlessly into the other's territory. The clash of these forces displayed the terrifying might of nature, yet a faint barrier appeared intermittently in mid-air, holding steady under the impact of snow and sand, keeping them firmly outside and offering a sense of reassurance. Before long, both phenomena vanished simultaneously, and the barrier flickered briefly before fading away. In an instant, the blizzards and dust storms disappeared, replaced by a blazing sun that beat down from a cloudless blue sky, filling the air with intense heat. This is the kind of strange and unpredictable phenomenon that characterized the ancient immortal battlefield. The Shangyuan Tranquility Palace cultivators had grown accustomed to this scene, while the Xiaohua mountain disciples, experiencing it for the first time, were left awestruck. Just then, another group emerged from the stone hall, rogue cultivators. Qin Sang noticed that these rogue cultivators were of relatively low cultivation, most in the 8th or 9th stage of the qi refining realm. He understood their situation. Unlike Xiaohua mountain disciples, who could be assigned a foundation building pill if they met the sect standards, rogue cultivators lacking talent had to secure a foundation building pill on their own or seek out miraculous opportunities to change their fates. They had to begin planning for these from the outset. Fortune favored the bold. The opportunities in the Yunsong marshlands fell short of those in the ancient immortal battlefield. Staying in Yunsong marshlands meant safety, yes, but also meant that the hope of reaching foundation building would be slim, left entirely to fate. If I haven't achieved foundation building myself, would I too have risked everything, like these rogue cultivators? Qin Sang sighed quietly. These rogue cultivators fared worse than the Xiaohua mountain disciples, visibly weakened by the ancient teleportation array. The lower-level ones, in particular, looked pitiful, nearly vomiting out their insides, and a foul stench quickly filled the valley. Che Yutao, frowning at the chaotic scene, sent a voice transmission to the highest-ranked disciple of Shangyuan Tranquility Palace. When Daoist Xuanyu arrives, inform him that I'm going ahead without waiting. Then, Che Yutao cast his gaze over the Xiaohua mountain disciples and said, I will take you all to Xuanlu's stronghold. Those who wish to stay on the battlefield, step aside. Senior Uncle Che, we wish to remain here. Several foundation-building cultivators stepped forward one after another. This wasn't their first time here. They had come this time prepared to risk everything, with no intent to train peacefully. They had already decided to head straight into the ancient immortal battlefield. The treasure ship materialized silently within a massive hall. The hall stood 10 zhang high, with a rough design held up by a few colossal stone pillars. These pillars were pitted and unpolished, and aside from them, the hall was void of decoration. At the far end stretched a deep, shadowed passageway, leading to unknown depths. As soon as the treasure ship appeared, a squad of 10 guards rushed over. Each guard wore standard armor, inscribed with barrier runes, making it a fairly powerful defensive artifact. Each guard had a token hanging at their waist, though they varied in style. The leader, who had reached the foundation building realm, bore a token marking his rank as captain. The treasure ship gave a gentle shudder, releasing its passengers, and then disappeared into Che Yutao's palm, vanishing from sight. Despite the hall's immense size, it still felt spacious even with the gathering crowd. The captain of the guard squad quickly approached Che Yutao and bowed respectfully. General Yu Yangzi of Xuanlu Stronghold greets Uncle Master Che. Che Yutao acknowledged with a simple and said, You will handle the arrangements for these people. Before he had even finished speaking, Che Yutao disappeared from where he stood. Yu Yangzi hastily answered an agreement, then turned to face the crowd, his gaze cold. His expression softened only when his eyes fell upon the foundation-building cultivators like Qin Sang, giving them a courteous nod. I am Yu Yangzi, stationed at Xuanlu Stronghold. Since this is your first time here, there are several rules you must keep in mind. First, all entry and exit must be through the main gate. Do not trespass on the walls or interfere with the barriers, or you will be killed without mercy. Second, under no circumstances are you to clash with the guards. Yu Yangzi's voice carried a distinct edge, warning everyone not to take the rules of Xuanlu's stronghold lightly. He continued with other points of caution. then called out, Guji. Present, a guard responded, stepping forward. Taoists from each family. Yu Yangzi scanned the crowd. Those who wish to join the Xuanlu Guards, step forward. Guji will escort you to the barracks to assess your qualifications. The rest may proceed as they please. The Xuanlu Guards was tasked with defending Xuanlu Stronghold. With this, Yu Yangzi gestured towards the hall's exit. A ripple of movement passed through the crowd as members from various families stepped forward. Only a small portion expressed interest in joining the Xuanlu Guards. The others left in groups. Once Guji led the volunteers away, those remaining were the direct disciples of Shaohua Mountain, and Yu Yangzi's expression and tone relaxed considerably. This may be your first visit to the ancient immortal battlefield, and you might be unfamiliar with it. The jade slips contain essential information you'll need. Inside, you'll find a map of Xuanlu Stronghold, as well as part of the ancient immortal battlefield's map. Be careful not to lose the jade slip. Without it, survival in the ancient immortal battlefield is nearly impossible. With these words, Yu Yangzi ran his hand over his mustard seed pouch, causing several jade slips to fly out. Qin Sang caught one with his spiritual power and scanned it with his spiritual consciousness, finding an extensive amount of information. He had only begun to look through it when Yu Yangzi continued. The most critical part is the final section of the jade slip, where you'll find a map of the ancient immortal battlefield. It marks the locations of most refuges. Should you venture into the battlefield alone, it's essential to locate a refuge ahead of time if celestial phenomena threaten or if you're pursued by cloud beasts. Without a barrier, being caught in celestial phenomena means injury at best, death at worst. Hearing this, Qin Sang promptly checked the final section and saw various dots of light marked on the map. Although the map covered a broad area, it only detailed the outer border and outer regions of the ancient immortal battlefield. This map divided the ancient immortal battlefield more precisely than what Qin Sang had previously learned. The battlefield's depths, where spatial rifts clustered densely, were considered the core area where ancient immortal cultivation experts had once waged battle. This area was fraught with danger and home to powerful cloud beasts, which few dare to approach even today. Beyond the core, spatial rifts grew sparser, though the region remained perilous. Even golden core cultivators had to proceed with extreme caution, as no sect had the strength to secure the area. The outer edge of the ancient immortal battlefield, however, was where the various sects vied for control. The outer edge of the ancient immortal battlefield was further divided into 4 regions: the inner region, middle region, outer region, and the border. The dots of light on the map indicated the locations of refuges. The larger dots, few in number, represented small towns and marketplaces established within the ancient immortal battlefield. These towns and marketplaces were primarily reconstructed from abandoned hidden realms that had been fully explored. Utilizing the barriers within these hidden realms, they could resist the erosion of celestial phenomena and attacks from cloud beasts. Found in each of the 4 regions, their numbers dwindled closer to the interior, making them the safest places within the ancient immortal battlefield. These strongholds allowed immortal cultivators to proceed without worry over retreat options. The smaller dots of light, however, marked smaller refuges that had been built by cultivators entering the ancient immortal battlefield. Some were hidden deep underground, while others used natural terrain for protection. Most were located in the border region. There was an unspoken rule in the ancient immortal battlefield. Each person who entered a refuge would leave behind a few barriers. Over time, this accumulation made the refuges sturdier, enabling travelers to seek shelter there during times of celestial phenomena. However, these makeshift refuges were far less secure than hidden realms. If celestial phenomena grew overwhelmingly powerful or a strong cloud beast discovered one, a refuge might not offer complete safety. Fortunately, such incidents were uncommon in the border regions. After countless years of exploration, the dangerous areas within the border region had mostly been mapped out. Leveraging a large stronghold in the area, major sects maintained control here, marking out their respective territories where disciples were forbidden to cross boundaries without permission. Now, this level of control was beginning to spread toward the outer region. Yu Yangzi wasn't wrong. Without a map, navigating the ancient immortal battlefield was nearly impossible. Similar maps were sold outside, though at a cost, and they were far less detailed than Shaohua Mountains. Once everyone had reviewed the Jade Slips, Yu Yangzi spoke again. Anyone wishing to join the Xuanlu Guards or Shadow Guards may step forward. Qi Refining Realm disciples can only serve as standard guards, while you foundation-building realm cultivators, like myself, may serve as captains. For those interested in the Shadow Guards, Qi Refining Realm disciples will also need to pass a test. This meant foundation-building disciples were free to choose. According to the Jade Slip, however, the options weren't limited to the Xuanlu Guards or Shadow Guards. For instance, one could guard hidden realms controlled by the sect, a position that was relatively peaceful and offered shares in some of the realm's resources. Yet these roles required higher qualifications, likely reserved for those with significant backing, as Qin Sang suspected. At that moment, Qin Sang heard Yu Dayue's voice transmitting to him. "Junior brother Qin, I'll be going on ahead." Qin Sang turned, seeing Yu Dayue nodding to him before heading out of the hall. Quite a few fellow disciples left with him. Seeing this, Qin Sang thought to himself, it seems senior brother Yu has already decided to venture into the ancient immortal battlefield on his own. "Senior brother Yu Yangzi, I am Qin Sang," Qin Sang said respectfully. "There is something I don't quite understand. Could you perhaps clarify?" Yu Yangzi looked over curiously. "Junior brother Qin, feel free to ask." Nodding, Qin Sang continued, "I've only recently arrived here and know very little about Xuanlu's stronghold and the ancient immortal battlefield. Just reading the descriptions on the Jade Slip gives me a sense of looking through fog at a blurred picture, making it difficult to decide between joining the Xuanlu Guards or the Shadow Guards. Does the sect require an immediate choice? If not, could you grant me a few days to observe before making my decision?" "Oh," Yu Yangzi uttered. He then answered with a smile, "Of course. As long as you make a decision within a month, you can contact me anytime." He paused, taking out a jade talisman and handing it to Qin Sang. "Take this jade talisman, junior brother Qin. With it, you may borrow a cave dwelling below Junpan Mountain, just outside the military camp, free of charge for a month. You'll only need to return it afterward. However, I advise you to make your choice soon. Missing this opportunity won't be a problem for joining the Shadow Guards, but if you wish to join the Xuanlu Guards, it will take another 10 years. After all, Xuanlu's stronghold isn't solely governed by our Shaohua Mountain. There are certain rules we must follow." Qin Sang expressed his thanks. From the Jade Slip, he had learned that the Xuanlu Guards camp was stationed at Junpan Mountain, where high-quality cave dwellings had been carved out exclusively for the guards. They were off-limits to outsiders. This free accommodation was a privilege he could enjoy thanks to his sect. After the month was up, he would have to find a cave dwelling on his own or rent one. Several others, like Qin Sang, also decided to observe for a few days before choosing. With the jade talisman in hand, Qin Sang declined an invitation to walk together from one of the senior brothers and made his way out of the hall alone. It was noon, and the sky was clear and cloudless. Standing before the hall's entrance, Qin Sang squinted up at the towering walls of Xuanlu stronghold. The walls stretched hundreds of zhang high, built entirely of enormous cyan stones stacked tightly together, extending far into the distance on both sides, with the city nestled securely within the stronghold. For cultivators, raising walls of stone and soil was not difficult. The real challenge lay in placing strong barriers over such vast walls, barriers resilient enough to withstand ever-changing celestial phenomena and waves of cloud beast attacks. After watching intently for a while, Qin Sang joined the crowd, recalling the map of Xuanlu's stronghold from the Jade Slip as he headed east. Spiritual Pill House. The shop was small, selling a variety of practical pills and also purchasing various spiritual herbs. Shelves were densely packed with porcelain and jade bottles, each labeled clearly with names and effects. The shop owner, a cultivator who looked to be around 50, was only at the 12th stage of the Qi refining realm. This street was lined with similar shops, and this particular one was unremarkable. Currently, there were no other customers. The shop owner lounged in a reclining chair when the light in the shop suddenly dimmed. Narrowing his eyes, he saw a man enter and lazily called out, "What would you like, honored guest?" But upon sensing the visitor's cultivation level, his indolence vanished. He quickly stood up, hurried forward, and said deferentially, "I didn't realize an esteemed senior was visiting. Forgive me for not welcoming you properly. May I ask what kind of spiritual pill you're looking for? My shop offers only the finest products. I'm just browsing, so please don't mind me," the visitor said with a wave, then turned to peruse the shelves, glancing briefly at each jade bottle with seemingly no intention to buy. The shop owner dared not express his irritation and could only follow along patiently. The visitor was Qin Sang. Without hiding his cultivation level, he had wandered this street for some time, checking the shops that sold spiritual materials and pills. As Qin Sang browsed, he couldn't help but marvel at how the ancient immortal battlefield truly was a treasure trove. The quality and variety of pills here far exceeded that of the Wenyuan market. He was particularly interested in pills that could restore his foundation and replenish his vital energy. These, too, were available for sale. But Qin Sang knew all too well that his foundational loss was at its core. These kinds of pills were unlikely to help much, so he only bought a few to test their effects. Even top-grade pills of this type might not be effective, and besides, with his current wealth, he couldn't afford the truly potent ones. Finding nothing surprising in this shop, Qin Sang shook his head, ready to leave. Observing his expression, the shop owner, with a flattering smile, bowed and said, "The pills here are mostly for Qi refining realm cultivators, and may not meet a senior's expectations. If you're seeking something special, Ice Spring Pavilion or Grasswood Pavilion down the street might suit you better. But the best of all would be the Tai Core Pavilion, owned by the Tai Core sect." By evening, Qin Sang emerged from a shop that sold artifacts, tucking the handkerchief-shaped artifact he had just purchased into his mustard seed pouch. After wandering for so long, he had gained a deeper impression of the ancient immortal battlefield and Xuanlu stronghold. Glancing at the sky, he quickened his pace toward Junpan Mountain. Located within Xuanlu stronghold, Junpan Mountain had a rich concentration of spiritual power, with neatly arranged cave dwellings carved into its slopes, each secured by barriers and heavily guarded. Qin Sang hurriedly approached and, upon reaching the base of the mountain, saw a barrier flash as a squad of guards advanced toward him. "This is a restricted military area. Please turn back, Taoist." The leading guard blocked Qin Sang with a cautious expression, though his tone remained polite. Qin Sang produced the jade talisman he had prepared in advance. "General, I am Qin Sang, a disciple of Shaohua Mountain. This jade talisman was given to me by General Yu Yangzi, who said I could stay on Junpan Mountain for 1 month." The guard accepted the jade talisman, examined it carefully, then relaxed and gestured with his hand. "So, you're a fellow Taoist from Shaohua Mountain. Follow me, Taoist Qin." Qin Sang was led to a secluded cave dwelling at the mountain's base. The spiritual power within was passable, but slightly inadequate for a foundation-building cultivator. After securing the cave dwelling, Qin Sang seated himself on the stone bed, sinking into quiet contemplation. He reviewed the day's discoveries. The two things that caught his attention most were the spiritual wood and the pills. There were numerous shops selling spiritual wood in the city, many of which offered wood even finer than golden thread cedar wood. This reassured Qin Sang, who thought to himself that coming to the ancient immortal battlefield had indeed been the right choice. Though the prices were high, with gradual collection, he would certainly be able to upgrade his ebony sword. Additionally, while exploring the Tai Core Pavilion, he had inquired with the manager and learned of 3 types of pills: Hiyun Pill, 5-Her Divine Ointment, and Snow Ginseng Jade Pill. These were top-grade pills specifically for restoring one's foundation. In the current world of immortal cultivation, the ingredients for these 3 pills had not yet disappeared entirely and were still available for purchase at the Tai Core Pavilion. Whether they would be effective for him was something Qin Sang could not yet determine, though he could only look on in envy for now. Each of these pills was sold through auctions, inevitably sparking fierce bidding every time they appeared. The final prices always soared to tens of thousands, a sum Qin Sang couldn't afford, even if he were to sell himself. But Qin Sang didn't need a rush. With the information gathered from Treasure Tower Peak, he now had several targets in mind, which was far better than aimlessly searching.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.